All rise.
Please be seated. Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Greg Presnell. I'm one of the district judges here in NITA, and we're here today to try a civil complaint, a civil case where the plaintiff is NITA City Housing Authority and the defendant is Ladonna Johnson. At this point, I would ask counsel to please introduce themselves, beginning with counsel for the plaintiff.
Good morning, Your Honor. Douglas Chavez on behalf of the plaintiff, and at this time I'd like to introduce my client, Rachel Longley.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Mulvey, also for the plaintiff.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Eugene Pettis on behalf of Ms. Ladonna Johnson and my co-counsel.
I'm Brian O'Neill, and I also represent Ladonna Johnson.
Okay. As I said, this is a civil case. It's a jury trial, and the case is expected to last a day or two. Our first order of business this morning will be to pick our jury. Let me explain briefly how we're going to go about that process. We have a panel of jurors who have been selected at random, citizens of NITA, and they're here today as pursuant to their jury summons to participate in our judicial system. What we're going to do first is what we call the voir dire process, and the lawyers will be allowed to ask the jurors questions. We call this voir dire, which is actually a French term that probably came into English usage after the Norman invasion. The purpose of the voir dire is essentially twofold. The first is to ask questions of you to determine whether you can be a fair and impartial juror in this particular case. The second basic purpose is for the lawyers to get some personal information about each of you so that they can later exercise their peremptory challenges. You've heard of the phrase picking a jury. Actually, we essentially unpick a jury because after the voir dire process is over, the lawyers will then confer with their clients, and there's a process of striking jurors until we get down to the number of jurors who will actually serve as the jurors and the jury in this case. So at this time, I'm going to recognize the lawyers, beginning with the plaintiff, to conduct their voir dire examination of the jury.
Good morning.
Good morning.
As the court introduced me a moment ago, my name is Douglas Chavez, and I'm here today representing the plaintiff, NITA Housing Authority. The point of the trial where we are at now is called the voir dire process. That is commonly referred to as picking a jury. And let me kind of give you a little secret right from the very beginning. Lawyers don't get to pick a jury. Most people think that the process, because it's called picking a jury, that we get to pick you or whoever we want to be on the jury, the people that we like. That's really not the way the process works. What we get to do is ask you questions to basically see if you can ultimately be a fair and impartial juror in this case. After asking you those various questions, we go back and make what we call strikes. We can say we don't want this juror to be on the jury, and we each get a specific number of strikes, and then the first 12 or 6 that are remaining are in fact the jurors. And so we tend to look at what you tell us here today. So if you want to be on the jury or if you don't want to be on the jury, you need to talk to us. And I'm going to invite you to talk to us as much as you want to talk to us. The second little secret I'll let you in on is that this is the only time during the jury process that you will in fact get to talk to me or my opposing counsel. Throughout the rest of the trial, the rules prohibit us from communicating with you other than to say good morning. And the reason for that is that we do not want to have any appearance or suggestion that we're communicating with the jury or suggesting answers or suggesting that you ought to do things one way or the other. It would be wrong and inappropriate, and the rules simply prohibit us from even having any kind of contact with you whatsoever. So if you want to have any questions and you want to ask the lawyers, now's the time to do it. Let me tell you another little basic rule. The questions that I'm going to ask you here today are maybe personal, whether you're married, divorced, things of that nature. Some of that information we already have on your jury cards, and I'll try to respect your time by not asking you the questions for the information that we already have. But I may ask you some questions that delve into your personal life. If I do so, please understand that I'm not doing that to be nosy or to in any way delve into your personal lives, other than to find out whether you have any prejudices or biases that would affect you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case. Now, the court gives me a few moments to give you an overview of what this case is about. This is not the time for me to try to convince you that I am right. This is not the time to try to convince you that my clients should win the trial, but rather it's an opportunity that each lawyer has to give you a short, brief overview of the case so that when we do begin to ask you questions, you can begin to understand why we're asking you these questions and kind of put it into context of perhaps why I'm looking to ask whether some of you are grandparents or not grandparents and things of that nature. And so with that beginning, let me actually start. This case, as I indicated to you, I represent NITA Housing Authority along with Ms. Mulvey, who will be cross-examining many of the witnesses. NITA Housing is a housing unit that has approximately 350 apartments with various people from all walks of life, all races, all ages, and all ethnic groups, all religious type of folks. It's a very multicultural, I think it's described and will be described to you as a melting pot. In order to live at the NITA Housing, each resident is required to sign a lease. One of the provisions in the lease is that you acknowledge and recognize that you have a responsibility not to allow drugs into the housing units, nor to allow any gang-related activities or things that would affect the health, the safety, and the enjoyment of living at NITA Housing. Each resident is required to sign that. Each resident is reminded on an annual basis of a zero tolerance policy in that regard. And each resident both acknowledges and understands that. This case is about a violation of that policy. It is our position that the defendant, Mrs. Johnson, grandson, who was a member of the household and who she was responsible for, violated that policy on numerous grounds, specifically engaging in criminal activity, engaging in associating with gangs, specifically inviting gang members who ultimately sold and dealt with illegal drugs, specifically cocaine. The defense, as I understand it, is that Mr. Johnson, the grandson, is not a criminal, but rather that his acts are one of artistic nature, and that the gang members that he invited into the property, he really didn't know they were gang members, but he just invited them to play basketball with them. And their final defense, as I understand it, is that they take the position that this is a retaliation because Mrs. Johnson at one point in time requested that sprinkler systems be installed in the building. Now again, you have not heard any of the evidence, and right now is not the time to convince you. You will hear all of the evidence later on, the 12 of you who are selected, and those 12, we ask you to take your time, listen to all of the evidence, and at the conclusion of the case, make your decision. Now, at this time, I'd like to begin by simply finding out how many of you are in fact grandparents. Can you raise your hand? Okay. And Mr. Marcus, I'm going to start with you. Do you have more than one grandson or child?
Yes, I do.
How many grandchildren do you have, sir?
Actually, I have 5.
5. Do any of them live with you?
No, they do not.
Okay. And I saw, who were the other two? Was that Mr. DeBose?
Yes,
Mr. DeBose, how many grandchildren do you have, sir?
3.
And do any of them live with you?
No,
Okay. Mrs., is it pronounced Fuente? Miss Fuente, how many grandchildren do you have?
4.
Do any of them live with you?
Yes, 3.
I'm sorry?
3.
3 of them. Okay. Are you the person that's primarily responsible for them, or does your daughter or son live with you also?
My son and my daughter-in-law and 3 grandchildren live in the household with me.
Okay. But I'm assuming when they're not there, you have responsibility for them, or
Yes.
how old are they?
They are 1, 4, and 8.
Okay. Do any of you other veneermen have either grandchildren or a niece or nephew who lives in your home and who you have the responsibility for caring and raising? Anyone else? Okay. Now, I do have a list of where each of you work, so I'm not going to go and ask each of you what you do for your job, in your job, but I do want to ask the question, in the jobs that you do hold, do any of you have supervisory positions where you have to make decisions on other people's lives, such as hiring and firing? Anyone? Okay. That's Mr. Nelson.
Yes, sir.
Sir, can you tell me a little bit about your job and its duties?
Well, I'm an engineer and I build water plants, and at times I have to be responsible for hiring as many as 200 employees. At times, staffs up to 12 staff members, professional people, and hire and fire and lay off.
When you say hire and fire, have you ever had to personally fire individuals?
Yes.
Do you find that a tasteful part of your employment?
It's never tasteful.
It never is it? But nevertheless, do you understand it's a responsibility that you have as manager in your position?
Yes.
In this case, Miss Longley you'll hear that Miss Rachel Longley was the director of the Housing Authority, and she's the one who had to make the decision as to whether or not to enforce the contract provisions, and which leads to the eviction of Miss Johnson. Have you ever had to enforce policies in your department that perhaps you didn't want to, but you had an obligation to do so?
Yes.
What about, was it Mr. Cooper? Oh, I'm sorry, it was Mr. Conley. Tell me about what job duties and positions you have held, sir.
I'm head of exhibit design position at a museum, and I have up to 10 people under me at sometimes.
Okay. Have you ever had to fire anyone?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Like Mr. Nelson indicated to us a moment ago, was that something that was distasteful to do?
It's always difficult because of personal situations for every individual that's affected, but for the good of the position, it had to be done.
Okay. Ms. Jones, can you tell us what experience you had that indicated that you had to serve in a managerial position?
Just say it again.
What experience did you have? You indicated that you had previously had to terminate someone,
Yes, I did.
and can you tell us briefly the circumstances that required you to fire somebody?
Well, I had a cashier that was not productive, and she was 5 minutes late here, 5 minutes late there. So on the next schedule, I only scheduled her for 5 minutes on her 2-week schedule to let her see the gravity of the situation. But it was not effective, so I had to wind up terminating her.
So even though you scheduled her for 5-minute work and hoping she'd learn the lesson, giving her another chance, so to speak, it still didn't work, did it?
No, it did not.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Now, let me just ask one other question, because some of you may currently not hold a position of a managerial position, but maybe in the past you have. Any of those with us today? Okay, I see several more hands coming up. I'm going to save us a little bit of time. Have all of you who have previously served in managerial positions, and that's Ms. Woodruff, Mr. Is it? How do you pronounce that?
Sefcik?
Sefcik?
Sefcik, yeah.
Okay. Mr. Marcus?
Correct.
And there was one hand in the back, 2 hands in the back. Okay, Mr. DeBose and Mr. Cooper.
Correct.
Yes.
All of y'all have indicated that you formerly served in a managerial position. Have all of you at one time been in a position where you had to enforce policies that may not have been fun or may have been even distasteful to enforce, but nevertheless, you recognize the responsibility of having to enforce those positions? Have all of you been in that situation?
Yes.
Okay. Let me move to another area that's going to be important in this case. As I indicated to you, this case involves NITA Housing, a unit that has about 350 apartments in it. How many of you have actually lived in apartments? Okay, let me ask it the other way. How many have not? About 50-50. Okay. How many of you actually own your own homes? Okay, let me leave the hands raised just for a second. That's Mr. Marcus, Mr. Nelson, you can put your hands down. Mr. Taplow, Ms. Woodruff, Mr. Conley, Mr. Cooper, Mr. DeBose, Ms. Fuente, and Mr. is it Jesse? Okay. How many of you have ever lived in a government housing? Mrs. Jones? Okay, thank you, Ms. Jones. Anyone else? How many of you or immediate family members, and I don't necessarily mean distant cousins, but perhaps your brother or sister, how many of either you or your immediate family members have lived in public housing? Okay. Mr. Marcus? Thank you, sir. Now, the reason I'm asking this question is because NITA Housing is, in fact, a public housing authority. It receives governmental assistance. The residents receive governmental assistance. How many of you receive any governmental assistance, whether it's housing or in some other manner? Okay. Mr. Cooper? Thanks, sir. Now, for those of you who do live in and who have lived in either apartments or public housing, do you believe it's important for each member to respect the rights of the other members of the area where you're, the dwelling where you're living?
Yes.
Yes.
Anybody feel that those rights are not important, or you should not respect them? You can do whatever you want, and you don't care what happens to the other members of your apartment or your multiple dwelling. Anybody feel that they can do whatever they want? Okay. In this case, you will hear evidence of the conduct of a young man, and conduct which we contend dictated that we enforced the provisions of the lease, which evicted his family. Let me tell you right now, up front, that the family is the grandmother, Ladonna Johnson. She's the actual tenant who signed the lease. And in her household, she took in her grandchildren, one of them being Elroy Johnson. By the way, does anyone know Elroy Johnson? Does anyone know Ladonna Johnson? I will tell you up front, Ladonna Johnson is a very nice lady. Matter of fact, most people in the housing like her. They call her Graham. You will like her. And this provision that we are asking that needs to be enforced to keep out a lot of things that are beginning to happen in the housing authority. There's some people that just don't like to judge other people, whether it's religious reasons or other reasons. Are there any of you, for religious reasons, that just feel, you know what, Mr. Chavez, I just can't judge another human individual? Any of you feel that way? Have any of you ever been the victim of a crime? Mr. Cooper and Mr. Taplow. Let me start, and Mr. Nelson. Mr. Cooper, you raised your hand first, sir. Tell me a little bit about what experiences you had as being a victim of a crime.
Carjacking.
Carjacking?
Yes, sir.
When did that happen?
Oh, back in the 90s, late 90s.
How did it make you feel?
Terrible. Scared.
When did you, were you actually in the car at the time?
Yes.
Was a gun used or any sort of weapon?
A gun.
Did that happen here in the state?
Yes, it did.
Do you feel that the crime, when it did happen to you, and instilled the fear in you, that stayed with you for a long time?
Yes, it did.
Okay. You understand, in this case, one of the things that we're going to be alleging and going to be proving to you, that Elroy Johnson was a young man who was involved in drugs, who was involved in vandalism, who was a leader of a crew that vandalized the city. And ultimately, it was him that invited a fairly rough and recognized gang onto the property. It's called the Vice Lords. Can you set aside your personal experience that happened 10 years ago and judge this case for the facts that exist in this case, not in your case?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Nelson, why don't you tell us about your situation, sir?
Back in the 80s, my house was robbed. Lost a lot of valuables. Nobody was home at the time. It seemed like we were staked out to where there wasn't a confrontation of any sort. Lost a lot of valuables.
And how did that make you feel, sir?
Empty. You don't believe it happened. You refuse to believe it happens for a while, and it just settles into a numbing feeling of mistrust.
Did that stay with you for a long time?
It stayed probably 10 years, pretty strongly.
Okay. But the same question that I asked Mr. Cooper, can you set that aside and judge the case and the facts for this case independent of your own personal experience?
Yes.
Similar to the last one, it was a home burglary. And it was in the evening, we were home at the time, asleep, never did wake up, and again, lost some valuables and felt the same way, sort of a violation. Didn't seem to stay with us that long.
Have any of you, and by the way, same question, can you set that aside and judge this case for the facts that exist in this case, not in yours? Okay. Have any of you ever been actually involved in a lawsuit? Anyone? Okay. Ms. Lantor, just tell me briefly, were you the plaintiff or the defendant? Were you bringing the lawsuit or?
Defendant.
Defendant? And what was the nature of that lawsuit?
It was with my old landlord. She sued me for damages to her home, and I disputed the damages and the claims that she was asking for.
Okay. I apologize. I was writing some stuff down. You were sued?
Yes.
And by a landlord, and it was because she alleged that you had made some damages to the home?
Right.
Okay. And what was your position?
I felt that the pictures that she had, the evidence that she had was falsified, and so that she didn't have much of a claim. And so I said that I thought that her evidence was faulty and that she didn't have a right to hold what she was holding against me.
Did it actually go to court? It never did? Did y'all work it out?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, as a landlord, in my position, having you as a juror might be a little bit of a concern to me, and I'll be upfront about it, because one of the things I might be fearful of is that my client's kind of the landlord evicting the lessee, and your landlord sued you. And one of the concerns I might have is that you would use your experience or situations to say, well, I know how landlords are, and I'm going to team up. Is that something that you could set aside?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Could you set your personal experience, and you recognize that what occurred to you is totally different from the facts that are going to be in this case?
Absolutely.
Ultimately, you may agree with the housing authority, or you may not agree. And that's okay. But I just want to make sure that you're not going to automatically say, I'm against you because that's happened to me once. Nothing like that?
No.
Okay. Mr. Marcus, did you indicate that you'd been involved in a lawsuit?
Yes, I have.
And were you plaintiff or defense?
I was defendant.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about that lawsuit.
Okay, this lawsuit was brought on by my insurance company against me for a claim that they paid, and they wanted me to reimburse them for it. And it involved an accident wherein my car was damaged, and it had to go to the repair shop, and I had to get a rental car, and they paid for the rental car, but they wanted me to reimburse them for it, and I told them no, because I felt I was misrepresented by my agent, because he's the one that told me that I had that particular protection in my policy.
Okay, so it was a dispute over your insurance policy.
Absolutely.
Did the case ever go to trial?
It went before a hearing, before a judge, yes.
Okay, and the judge made a decision on it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm not going to ask you, there's probably none of my business whether you won the case or not, but what I do want to ask you is similar questions that I asked Ms. Lampner, and that is the fact that you were a defendant in this lawsuit somehow align you with the defendant in this case? In other words, gee, she's a defendant, I know how she feels because I was a defendant once. Is there anything about that would automatically want you to side with the defendant?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
And the reason why is because I think it's two different situations here.
It is two different situations, isn't it?
Yes.
And I just want to make sure that, like I asked Ms. Lampner, you can keep an open mind and be fair and impartial in this case.
Yes.
Okay. Anyone else that was involved in a lawsuit? Okay, Mr. Taplaw.
Yes.
And what was your experience, sir? Were you a plaintiff or a defendant?
I was the plaintiff.
All right.
And it was a personal loan that I made, and I ended up having to take the other person to a small claims court.
Okay, so you were the plaintiff, right?
Right.
No questions.
Okay.
No, seriously. You know, I'm sure the other side would be asking you the same questions that I've asked of Mr. Marcus and Ms. Lantner. Can you set aside the fact that you were a plaintiff in that case and judge the facts in this case?
Yes.
Nothing about that experience would influence you one way or the other?
No.
Okay. Anyone else? Mr. Jessup?
Yes.
What was your experience, sir?
I was the defendant with my wife in an automobile accident in which the other woman claimed that my wife was responsible.
Okay. Same question to you, sir. Can you set aside that experience and judge the facts in this case?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Nothing about that would make you automatically side with
No.
one party or the other?
This is so far removed from the situation that it's, you know.
Okay. Let me get to a fun question. How many people watch television? Everybody? Okay. That seems to be something that everybody does. We do it in our household, I know. How many people would you say, watch television between 0 to 5 hours a day? Raise your hand. Okay. That's everybody, I think. What about 5 hours to 10 hours a day? Come on, nobody watches that much television. Okay, well, I'll leave off the question 15 hours or more. Out of the, and you know what? I'm going to pick about 3 of you, and I'll close my eyes so you won't think I'm picking on you. But I want to talk to somebody that I haven't talked to, like Ms. Santiago. You've been very quiet. We're going to get you to talk here. What's your favorite television? What do you watch when you do watch TV?
Lifetime.
What's that?
Lifetime.
Lifetime? Okay. What is it about Lifetime that you like?
Some movies and Golden Girls.
All right. 2 good programs. The movies on Lifetime are kind of uplifting and make you feel good, don't they?
Yes.
Is that one of the reasons you watch those type of movies?
Yes.
Do you watch any other TV besides Lifetime channel?
Spanish.
Spanish, okay. Do you watch the novelas?
Yes.
A lot?
No.
Okay. Just, do you have a favorite novela?
Just one.
Which one?
Do I have to say the title?
Okay. Now, Ms. Shepard, we haven't heard from you. Why don't you tell us what your favorite television program is?
BET, True TV, any crime station really.
Like CSI?
I like the first 48.
First 48. Okay. You know, one of the things, this is a good point. One of the things that you're going to find that this is not like TV. We don't get to put our case all in 30 minutes with commercials. We're going to put on our evidence, witness by witness, and ultimately we're going to present this case, and the court's going to tell you that we don't have to prove our case beyond a reasonable doubt. How many have heard of the term beyond a reasonable doubt? Okay. In law, that requires you to prove your case beyond any reasonable doubt. In a civil case, the standard is different. It's generally by preponderance of the evidence. And the court's going to give you the law on that. But will each of you promise me that you will follow the instructions of the court and judge this case on the standard that the court gives you, not what you've heard on TV? Is that fair? Okay. Now, let me get to perhaps the heart of the matter in this case. This case involves a contract, as I've mentioned to you earlier, between NITA Housing and the defendant, Ladonna Johnson. In that contract, there was a provision in there that indicated that Mrs. Johnson was required to maintain control not only of her household members and guests, well, it included every member of her household, including her grandson. And that if any of them engaged in criminal activity or gang-related activity, they were subject to being evicted. Now, some of you may feel that that provision is unfair. Some of you may not. My question right now is, do all of you feel that if people enter into a contract, that they should honor that contract? Is there anyone that doesn't feel that way? Okay. And I explained that clause a little bit because there may be some of you who feel that, well, you know, when you go to sign those contracts, you got to sign them whether you like them or not. And let me just ask you this. Even if you sign a contract that you do not like, that has a clause in it or a provision in it that you do not like, do any of you feel that you have the right, if you knowingly and understand the contract that you signed, that you should not honor that contract, including a provision that you do not like? Anyone? I'm sure that many of you have either gone at one time to a bank or gone to a car when you bought a car and they pull out these big old contracts and you sign it or you don't get the car. Does everybody know what I'm talking about? Has everybody kind of faced that situation? Okay. This one's a little bit different. This one's one of those, I would call it like a lease that has pets. No pets allowed. Or if you have pets, you got to pay an extra $100. You may not like it, but if you want to live there, you got to sign it. And if you sign it, in other words, this is a provision that Miss Ladonna Johnson knew about, wasn't hidden from her, was specifically spelled out. She recognized it. She was reminded of it, was told about it, and was no secret. I want to ask each and every one of you, even though if it may be a provision that you didn't like, a company policy perhaps that you didn't approve of, but nevertheless it's in the contract, do you feel that both parties ought to honor that contract? Anyone feel that they shouldn't? Okay. You will hear in this case the criminal activities of Mr. Johnson. We're going to bring him out. In my mind, there's going to be no question that Mr. Johnson is known what is called a tagger. A tagger is euphemistically called by some people an urban artist, and let me tell you the difference. Mr. Johnson's position is that he is beautifying the city by spray painting beautiful pictures all over town. In fact, it's vandalism. It's against the law. He does it without permission, and that's going to be our position. Have any of you ever had your house spray painted? Let me talk to somebody who I haven't talked to, Ms. Akpor. How would you feel if somebody spray painted your home?
Upset.
Upset? Do you feel as a property owner you would have the right to say whether you should or should not have a painting on your wall?
Yes.
How do you feel when somebody does it without your permission?
Violated.
Okay. Mr. Seefick, how would you feel if somebody spray painted your home?
I'd be upset.
Upset also, wouldn't you?
Okay.
Ms. Kelly, we haven't heard from you. How would you feel that way?
What's that do? Wrong.
You
I should be
feel
asked
it's been
first.
violated? Your property rights? Mr. Sullivan, you've been quiet. Would you feel the same way?
Yes.
Is there anyone here who would feel different, that thinks it's okay to go spray painting homes and buildings and property in the name of art? Okay. The court gives me somewhat of a limited time to talk to you, so I can't go into all the areas I'd love to talk to you about. But one of the questions I do want to address is emotions. This is a case that I'm going to tell you at the beginning, in the middle, and at the end of the trial, that it's not going to be a fun case. It's not an enjoyable, tasteful thing to evict one of your residents from their home. It is particularly not tasteful or fun to evict a tenant who is a nice person. And in this case, Mrs. Johnson is a nice person, as I've already told you. But it is equally important to evict a person who cannot control the members of her household, who allow members of her household to deface and vandalize property on and off the premises, who admits to doing illegal drugs on and off the premises, and who, by his own admission, invited thugs, violent gang members onto the property, which has in turn resulted in fear, drug deals, a lot of things that have started happening at NITA housing that the residents there no longer have a feeling of safety, nor of health, and certainly not an enjoyment of their property. And here's my question. Some of you may be sitting there saying, you know, Elroy Johnson's a bad guy, but Grandma, she's kind of a nice lady. I kind of feel sorry for her. I believe that the court's going to give you an instruction to not let bias, prejudice, or sympathy play any part in deliberation. And I want to emphasize that. We are not here because we want to prove that Mrs. Johnson's a bad lady. We are here to enforce a contract. We're here to get rid of a problem that's occurred on the property. And I do not want, and I'll be upfront with you, a juror who is going to ignore the facts and ignore the evidence because they feel sorry for someone or they have sympathy for someone. Will each of you promise me that you will not base your decision on sympathy? Can everyone do that? Raise your hand if you can't do that, if you cannot do that. Okay, and I see no hands going up. Can each of you promise me to not to base your decision on bias or prejudice, but rather base it on the facts? Can all of you base it on the facts? Yes. Okay. Now, this is your last chance. I'm going to ask a general question because lawyers don't get to ask everything they can think of. But I want to ask you, is there any of you sitting there right now saying, you know, Mr. Chavez hasn't mentioned this, or I guess I wish he'd asked me about this experience or that experience. Is there anything in your minds right now that you say, if Mr. Chavez asked me, I'd have to raise my hand and tell him something? Anybody feeling something or would have a question about the process that would make you feel you know, if Mr. Chavez knew this information, I may not be a fair and impartial juror. Anyone? Okay. Here's my last question. The 12 of you who are selected are going to take an oath. It will be an oath to follow the evidence, to make your decision and judgment based on the evidence, and essentially to call it the way you see it. Will everyone call it the way you see it? Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Brian O'Neill, and I have the honor of representing Ladonna Johnson. This situation begins well before any of the things that counsel talked about, but the proof is going to be that Ms. Johnson lost a daughter in a fire. She lives in NITA Gardens, where she is one of the leaders of the community. And there are 350 units in NITA Gardens, a lot of folks. And she was concerned about another fire in her new home. And she went to the director of NITA Gardens and asked about putting in a sprinkler system for the tenants. And the director had a very negative reaction to this. Money was one reason. It would cost $1 million. And whatever other reasons she reacted so negatively, they were her reasons. But she kicked Ms. Johnson out of her office. And Ms. Johnson did what most of us would do, and that is she talked to the other tenants. And she formed a tenant committee. And the tenant committee worked at getting in a sprinkler system in the NITA Gardens. And at some point in time, there were 2 meetings. Hundreds of people went to the 2 meetings because the issue of safety, fire safety, was important to them. They live there. And the authorities that run NITA Gardens were very, very upset about the request and the meetings for the fire sprinklers. And at the end of the second meeting, the lady who runs NITA Gardens sent in security people to break up the meeting. She had them focus on Ms. Johnson first. And she said, if you can't break up the meeting, I'm going to call the police. And she was going to call the police on hundreds of the 350 tenants, her tenants, because of her very negative and angry reaction to the request for sprinklers. After that, both Ms. Johnson and her son Leroy had done the flyers for the meetings, were both threatened because of their tenant activity. Some months later, Leroy is arrested with a bunch of other young men in the parking lot at NITA Gardens, and that was used as a pretext for kicking the Johnsons out of NITA Gardens. Leroy was arrested and not tried and not convicted, and indeed had the courage to testify against a couple of these gang members, and 5 were eventually sent to jail. And then the housing authority wants to kick the Johnsons out of their home and out of their community. And it's a community that in large part was made a great place to live by Ms. Johnson. Then the evidence will also be that the reasons, and there are a variety of reasons, that they want to kick the Johnsons out, and the reasons change, are for the most part pretext. That is, they're half-truths or made-up truths, or, and that's what the case is going to be about. Now I'm going to ask some sort of general questions, and then I'll get into some of the specific details of your personal experiences. The reason for the general questions is just sort of to get to know you. And the first general question I want to ask you is, and I'm going to ask each of you that. We can start with Jennifer, Juror 1, and just go right down. And the question is, what do you do on weekends?
Relax, watch movies, clean, basically. Just little odds and ends.
Sir?
Yard work, sailing, sometimes work.
Do you prefer the sailing or the yard work?
They're both therapeutic.
Yeah, like they are. Sir?
Sports.
You watch them or play them or
Watch
both? Sir?
Sometimes I just do recreational type activities and sometimes work. It just depends on what I need to do. And then that's on Saturday, of course. And then on Sundays, I usually go to church.
Ma'am?
Busch Gardens and Adventure Island. We have the year pass.
Now, Busch Gardens has the great roller coasters, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Sir?
I do work around the house, do laundry, sometimes go out to the park, take photos, and then on Sunday go to church.
Ma'am?
Just house cleaning on Saturday and church on Sunday.
Ma'am?
I work both days.
Do you get any time off? You work 7 days a week?
Well, yeah.
Good for you.
Thanks. I dog beach, study for an exam, and catch up on sitcoms.
Sir?
Mostly yard work and fishing, and of course church on Sundays.
Your turn.
I should take care of household duties and escape some kind of level of sports activities.
Playing, watching?
I watch them, I play them, golf, fishing outdoors.
Are you a good golfer?
I lie.
It's your turn.
Clean the house and get a part-time and go to church Sundays.
Travel or do recreational activities or maybe get things done that didn't get done during the week. Errands, things like that.
Errands?
Clean, shop, and church.
Now, do you go to church every Sunday?
Yeah.
Good for you.
Praise the Lord.
Sir?
Work and study.
When you, work, your work job and study. So you're another guy that gets stuck 7 days a week.
Yeah.
Grunting it out.
Yard work, time with the kids, and then church on Sunday.
Ma'am?
Family time, study, and clean.
Now, next general question is, if you were to pick a favorite vacation, what vacation would you pick? Start with Juror 1.
Oh, I'd have to say Mexico.
Do you mean a past vacation or something?
Yeah, or an imaginary vacation, or a bucket list vacation.
I like world travel, but lots of places. Rome.
I'd like to go to Sydney, Australia.
I'd like to go to Belize because one of my very close friends is a flight attendant and she's been all over the world and said that you need to see there.
I enjoy going to the mountains in Carolina or Virginia.
I'd like to see Paris.
Paris?
Yes.
The beach.
Beach?
Cruise to Europe.
Yes, I would love to travel. My intentions are to visit all of the states in the United States, and I have right now approximately about 10 left.
You could knock that off in a year or two.
Yeah, but it takes the time and the money.
Sir?
I enjoy snow skiing.
Like Colorado skiing?
Colorado's nice, Tahoe's a little more fun.
Mexico.
Hawaii?
Alaska.
New York.
My ski friends skiing, anywhere there's snow.
Anywhere. Beach, cruise are my favorite.
How about, do you ski too?
No, never had that.
I want to ask you, a couple of you, about some specific experiences that you talked about, and I'm going to start with Mr. Conley. And you mentioned that you had been in situations or a situation or situations in which you had to terminate somebody. And I want to talk specifically about the process. I assume these were employees that had performance issues.
Correct.
Now, before you terminated them, did you try to work with them at all on those performance issues?
Absolutely, for a period of years.
For a period of years. And you counseled them?
Yes.
In some instances, gave them additional training?
Yes.
And after working with them, in some instances for a couple of years, you came to a conclusion that it wasn't working for them.
A particular incident happened that violated company policy.
And this had been somebody that you'd worked with for some time?
Yes.
And it was a difficult decision because it dealt with the person's livelihood, I would assume. Anguish over it?
There's anguish on that side, but anguish on the other side also that this person was very difficult for other employees to work with.
Yeah.
So it affects their quality of life too.
It does. How many years did you work with him?
5 years.
Have you had instances where people had job issues and you worked with them and you turned them around?
Somewhat.
Tribute to your leadership. Huh?
Maturity sometimes, they just grow.
They grow? Mr. Cooper.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to talk with you about two topics. First, I'm going to talk with you about being a supervisor. Then I'm going to talk with you about your carjacking.
Okay.
When you were a supervisor, you terminated people?
I have.
More than once?
Yes.
Did you work with them for some period of time before you terminated them?
Absolutely.
And why is that?
Well, you want them to be a part of the team. I think when you lose someone, it's a reflection on yourself.
You mentioned about this carjacking that took place.
Yes.
And you mentioned that it was a pretty traumatic event. Now, you and I are going to swap places right here. And you're going to be me and I'm going to be you. Okay? There are allegations in this case about Mr. Johnson's association with gang activity, although there's going to be no proof that he was a gang member. But the issue is in the case. If you were me, would you want you on the jury, knowing that you had suffered a carjacking?
I don't see where it would have, I don't see how it would have affected, where I'm at today as to where it was back then.
So if you were me, you wouldn't strike you?
Well, I got an advantage. I know who I am.
Okay,
but no, I wouldn't.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Ms. Jones?
Yes.
You also made some hiring, firing decisions in your life.
Yes, I have.
And why were the people fired?
Well, this particular employee that I gave the example, she had been counseled. We had even arranged daycare because she had small kids to try to help her, but she was always about 5-6 minutes late. So let's address the issue. I gave you 5 minutes for your 2-week period to work. So you sat home and you only had those 5 minutes and clocked you in and clocked you out in 5 minutes.
But you, again,
5 minutes were your issue.
you worked with
Otherwise,
her.
you were a good employee.
Yeah, you worked with her for a while.
Yes, I did. Stuck up for her against other managers that wanted to fire her. She was young, she was material that could be used later in the company. She had a future. Had that issue been addressed about being late?
Mr. Nelson? You've engaged in the same process.
Well, there's various circumstances. Sometimes you try to keep a team together because stability on a project means a lot to owners and the municipalities. Some people get tied up in emails and a lot of extraneous efforts that can burden 40 or 50% of their day. We don't need that. Some people with illegal aliens find out their residency is in question, and they'll come back the following day with a brand new Social Security card and new identity. And you have superintendents that are supposed to be in a position of power that will endorse that activity. And you say you're in leadership, you cannot allow that, you can't endorse it. So after a while, you just have to move forward.
Let's deal with the first category of employees, the ones that spend all of their time on the internet.
It's a difficult situation because the research we do requires internet use.
Mm-hmm.
And we warn the people and show that 1,500 emails and outside activities is a burden on the time. We give them a chance to correct it. But if it doesn't go away, you just have to take them and send them away.
Some learn and some don't.
Some learn, some don't. It's a full-time job.
Who else is hired and fired? Did I catch everybody on that? Yes, sir. You're a financial analyst?
I am now. In my former role, I was responsible for hiring and firing.
What kind of company?
As a telecommunications company, worked for Fortune 500 companies, did their inbound, outbound marketing and business-to-business type work.
Was it a process that you went through?
In terms
of firing somebody?
Yeah, usually it's quality issues. I try to counsel the employees, try to improve their performance, work with them and make them better. And it was, they'd have so many strikes, and if they couldn't meet quality objectives that our clients set for us, we would risk losing business if we kept them around.
Yeah.
It became a liability.
Some worked out?
Some worked out, some got better, some improved, some didn't.
Do any of you have strong reactions one way or another to community organizing, to tenant committee organizing, to voter registration or organizing? Yes, sir.
For it.
Why?
I'm part of a community radio station.
Other views. You have to have views on that topic. Everybody has views on that topic. Good, bad? Do you have a right to do it?
Yes.
Yes.
How about the right to speak out? Any views one way or another on that? Important right? Yes, ma'am.
Freedom of speech,
Yeah.
definitely.
Yeah, checks and balances.
There are checks and balances. I want to talk a little bit about home ownership. And if we could revisit the question that was asked earlier, who owns a home? Okay, who rents? Who lives with their parents? That was the question not asked. Contracts. Has anybody here gone in to buy a car or rent an apartment or buy a house on your own, not for your business, but on your own, and negotiated the terms in the contract? That is, rewritten out terms? Okay, what situation?
Buying my house.
Were you represented by a lawyer?
No, I wasn't.
And what terms did you change?
The price, the condition of the house, certain things that were wrong inside the house.
How about the technical contract terms? Did you change any of those?
No.
And over here? Yes, ma'am.
Well, my partner is retired, and everyone doesn't receive Social Security on the 3rd. So we had to negotiate the date that the rent would be paid that would coincide with that date in order to avoid continual late fees.
How about the technical terms of the contract? Did you negotiate any of those?
Just that part, just that portion.
And you mentioned that you had, at some point in time, negotiated a term or terms of a contract. Tell me about it.
Purchasing my home, I negotiated the condition of the home, the price of the home, basic things that you're going to negotiate with purchasing a home. Purchasing a car, I don't know about terms of the contract because basically it's all financial. The dealership tried to scam me and I caught them at it. And the financials quickly changed after that. And then a job that I used to do, I had to negotiate contracts all the time in litigation.
So you were, that's what you did for a living for a while.
I wasn't an attorney, I worked for an insurance company. I was the insurance adjuster, the person that everybody hates.
Everybody hates insurance adjusters. I think that's true. I think that's true. Yeah. Those of you who have bought houses, you sign a bunch of documents, and there are all kinds of terms in them. Why don't you negotiate the specific terms in the contracts? Who's the first house buyer on the top? Why didn't you negotiate any of the terms?
Like you say, there are a lot of pages that you sign, and you probably just don't take the time to read them all because you trust that real estate law has covered things fairly well. And I believe that there was nothing that I really needed to change.
Let's talk about the criminal justice system in America today. And let's go around the horn, and we'll start with Jennifer again. What do you think about the criminal justice system in America today?
It can be fair and it can be unfair at times, I guess, depending on the situation.
What do you think about the level of crime in the country right now?
It's horrible. It's horrible.
Mr. Conley?
I would agree that the level of crime is not where it should be. It's, the criminal justice system is probably burdened by, one would hope that people themselves would just act appropriately and not get into that situation in the first place.
How about kids?
Kids in crime, doing crime?
Yeah.
Yeah, too much of that.
Do you think they grow out of it?
I would say they probably don't. I would say the likelihood is that they would probably maintain that attitude.
Do kids mature over time?
In
Some do, some don't?
Maturity covers a lot of different things, but
Yeah.
in certain areas they mature, in certain areas they may not.
How about you on the same question with kids and crime?
Oh, I definitely feel that they mature. I mean, you don't think when you're a kid, you just react, you do things, peer pressure, things of that nature.
Now, you're a teacher,
Yes,
so you live with kids.
yes.
What do you think about the subject of kids, crime, and maturity?
Well, I think crime with children is going out of control, to be honest with you. A lot of the children start off with small street-type crimes, and then it matriculates to really severe crimes like murder or rape or drug dealing and drug crimes. And I think that in this country, it's getting out of control. In some areas worse than others.
Now, do you ever see kids that turn themselves around?
Yes, I have personally, but it's a very small number that does turn around. and go in the right direction. Very, very small.
What contributes to that? Schooling?
Well, I personally feel that it's dysfunctional families.
Would a strong authority figure help in a family?
Well, I think if they had gotten the roots of being a good citizen, a good person, obeying the law at a very young age, it would stick with them throughout their lifetime. But somebody else mentioned also peer pressure. It's one of the strongest negatives that I can think of when it comes to crime with youngsters, peer pressure.
Ma'am?
I think it's really hard with the economy the way it is now, but that a lot of children can straighten up. Sometimes they get scared if they get in trouble for whatever they did, and they do straighten up.
Sure.
I think that among youth that they can get turned around, but I think the biggest problem throughout all that is not necessarily the schooling, but the family situation. I think too many people have come up in broken and dysfunctional families and don't have the guidance or the discipline to resist problems like that.
How about does a kid stand a better chance with a strong leadership figure in the family and school? And
Definitely.
Ma'am?
Well, I raised my son on my own, and I found that the public school system was not working for him once he got to be 8, 9 years old. So I put him in parochial school, where they had routines, the uniform every day, and he was responsible for keeping his clothes. And it gave him regimentation as far as sports. The sports were so wide a variety of sports. He got into golf and became very good at it. Now even today, he's 28 years old, but he has never, ever been in the justice system, and he works 7 days a week.
And he's a good golfer?
Yes, he is.
I'll ask that because golf is a life obsession of mine.
But I was a very strict parent.
And you think that helped?
In his case, it did. He was accountable on all levels to me for things he did.
Ma'am?
I think it goes to the family structure and not necessarily education. It's a personal want, because you have to want to be educated. But that motivation to want usually comes from an authority figure. But may I ask you a question?
Sure. Normally I would say no, but let's give her a shot.
How old is Mr. Elroy?
16.
16? I think at the age of 16, you're not considered a kid anymore. I think you're old enough to make your decisions and know what you're doing.
Do you think an academic passion would make a difference?
Yes.
Do you think an artistic passion would make a difference?
There's a...
Serious artistic passion.
Yes, but a passion towards, like, nonetheless liking something may violate someone else's property, personal being, and whether you feel that way, that is still wrong.
Your turn.
I agree with a lot of people in the back row that having a strong authoritative figure is something that's necessary in a child's upbringing, because when they do turn age 16, then they'll have the moral fiber to say whether something's right or wrong and how that affects others around them.
Sir?
Well, I feel the same way a lot of the other participants also. I think one of the most important parts of a child's life, though, is that family, you know, that fabric of the family, and especially having a positive male figure in your life to expose you to positive things rather than, you know, just hanging out with the boys, so to speak, you know. And I think that has a lot to do with the crime as far as the youth today.
Your turn, sir.
Teenagers in particular seem to either draw support from their family or outside influences. They can choose and then get their point of reference from inside or outside the family. Life is pretty simple at 16. And as they get older and see the more complexity of society, they have a good chance of maturing more.
Do you wish you were 16 again?
You bet.
I do too. Your turn.
Yeah, I think some of the kids that nowadays, some of them, they don't respect and they don't listen. Every time you want to advise them for something good for their own, and I think that's one of the main things.
Your turn.
I would agree with what some have said about having a strong authoritative figure at home, and also someone that's a good example at home as well. Somebody they could strive to be themselves, maybe.
Ma'am?
I think that the kids nowadays, they just need to be disciplined, like getting whooped instead of getting on punishment, because that don't work no more.
Is there a difference between getting whooped and just punishment?
Yeah, the difference is like punishment is like a little time out or something, but getting whooped, you get your rear tore up. You feel the pain, and you will never do it again.
You realize that this is transcribed by a court reporter, and you saying rear is going to go down in history forever. Sir?
A lot of it's definitely family-based, from what I've noticed.
I would say peer pressure is huge, that you get a group dynamic and often kids will do things that they wouldn't normally do, but they get dragged into it. They may be a follower, not a leader. Certainly family is huge. Education alternatives, some are out there, some aren't. Certainly in the inner cities, I would say alternatives may be lacking. That's my general sense.
I agree with pretty much everybody here. It's about the family. It's nature versus nurture. In my opinion, nurture can always overpower nature. And nowadays people tend to use nature as an excuse as to why they're not succeeding as a human being, and I don't think that's good.
Who served on a jury? What happened?
The jury I served on, like I said, was a drug case. And in this particular incident, the defendant, of course, was a young man, and the age of, if I can remember correctly, around young adult, like 18, 19 years old. And he was observed, of course, the evidence showed that he was observed exchanging drugs with a prostitute, and he was brought up on charges of distributing. And of course, that's, they brought him up on 2 counts. I think it was, the first count was distributing, and the other count was trafficking. And personally, I thought trafficking was, large amounts, and distributing was smaller amounts. And so he was convicted on the lesser charge.
And not the greater charge?
Not the greater charge.
Your jury?
3, I believe.
You're a professional. There are trial lawyers who haven't tried 3 cases. Go ahead, tell me about each of the 3.
The first one was a kidnapping. The defendant was found guilty. The second one was, the second one I don't really recall. The third one was a domestic battery situation.
And was it a criminal case?
Yes, all 3.
And were there convictions in all 3 of the cases?
For certain specified charges, not for all the charges, but okay. Yes, all in all.
So you picked through them?
Yes.
Who else has? Yes, sir.
I was involved in a capital murder trial.
How long did it take to try it?
About a week.
What happened?
That fellow was convicted of murder, but the jury did not recommend the death penalty.
And your jury?
Mine was a concealed weapons charge, and the defendant was found guilty.
That's not a pretty complicated case to try, is it?
Well, it was kind of had a twist to it because the defendant was actually an elderly woman in a wheelchair. She was pushed into the court, and the claim was that her son had left this gun in the car on a previous occasion, and she was unaware of it. But the facts kind of proved differently.
That's quite a story, though, isn't
The
it?
poor old lady that was must have been in her 70s in a wheelchair was convicted of concealed weapon charge.
We've talked about this case, and Mrs. Johnson's situation as a community organizer and activist, and then the finding reasons to kick her out after her activism. And we've talked about the fact that there's going to be gang activity and talk about graffiti. Are any of you troubled at all about your ability to sit here and listen to this and deal with it directly? Any problems at all? Now, in a case like this, the plaintiff gets to go first, and then I get to go second. Are any of you going to have any trouble sort of keeping your mind open until you get to hear the other half of the story? Any problem with that? Any of you just great snap judgment makers? Have any of you made up your mind now about the case? Sometimes people do. Nothing to be ashamed of.
Leaning towards the side, but I haven't made up my mind.
You're leaning towards the side. And what side are you leaning towards?
The plaintiff.
And any others leaning towards the side?
I have a question.
Beg pardon?
May I ask?
Sure.
Was she able to secure the sprinkler systems?
We'll have testimony about that, but the answer is no, she was not.
Thank you.
And there's going to be no dispute about that. Do you have any concerns? Thanks for your time.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you have now been sworn as the jury to try this case. It will be your duty to consider the evidence presented here during the course of these proceedings, and at the end of the case to apply the law as I instruct you, and then to deliberate and reach a verdict. It's important that you keep an open mind throughout these proceedings. Please do not reach any conclusions during the course of the trial. You must wait until all the evidence is presented. You've heard the argument of counsel, and you've had the benefit of the court's instructions to you on the legal principles that apply in this case. Also, because your verdict must be rendered solely on the basis of the evidence presented here and the law as I instruct you at the conclusion of the case, you must not discuss this case at any time among yourselves or with anyone else until you retire to the jury room to begin your deliberations. Now, the next order of business for us and the order of proceedings will be as follows. We take turns. The plaintiff has the burden of proof, and you'll learn more about that later. So the plaintiff gets to go first and present the plaintiff's evidence, which we call the plaintiff's case in chief. And after that, the defendant has the opportunity to present evidence on her behalf. Then the plaintiff has a limited opportunity to present rebuttal testimony. I will then give you legal instructions, followed by the lawyer's closing arguments, and then you will retire to the jury room to begin your deliberations. But we begin the process with opening statements. I use the word statement advisedly. These are not intended to be argument. Rather, it's the opportunity for the lawyers for each party to give you an overview, a foundation, so that as you hear the evidence, you have some context within which to understand the proceedings as they unfold. So with that, Plaintiff's counsel, are you ready for your opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a few miles from here, in a very, very different part of town, there stands a 9-story yellow brick building filled with 4 wings of 350 apartments. It's got laundry rooms, it's got meeting rooms, it's got a simple gym where the residents can work out. That apartment building is NITA Gardens, and it's the largest public housing project here in NITA City. Now, although the people at NITA Gardens all receive subsidies to help pay their rent, they don't have very much money, you'll hear that they have many of the same values and hopes and dreams as anybody else. They want to live in a safe, clean, happy environment. They don't want graffiti all over the walls of the buildings where they live. They don't want gang members or drug sellers running through their property. They just want to feel safe and secure and happy. And the NITA City Housing Department, whom I represent, does everything they can to make that happen, to make this a safe place and to get rid of troublemakers. Every tenant at NITA Gardens signs a lease upon moving in. And there's a rule in this lease that helps NITA City get rid of troublemakers. It's a rule that says that any tenant or tenant's family member or tenant's guest who causes a problem or engages in illegal activity on or off the property may be evicted. That's the rule that every tenant agrees to. And NITA City makes a promise that it will evict people according to those terms of the lease. And the lease, that eviction clause, is very, very broad, and intentionally so. It doesn't require a criminal conviction or even arrest. It applies to all different kinds of activities. And that's because there is no constitutional right to live in public housing. You don't have to prove somebody guilty beyond a reasonable doubt before they can be evicted. And so NITA Gardens uses the terms of that lease to keep the residents safe, to evict people, tenants, family members, who engage in illegal or dangerous activity, anything that makes life uncomfortable for the other residents. We are here today because NITA Gardens is keeping the promise that it makes to its tenants. NITA Gardens is here to evict somebody, a tenant, whose grandson has created a condition at the housing project that is dangerous and that is unsafe and that is unfair to the other tenants. And the tenant in question is the defendant in this case, Ladonna Johnson. You will hear that Ms. Johnson is a fine woman. She's struggling with a disability, but nevertheless manages to work part-time to help pay her subsidized rent. And because of a tragedy involving her daughter, she's raising 2 grandchildren and a great-granddaughter. And she's a fine woman. You won't hear anybody say otherwise. Unfortunately, one of Ms. Johnson's grandchildren is her grandson, Elroy. He's 16 years old right now. And starting last fall, Elroy Johnson started to run with a bad crowd. He became friends with a number of young men and women, teenagers, who were part of a gang, a very dangerous gang that operates in the area around NITA Gardens called the Vice Lords. And he'd invite them over to play basketball, and then they'd start hanging out in the parking lots. And they made the residents feel unsafe and uncomfortable. They were unruly, they were rude, they were disruptive, they were menacing. And that was a violation of the terms of the lease. But nobody moved at that point to evict the Johnsons. Soon afterwards, however, in January, the problem got much worse. Elroy, as I told you, had been running with these gang members called the Vice Lords, been playing basketball, he'd been involved in graffiti, defacing property around NITA City. But in January of this year, something happened at NITA Gardens that had never happened before. On the night of January 10th, Elroy and about 20 of his friends were gathered in the parking lot, as they often were, just hanging out, not doing anything constructive, scaring the residents. And there was a major drug bust. The police, who had been watching this group, showed up and they arrested 20 people for offenses concerning the possession or sale of drugs. And Elroy Johnson was among them. That, for the management of NITA Gardens, was the last straw. It was at that point that the manager of the complex, a very educated professional woman named Rachel Longley, decided that she could no longer tolerate the risk to the health and the safety of the other tenants that was being posed by Elroy's activities. And so she consulted with the appropriate authorities and she began eviction proceedings. Now, nobody wants to evict Ladonna Johnson. She's a fine woman and her granddaughter is a fine young lady. But under the terms of the lease, NITA Gardens doesn't have a choice. NITA Gardens promised each tenant that it would evict another tenant who became involved in crime or illegal activity, who created an unsafe or a dangerous condition. And so while it may seem unfair to Ladonna Johnson to evict her because of her grandson's activities, it's what she agreed to when she signed that lease. It's what she agreed to every year when she signed something called a zero tolerance policy, which was just a reminder to each and every tenant that there would be no illegal, unsafe activity tolerated. And it would be unfair, ladies and gentlemen, to every other one of those 350 tenants if this dangerous situation were allowed to continue. That's why we're here today. Now, Ladonna Johnson, like any grandmother, loves her grandson, and she wants to believe the best of him. And she will tell you that he's a good boy and that he's not involved in the things his friends are involved in. She will tell you, and it's true, that Elroy, after he was arrested, had his charges dismissed. He wasn't actually convicted of anything. But you will hear, ladies and gentlemen, that the reason those charges was dismissed wasn't because the police decided that it was some kind of mistake or that Elroy really shouldn't have been arrested. Those charges were dismissed because Elroy agreed to come into court and testify against his friends. He agreed to come in, and he has testified, you will hear, under oath, that he knew that these other young people were involved in a gang, and that he knew the two of them specifically had on a number of occasions sold drugs at his home at NITA Gardens. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why we're all here today. Now, Ladonna Johnson is claiming that the real reason she's being evicted is not because of what Elroy did, but because of something she did that she was entitled to do. You will hear Ladonna Johnson claim that the real reason for this eviction is in retaliation for something she asked NITA Gardens to do. That goes back to something that started last fall when Ladonna Johnson became concerned after attending a fire safety meeting that there were no sprinklers in NITA Gardens. And so she had a meeting with Rachel Longley, the manager, and she asked if NITA Gardens could install this very extensive, expensive sprinkler system that would cover not only the public areas, but the individual units as well. The problem was, ladies and gentlemen, that to install a system like that in an old building like NITA Gardens would cost more than $1 million and would require all of the tenants to move out for perhaps 6 months because the walls actually have to be opened up and the ceilings to install all the plumbing and the piping. It just wasn't feasible to do. And that's what Rachel Longley said to Ladonna Johnson. Now, of course, NITA Gardens is concerned with safety. And you will hear that the public areas all have smoke alarms. You'll hear that there's an emergency evacuation plan in place. You'll hear that the building as it exists complies with every single state and federal fire and building regulation. It's a safe building, but it was built 40 years ago. It's scheduled to be demolished within the next 10 years. And you'll hear Rachel Longley explain to you, as she explained to Ms. Johnson, that she just cannot justify using taxpayer money, $1 million, disrupting all those tenants, to put a sprinkler system in a building that has a very short remaining life. She just can't do it. But NITA Gardens didn't ignore Ms. Johnson. They tried to accommodate her. The apartment complex offered to run fire safety education programs for residents. They offered to make very reasonably priced smoke detectors for residents who wanted to buy them to install them in their apartments. But Ladonna Johnson wouldn't have any of that. After Ms. Longley explained the situation, the other tenants understood the practical and the logistic obstacles that made sprinklers impossible. Only Ladonna Johnson couldn't move on. But the reason we're here today, ladies and gentlemen, as I told you, is not because of what Ladonna Johnson did, but because of what her grandson, Elroy Johnson, did. We are here today because NITA City Housing Authority made a promise to every single tenant who lives at NITA Gardens. And that promise requires them, as unpleasant as it might be, to evict the Johnson family because of what Elroy has done. Thank you.
Our country's Constitution provides many rights and protections to each and every one of us as citizens. But perhaps the greatest of these is the right to freedom of speech. The Founding Fathers many years ago recognized that our citizens should be able to speak their opinions without fear of retribution or retaliation from anyone associated with government. In this particular case, you're going to see that the reason that we're here is because of the fact that Mrs. Ladonna Johnson, the grandmother of 2 and the great-grandmother of 1, resident of 5 years of NITA Gardens, spoke her opinion to the authorities, to the management, on what she thought were unacceptable living conditions, conditions that could be strengthened, protections that she thought were in order. And you're going to hear from various witnesses that that information was not received well by the management. In this particular case, it takes us back to November of last year, in which Mrs. Johnson learned that the city of NITA had come out with new fire policy They had learned from experience that in order to cut down up to 2/3 of lives in damage from fires, overhead sprinklers could be installed. And Mrs. Johnson, who you hear had particular interest in this point, was happy to hear this information. And she came back and shared it with the manager of this particular unit, that the city of NITA has some improvements we can make to help hopefully reduce the risk of any lost life and property here at NITA Gardens. And why this issue was so particularly important to Mrs. Johnson was because of the fact that she had the unfortunate experience a few years ago of losing her daughter to a fire. And she had committed in her heart that no matter what she had to do to advocate for this issue, she was willing to do it to save the pain and the loss to any other family that she had experienced with the loss of her daughter. And you'll hear that after the day following the meeting and the seminar with the city of NITA, getting this information, she had a conversation with Mrs. Longley. Mrs. Longley is the longtime manager of this apartment complex. And Mrs. Longley didn't receive the information very well. In fact, she let it be known right then and there to Mrs. Johnson that we don't have the money to make these types of repairs. Mrs. Johnson was not deterred from that. Mrs. Johnson went and spoke to some other residents and told them the information that she had gathered from the city. And they came back as a group. We're interested in making sure we can evaluate whether we can do this at NITA Gardens to improve our safety. And it was to the point where Mrs. Longley asked Mrs. Johnson to leave the office. In fact, you'll hear testimony that she got escorted out of Mrs. Longley's office because she was not happy with the fact that some citizens were asking for these types of improvements, this level of improvement. Mrs. Johnson told her, "You're putting money before the safety of our residents, and I don't think that's fair." Well, Mrs. Johnson, committed to this issue, decided she was going to communicate to all the citizens, and she did something that's provided for within the lease, and that is she took it upon herself to organize the residents and to develop a community action committee of the residents so that they can have some organization and hopefully some voice on not just this issue but other issues that may come about. And various representatives went to Mrs. Longley a second time, voicing their interest, signed a petition that they wanted this to be investigated further as opposed to just being turned down. And again, no response. So they went to the next step, what's provided for them under our Constitution, and they organized and had a protest. In December of 2010, they had a protest of residents speaking up for their own interests. There was a protest within the first floor of NITA Gardens. There are no residents down there. You'll hear nothing about residents being fearful of this or being disturbed. And they protest, it was 200 individual residents down there letting their voices be heard. A week later, on December 20th, you heard there was additional protests in which even more people came out wanting their voice to be heard. And this is where you should look closely at the evidence to see what happened. Because what you're going to hear is at the second protest, Mrs. Longley asked her head of maintenance to go break up that protest, to tell them they must disperse now, and if they don't, I'm calling the police on them. She was willing to call the police on her own residents that were just there helping to bring the issue of fire safety to the forefront. And she dispersed that crowd and told them, if you don't break up now, I'm calling the police. Not wanting to cause any trouble, the crowd left. But that's not the end of it. You're going to hear from Mr. Comstock, who is the head of maintenance, that when Mrs. Longley told him to go break up the crowd, in his own words, he's going to say she was very angry. She was very angry about what had taken place and what was taking place. And the fact that my client, Mrs. Johnson, was taking this issue up and organizing. And you're going to hear that her anger spilled over. A relationship that had been very favorable up to that point in time, speaking, very cordial. You're going to hear that Mrs. Johnson was a very positive individual in this community, helping organize, helping to lift everyone, to make this a better community. All of a sudden, Mrs. Longley wouldn't speak to her. Mrs. Longley wouldn't speak to her family. And the day after the second protest, the head of maintenance came and told her in these words, "You're going to be sorry for having organized that protest. You're going to be sorry." And you're going to hear from her that she took that the only way it can reasonably be taken, and that is as a threat. A threat to her well-being and a threat to her family's well-being. And for that to come from management, the head of maintenance, you're going to be sorry. But the threat just didn't come to Mrs. Johnson. Mrs. Longley, the manager of the unit, went and spoke to her grandson, spoke to Elroy, and said, "Did you have anything to do with the development, the design of the flyers that were utilized?" And Elroy proudly spoke up and said yes, because he was proud of the work that he had done on those flyers. And she said, "You gotta be careful, because what you do may come back to bite you." A second threat to this family. And Elroy didn't know how to take that, because they didn't know what was coming. But it's very important that you look at the chronology of what was going on. The next month, Elroy had been playing basketball. In January of this year, he was playing basketball with some kids. Some of the kids apparently were gang members, vice lords. Some of them were not. But there are a group of boys that played basketball, and there is no activity up to that point in time that Elroy had participated in with these kids other than basketball. They were not his friends. His friends came from school. Other kids are trying to better themselves through education. But these boys played pickup basketball. And on this particular evening, after basketball, they stepped outside to chat and talk some. And Elroy will tell you that I saw an activity that looked like a drug transaction taking place. And the second he saw that, boom, in came the police and arrested the two people that were involved in the transaction, and then decided to arrest everybody that was there, 20 boys. And Elroy got involved and got arrested. Now they're going to try to tell you that this was just the point where it could not be taken any longer, that Elroy was such a negative force in this community until the fact that we had to get rid of him. But look at the timing of what was going on. This happened in January. They didn't try to evict him in January. They didn't try to evict him at that point in time. But what's important is Elroy had all charges dropped. They're going to say, "You cut a deal." Well, Elroy will tell you that my deal was, I'm going to tell the truth. I'm going to tell you what I saw. I have no reason to say anything other than the truth. And he told the truth. It was due to Elroy's courage to step forward before a grand jury and testify against the gang members of what he saw happen on his premises that helped put 5 of these boys behind bars. That's courage for a young man to do. And it took a lot of courage, and he was willing to do that. But that's not the reason, you'll see, why they're being evicted. They've alleged that you're guilty of criminal activity dealing with drugs. There will be no testimony that no police officer, nobody with NITA Gardens has ever seen Elroy involved in drugs in any fashion. None. They have no basis for the first point. The next point you're going to hear from them in their eviction notice is that you were involved in graffiti. Graffiti. And you'll hear Elroy is a fine, talented art artist. You'll hear a lot about that. But the question is, where did his talent, where did his art somehow deface the premises of NITA Garden? And you're going to hear that there is absolutely no evidence that anyone from Mr. Comstock, from Mrs. Longley, from anybody associated with NITA Gardens has ever seen Elroy paint, perform graffiti, do anything on the premises of their residence. Never. They're going to talk about, well, you're a tagger, and he does paint art, and in fact, he just doesn't paint. He's involved with the city police force with this art program, doing art murals around the community. You're going to hear that he's involved with a professor over at our university, NITA College. And she's taking his talents and beautifying the community. But at no time will anyone say they ever saw Elroy deface any property at NITA Gardens. The next thing that you're going to be asked to look at is, why are they trying to enforce this policy and put Mrs. Johnson's family out? The provision of the lease is common to each and every tenant. You'll hear from their own staff that there's selective enforcement of that particular provision. There have been individuals that have been involved in drug deals and being arrested for drugs. They've not been tossed out of NITA Gardens. There's individuals that have been involved in battery of their spouse. They've not been thrown out by Mrs. Longley. There's been individuals that have beaten their children to the point where police have been called and arrested them. They've not been thrown out of NITA Gardens. So why is it that this provision that they're saying we always so clearly enforce, why is it being utilized against this family? The one thing that you're going to see is the fact that Mrs. Johnson was the one voice that they wanted to quiet, because they did not want to spend money. They did not want these residents to get up in arms and fight for what's reasonable. And the one way to quiet that, you'll hear through the testimony of Mrs. Johnson and others, is to evict her. You'll hear from Mr. Comstock that she didn't always, Mrs. Longley didn't always utilize this provision. I had a problem with that. And yes, she does it inconsistent. Is it fair? And that's going to be a question you all are going to have to answer as the jurors after you hear this entire case. Is what they're doing fair to Mrs. Johnson, her granddaughter, her great-granddaughter, and Elroy? Keep in mind that when you're trying to take somebody's home from them, it should not be based on supposition or speculation or he may be involved in something. You should require that hard facts be brought forth to prove up each and every point that they're claiming Elroy did. And when the facts are on the table, you're going to see that he did nothing with regard to any gang activities. He's never been a part of a gang, and you're going to hear that from all sorts of authority. He's never been involved in drugs. And Elroy nor Mrs. Johnson should be the enforcer of security at NITA Gardens, because they have paid staff that should be there trying to eradicate the drugs. And you shouldn't put that responsibility on the backs of a 16-year-old boy. This is a boy, the basketball game, no matter who he plays it with, is a basketball game. Art, no matter where he does it outside, as long as he's not doing it in a dwelling, it's his room, it's okay. At the end of the day, there is no basis for this particular eviction, and I think the evidence is going to be clear that the only reason we're here is because Ladonna Johnson stood up for what she believed was right and spoke up, and they didn't like it. Thank you.
Is the plaintiff ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The plaintiff calls Rachel Longley. Good morning. Would you tell us your name, please?
Rachel Longley.
And where do you work, Ms. Longley?
I work at NITA Gardens, NITA's public housing project.
What's your job title there?
My job is administrator.
Are you in charge of the whole project?
I am in charge of the entire project, yes.
And how long have you had that job?
I've been there for the past 10 years.
Let me take you back a little. Can you tell us, please, about your educational background?
I have a BA in political science from NITA State University. I have a master's degree in business administration with a concentration in public housing.
Did you do any type of volunteer work while you were in college and graduate school?
Yes, I volunteered with the NAACP. mainly in voter registration. In fact, I also was in voter registration in my graduate years as well. It was my inspiration for working in public housing.
Did you actually receive an award or an honor because of your work with the NAACP?
Yes, I did. The NAACP awarded me Outstanding African American of the Year, and I was very proud of that award.
Now, you said that as a result of your work in voter registration, you developed an interest in public housing. Did you begin to work in that field after you completed your graduate degree?
Immediately, I worked for the city of Pueblo, Colorado in their public housing department. I worked as an assistant to the director.
Did you receive promotions while you were working in Pueblo?
I did. Within 4 years, I was managing a small housing unit.
Did you then receive another promotion?
And within 4 years of that, it was a steady promotional track that I was on. I moved to a larger housing development in Colorado, Pueblo, Colorado.
Were you managing that development?
I was managing.
Can you tell us a little bit about the responsibilities involved in managing a public housing project?
I negotiated leases with the tenants. I collected the rent. I coordinated with contractors. I scheduled the maintenance of the units and of the buildings. I worked with the police department, fire department, sanitation department. I enforced the rules of the housing authority policies. I also planned and managed the budget.
Sounds like you're involved in pretty much all aspects.
The full gamut.
From Pueblo, where did you go?
From Pueblo, I went to an even larger housing unit, and from there, I ended up at NITA Gardens.
What are your responsibilities at NITA Gardens?
Much the same, but 4 times as many staff. The duties are, though, pretty much the same as before.
Would you tell us a little bit about NITA Gardens?
NITA Gardens is a 350 unit of various sizes, 9-story building with 4 wings, north, south, east, and west. There's a laundry room on each of the 8 floors in each of the wings. The main floor has the offices. It also houses a basketball court, a volleyball court. We have special amenities for our residents. It has a public meeting room for the tenants, classrooms, a gymnasium with limited equipment.
Are you familiar with the term Section 8 housing?
I am. Most of the tenants there are provided with a subsidy at the federal or the state level that helps them pay for the rent, depending on their income or depending on the level of help that they get from the state or the federal government.
And is Section 8 the name for the program that pays those subsidies?
It is.
Could you tell us a little bit about the different type of tenants at NITA Gardens?
They range from little babies to senior citizens, all races. We are a melting pot of different ethnic backgrounds and religions.
How does that work out?
Well, while I think it makes for a perfect environment with regard to relations, frequently there has been some trouble in terms of really meeting the needs of all the residents with all the different cultures. And often I've had to jump in and mediate disturbances among the residents. I'm not always popular at that moment when I have to get in and tell them what they need to do to resolve their issues.
Sort of goes with the territory?
It goes with the territory, but for the most part, I think that residents pretty much like me and enjoy living at NITA Gardens.
Now, the neighborhood around NITA Gardens, could you describe that for us?
It's a pretty rough neighborhood, a lot of gangs, a lot of gang fights, but we're pretty good at keeping a lot of that out of NITA Gardens. In fact, it's not an issue, or it had not been an issue at NITA Gardens.
Is there a problem in the surrounding neighborhood with drug or crime activity?
Yes, there's high crime, high drug, but again, we have such a wonderful security staff that we are very vigilant about keeping it outside of NITA Gardens.
Given the diversity in the residents at NITA Gardens and the character of the surrounding neighborhood, do you as the manager of the complex have certain goals that you have to keep in mind?
They're pretty straightforward. Protect the tenants and provide for them a safe and healthy environment that they can enjoy, but also to keep out drugs and crime.
Is that important to you?
That's extremely important to me. It's what I wake up to do every day.
In addition to making the complex safe and pleasant for the people who live there, do you also have some financial responsibilities?
I do. I plan and maintain the budget, making sure that we do exactly what we say we're going to do when we develop the budget.
How do you go about achieving your goal of keeping NITA Gardens safe?
I have a great team, a great staff that work with me. I have a team of security officers that are on campus 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I also have a fantastic maintenance team. When I speak to the cleanliness of the environment, they are pretty much on task all day, keep maintaining a very healthy, clean environment.
Now, as the manager of NITA Gardens, are you involved in negotiating leases with tenants?
I am.
Does each tenant have a written lease?
Each tenant has a written lease, yes.
And is that a standard form?
It's a standard form, yes, that's correct.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Longley, let me show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
Can you tell us what it is, please?
It's Ladonna Johnson's lease.
And is that the standard form that's used for the tenants at NITA Gardens?
This is the standard form, yes.
Are there provisions in that lease that help you as the manager of NITA Gardens to create a safe and pleasant environment?
Absolutely.
Your Honor, I would offer Ms. Johnson's lease as Exhibit 1.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, it's admitted.
Thank you. Ms. Longley, are there parts of that lease that help you to create and enforce a safe and pleasant environment for the residents at NITA Gardens?
Yes, it is.
I'd ask you if you would to look at page 3 at paragraph 8 of the lease. Can you tell us what the title of that is?
Resident obligations.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I have an enlargement of the important provision. May I show that to the jury?
Sure.
Ms. Longley, let me ask you if you would to look at paragraph C of section 8. And can you read that for us, please?
Refrain from engaging in and cause members of residents' household, any guest, or any other person under residents' control to refrain from engaging in any criminal or illegal activity, including 1, any criminal, illegal, or other activity that threatens the health, safety, or right to peaceful enjoyment of public housing premises by another resident or a NCHA employee, or that threatens the health or safety of any person residing in the immediate vicinity of the public house premises. 2, any violent or drug-related criminal activity on or off NCHA property, or any activity resulting in a felony conviction.
As part of your job, Ms. Longley, do you sometimes have to enforce this provision?
Yes, I do.
How often do you have to use this?
Perhaps 1 or 2 times a year, I have to evict someone as a result of this policy.
And is this policy or this paragraph the reason we are all here today?
This is the reason we're here.
Now, this paragraph 8C, does it apply to actions taken by people other than the tenant who actually signs the lease?
Or anyone under the control of that household.
Why does this paragraph cover all those different people?
Our focus is to maintain a safe and healthy environment for all tenants. We put that onus also on the tenants as well, that they make decisions or good decisions about not only their behavior, but anyone in their control.
Does the paragraph require an actual criminal conviction before you can evict?
It does not require an actual conviction.
Why not?
Because not all behavior requires that level of punishment, if you will.
Are there activities that don't result in criminal conviction, but that nevertheless, in your judgment, justify evicting a tenant and the tenant's family?
Oh, absolutely.
Is this case one of them?
This case is one of them because we have never in the history of NITA Gardens had an arrest of this magnitude or any arrest on our premises.
Let me ask you, if you would, to look at paragraph 8E of the lease in front of you. After the tenant has signed the lease to move into the apartment, do you on a regular basis remind the tenant of the tenant's obligation under this paragraph?
We ask every tenant every year, once a year, to recertify acknowledgement of this policy.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Let me show you, Ms. Longley, what's been marked as Exhibit 2. Have you seen that before?
I have.
Can you tell us what Exhibit 2 is, please?
It's the NITA City Housing Authority zero tolerance policy.
Your Honor, I'd offer that as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. It's admitted.
Does this zero tolerance policy essentially restate the tenant's responsibilities in paragraph 8C?
That is correct.
Now, you said you call that to each tenant's attention each year?
That's correct.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Let me show you, Ms. Longley, what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 3. Have you seen that before?
I have.
And what is that document?
It's the letter I sent to Ladonna Johnson concerning the zero tolerance policy.
And when did you send that to Ms. Johnson?
I sent that to her April of this year.
And have you done so every year since she moved into the building?
Every year.
Your Honor, I'd offer that as the next exhibit. Ms. Longley, let me take you back to the lease for a minute. Could you look at paragraph 7, please?
Certainly. I have it.
What is the title of paragraph 7?
NCHA obligations.
Is that NITA City Housing Authority?
That is correct.
Are you the person responsible for carrying out those obligations?
I am.
Directing your attention to paragraph 7D, would you read that for us, please?
Commence eviction proceedings against other residents or their household members whose own conduct or the conduct of their guests has jeopardized the health or safety of resident, household members, other NCHA residents, or of NCHA employees.
Is that a promise that NITA City Housing Authority makes to tenants?
That is an absolute promise that we make to every tenant.
And who's responsible for fulfilling that promise?
I am.
Ms. Longley, you told us a little bit earlier that you have a security team that helps you keep order at NITA Gardens. Is that right?
We do.
Ms. Longley, would you tell us a little bit about the problems that your security team faces in keeping NITA Gardens safe?
We have a great security team of individuals that patrol the NITA Gardens 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. What we've noticed since early fall was an increased amount of activity of individuals on the campus. We noticed Elroy Johnson playing basketball with a group of teens, outsiders I call them. We also noticed a lot of congregating in the parking lot of some 10, 12 young men and women on a consistent basis.
Can you tell us a little bit about the behavior of these young men and women?
They're loud, they're unruly, they're very rude to the residents. What I've noticed is an increased amount of the young men and women, Elroy's guest, I'm going to guess, in the various facilities, the amenities, the volleyball courts, the basketball courts, and hanging out in the classrooms, and a decrease of actual residents using those amenities.
Have you observed residents using the facilities less frequently?
Yes.
Have you spoken with residents about their perceptions of this group of teens?
Well, in fact, they've approached me about the guests in the hallways and in the parking lots.
Can you tell me what you've learned about the residents' feeling or reaction to these groups gathering?
Well, they're not happy.
Objection, hearsay.
It goes to her state of mind, Your Honor.
The objection's overruled.
Let me ask you the question again, Ms. Longley. As a result of your conversations with the residents of NITA Gardens, can you tell us a little bit about their reaction or their perception of these youths congregating in the area?
They're intimidated. I'm intimidated. They're creating a very unhealthy environment for all residents concerned, and that's extremely important to me that I'm able to correct that.
Is that a violation of the terms of the lease?
It's a direct violation.
Why are you intimidated?
My whole role is to take care of all the residents in these 350 apartments, and I'm not able to do that. When I walk into the parking lot at night, late, they're in the parking lots. I don't know what they're going to do, but I have a responsibility, so I have to get there. I have to be there. It will come sometimes early in the mornings at odd hours, and there's something going on. There's rumblings going on in the parking lots. I have no idea what they're doing. So if I'm intimidated, I'm sure my residents must be.
Is there gang activity in the neighborhood around NITA Gardens?
Yes.
Is there a particular gang that you're concerned about?
The vice lords. In fact, many of the young men and women that we see on campus, on our premises right now, I believe are vice lords.
Do these young men and women whom you believe belong to the vice lords live at NITA Gardens?
Other than Elroy, I might, Jimmy Vasquez, I've seen sometimes with the group. The remaining, no, they do not reside.
Now, you also mentioned that you have a maintenance department. Can you tell us a little bit about the problems the maintenance department has faced in the last year or so?
The maintenance team is on a steady schedule of removing graffiti from the walls. Again, our policy says we're going to maintain a health, safe, and clean environment. We're having trouble doing that because there's graffiti on the walls every day. Within 24 hours, we have a policy to make sure that it's removed, and we're on a constant diet of removing graffiti from the walls.
Are you aware that Ms. Johnson's lawyers are making the claim in this case that some of that graffiti is actually art?
Whether it's art or not, it does not belong on NITA Gardens walls.
Did you give anybody permission to put art on NITA Gardens walls?
I have not commissioned anyone to redesign our walls.
Now, Ms. Longley, do you know Ladonna Johnson?
I do. I've known Ladonna Johnson now for 5 years.
And is Ms. Johnson here in the courtroom today?
She is.
Seated at counsel table?
Yes.
Who lives with Ms. Johnson at NITA Gardens?
Ms. Johnson lives with her 2 grandchildren and 1 great-grandchild, about 5 years old, a little girl.
Is Ms. Johnson a visible, active tenant at NITA Gardens?
Yes, she is. In fact, she's great with all of the children at NITA Gardens. Everybody calls her Graham, including the adults. So she's well known and always follows the rules.
Have you ever, in the 5 years that Ms. Johnson has lived at NITA Gardens, had any concern that she was involved in any criminal activity or any graffiti or any gangs?
Absolutely not.
How about her granddaughter? Have you ever had any concern that Ms. Johnson's granddaughter was breaking any of the terms of the lease?
Oh, no, she's a sweet young lady.
And the great-granddaughter is how old?
She's 5 years old.
Has she ever caused you any trouble?
No trouble at all.
Now, I'd like to talk to you about Ms. Johnson's grandson, Elroy. Do you know Elroy Johnson?
I know Elroy Johnson, yes.
How old is Elroy Johnson?
Elroy is 16.
And in the last year or so, have you had trouble with Elroy's behavior at NITA Gardens?
More noticeably in the last year, we've seen Elroy sometime in the fall begin playing basketball in the gym with his friends, with the vice lords. And we're noticing that he's hanging out around the premises with his friends, not only in the gym, but also in the various classrooms, and more so in the parking lots. Our security team is really keeping an eye on any activities.
Is that activity by Elroy a violation of his grandmother's lease?
They're Elroy's guests, and in the most recent incident, yes.
Have you also had reports that Elroy was involved with graffiti?
I understand that I talked with someone who mentioned that he was a part of the Martin Neighborhood Art Group, which leads me to believe that he has a hand in the graffiti being put on the walls.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please disregard that answer.
Ms. Longley, in deciding to take action against Ms. Johnson to evict her and her family from NITA Gardens, did you take into account information you had about Elroy Johnson's involvement with graffiti?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to talk to you about the issue of drug use. Is drug use at NITA Gardens a major concern of yours?
It is one of the concerns that I do have, yes.
Until recently, have you and your staff succeeded in keeping NITA Gardens free of any drug arrests?
Yes, we have.
In fact, before January of this year, during the 10 years you were at NITA Gardens, to your knowledge, has there ever been a drug arrest on the property?
There has never been a drug arrest on NITA Gardens property. And I take that personally because of the commitment that I've made to every resident.
Are you proud of that record?
I've been proud of that record, yes.
Has it taken hard work?
It takes a lot of hard work and a lot of great teamwork with my staff, but also with the residents as well.
Now, recently, did your record of 0 drug arrests change?
Unfortunately, yes, it did in January.
Can you tell us what happened at NITA Gardens in January?
In January, I received a call from the police department informing me that they were coming on premise to make arrests for criminal activity and drug.
Did you go to the spot where the police planned the arrests?
Yes, I did.
Where was that?
In the NITA Gardens parking lot.
And did you observe police in that area?
I did. When the police came on premise, my security team called me and I made it a point to be present for the arrests.
When you got there, did you see people in the parking lot?
Yes, I saw a fleet of police cars surrounding about 10, 20 young men and women.
Did you recognize any of those young men and women?
I did. I recognized Elroy Johnson. He was in handcuffs and being led to a police car.
Apart from Elroy Johnson, did you see any other residents of Nita Gardens among those in handcuffs?
I did not.
Did you see any other residents in the area as part of the police activity?
I did not.
Was that a significant event to you?
It is. I pride myself on following the commitment that I made to residents. And up till that point, I was running a pretty tight ship. Residents were safe and happy and enjoyed a very safe and happy environment.
Ms. Longley, do you know if Elroy Johnson was convicted?
I don't know the status, no.
Does it matter to you?
No, it doesn't.
Why not?
Because the policy is pretty clear. If you're involved in any criminal activity, then you're subject to eviction.
As a result of Elroy's arrest in connection with these 10 or 20 other kids in the parking lot, did you make a decision about action to take?
Yes. According to the policy, I was able to evict. But before commencing that eviction, I consulted with the Nita Gardens attorney, who confirmed that I could move forward.
Who made the ultimate decision?
I did.
Do you stand by that decision?
I do. I do.
Any doubt in your mind about that?
No doubt in my mind.
Now, are you required, in order to evict a tenant, to give notice?
I am.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Longley, let me show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 4. Have you seen that before?
I have.
What is that document?
It's a 10-day lease notice of material non-compliance.
Did you send that to Ms. Johnson?
I did.
Your Honor, I'd offer that as the next exhibit. Ms. Longley, as part of the eviction process, is the tenant entitled to a hearing before a grievance panel of fellow residents?
Yes, they are.
Did that happen in Ms. Johnson's case?
It did.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Okay.
Let me show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 6. Have you seen that before?
I have.
And what is that?
It's a letter from Phyllis Crabtree, the chairwoman for Nita Gardens grievance panel, informing Ms. Ladonna Johnson support of the eviction decision.
And so the grievance panel rejected her claim?
That's correct.
Did that allow you to move ahead with the eviction?
It did.
Your Honor, I'd offer that as the plaintiff's final exhibit.
No objection. 6 is admitted.
Ms. Longley, are you aware that Ladonna Johnson is claiming that you decided to evict her because of some tenant activity?
I am aware. Yes, I am aware.
That occurred last December?
That's correct. I am aware.
Is that true?
It is not true.
Last fall, did you and Ladonna Johnson have a discussion about sprinkler systems at Nita Gardens?
Yes, we did.
Does Nita Gardens have sprinkler systems?
No, the building was built in late 1960s.
Does it have some fire safety protection?
It does at this time, yes.
Tell us about that.
It has smoke alarms in the common areas and in the hallways.
And what did Ms. Johnson want Nita Gardens to do?
Ms. Johnson wanted Nita Gardens to retrofit the building so that there were sprinkler systems in all of the common areas and in all of the units.
Is that required by any state or federal building code?
It is not.
Nita Gardens, as it stands today, does it comply with all the state and federal fire regulations?
Yes, it does.
This sprinkler system in all the hallways and in each unit, would that be a good idea?
It's a great idea, it's just not practical.
Why not?
We did some research. The city looked at what the costs might be and determined the cost to be around $1 million to retrofit the building. In addition to that, it would mean that we would need to relocate all of the tenants for a 6-month period in order to install the system.
Does Nita Gardens have in its budget an extra $1 million to install sprinklers?
I take the taxpayers' dollars seriously. We do not have $1 million in our budget to retrofit NITA Gardens.
And is there an expected period of time during which NITA Gardens will continue to operate?
My understanding is we're slated for demolition within the next 10 years.
Does it make any sense to spend $1 million on a building that's going to be torn down within 10 years?
It is not practical.
In addition to the cost, you said that you'd have to relocate tenants from 350 apartments?
Correct.
And I take it there's more than one person in most of those apartments?
That is true.
Do you have any place you could house hundreds of people for a period of 6 months?
We do not.
Now, instead of installing sprinkler systems as Ms. Johnson requested, did you offer her some alternative fire safety measures?
Well, yes, we looked at, well, again, we installed sprinkler systems in the hallways. And in addition to that, we offered to hold fire and safety classes for the residents. But we also offered to do frequent fire drills to make sure that everyone was aware of the evacuation process. Lastly, we offered smoke alarms to all residents at a very, very low cost if they wanted to purchase them for their individual units.
Did Ms. Johnson get other tenants involved in her request for sprinklers?
Oh, yes, she did.
Did that result in a couple of protest meetings?
It did, and from an administrative standpoint, it was quite the challenge. However, Ms. Johnson has a right to protest or to voice her opinions, and we certainly welcome that of all of our tenants. There were two particular protests, though, that certainly were notable.
After you explained the financial and logistical obstacles to a sprinkler system, did the other tenants appear to understand and move on?
Yes. Once they understood what the ramifications were, they moved on, but not Ms. Johnson. She held on.
Do you have some understanding of what's driving Ms. Johnson's particular concern about fire?
I believe I do. I understand that Ms. Johnson's daughter died in a building fire.
Are you sympathetic to her concerns?
Very, very sympathetic.
Does she have a right to express her concerns?
Absolutely.
Would it be, as manager of NITA Gardens, fiscally and logistically responsible for you to install a sprinkler system?
It would not.
And are you here today to evict the Johnson family because you disagree with Ladonna Johnson on the sprinkler system?
I am not.
Why are you here to evict the Johnson family?
I am here to evict the Johnson family based on her son's involvement in criminal and drug-related activity in violation of the lease.
In your opinion, does that create a health and safety hazard for the other residents?
It does, as expressed by the other residents.
I have nothing else. Thank you, Your Honor.
Cross.
Ma'am, you were a voter registration activist,
Yes.
and that kind of community action activity is important to society.
Yes.
The building that you're in charge of hosts 350 families,
That is correct.
and it's a community, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And it has common areas, a culture, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You have to answer audibly so the court reporter can
Sorry.
get your answer.
Yes.
And the safety of these people is important because if fires happen, other things happen, a lot of people could be hurt.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Ladonna Johnson, you've at least stated that you like Ladonna Johnson.
I do.
And she's a no-nonsense person.
Mm-hmm.
She's important to the community.
Yes.
She's important to the kids in the community.
Absolutely.
And they call her Graham. and she's a part of the culture of NITA Gardens.
Yes, she is.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about Elroy. You commented on the group of young men who were playing basketball and hanging out at the parking lot, and you said they were Elroy's guests, I'm guessing.
Mm-hmm.
And I found the phrase, I'm guessing, curious. You don't know one way or the other, do you?
I did not ask Elroy, no.
And indeed, most of the time you see these kids in Elroy together, they're playing basketball in the gym at NITA Gardens.
They're playing basketball, or they're hanging out in the classrooms, or they're in the parking lot.
So this is sort of a guilt because you've seen Elroy with them. Do you know if Elroy is a vice lord or not?
I do not.
You don't know.
I don't know.
Now, with regard to the drug incident in the parking lot, do you know whether Elroy was convicted or not?
I do not know.
Now, I want to talk in terms of some other incidents that have occurred with regard to drugs and other illegal activity at NITA Gardens. You've had people before who have been convicted of criminal drug activity, misdemeanor charges, and you have not evicted them. That's a fair statement, isn't it?
That's a fair statement, yes.
And there have been a number of situations where there have been single allegations of serious criminal activity, such as the sale of drugs, and no conviction, and you have not evicted those people. That's a correct statement.
That is a correct statement.
So we have together people who have been convicted, misdemeanor convictions for the use of drugs, and people who have been accused of the sale of drugs, and in both of those instances we have had no evictions.
You need a yes or no.
Yes.
Now, let's go to the sprinkler system situation. Ms. Johnson lost a daughter to a fire. That's a correct statement. You know that.
I know that.
And at some point in time, she was concerned about not having a sprinkler system in NITA Gardens, and she approached you and you talked about it. That's correct.
That's correct.
And the end of those conversations resulted in you telling her that because the building is reaching the end of its useful life, the city doesn't want to make substantial investments in the safety of the building.
That is correct.
And she continued to demand a new fire safety system with sprinklers. That's correct.
That is correct.
And she formed a tenant action committee for the sole purpose of forcing the city to install a new fire safety system in the building.
That is correct.
And they gave you a formal petition.
That is correct.
And they would congregate at NITA Gardens and they would chant such things as, "Don't let my baby burn."
That is correct.
And there were a couple of protests where they were protesting about the lack of a sprinkler system, and you had the security folks disperse the group.
That is correct.
And because Ms. Johnson was clearly the leader, you had the security folks go after her first.
I had them address her first because she was the leader.
And under your leases and policies that you've talked about with regard to administering the building, you're clear in your own mind that it's wrong for you to retaliate against tenants for activism.
I'm very clear on that.
And indeed, you at one point in time were an activist, and you realized the importance of people banding together to look after their safety, their right to vote, anything in between.
Yes.
And you're aware that if you retaliate against a tenant within 6 months of organizing activity, that action is suspect under the law, under your leases.
I was aware even at that time.
Now, you yourself, as we sit here today, don't know whether Elroy has defaced any part of NITA Gardens. You haven't seen him do it. You haven't seen the police arrest him for doing it. You don't know, do you?
I do not know.
Now, you talked to the city attorney about evicting the Johnsons. When you talked to the city attorney, did you tell him that you didn't know one way or the other about whether Elroy was convicted of any wrongdoing?
Yes.
Did you tell him that you didn't know one way or the other about whether Elroy was involved in any graffiti?
Yes.
Did you tell him that you didn't know one way or the other that Elroy was a member of the Vice Lords?
That is correct.
Did you tell him that you didn't know one way or the other that Elroy, whether or not Elroy invited these people in or not? Did you tell him that?
I told him that they were Elroy's guests.
But as you testified a couple minutes ago, you don't know to a certainty that they were Elroy's guests or whether they imposed themselves on Elroy or what.
Well, Elroy appeared to be having a great time.
And that's playing basketball.
Or any activity. There were several different activities where he was very much involved in what was going on.
So we're going to evict the Johnsons from their home. It's more than an apartment, it's a home. That's right.
Correct.
And evict them from their community. That's correct.
That is correct.
And evict somebody who is a positive force in the community. That's correct.
That is correct in the case of Ms. Johnson.
Because of a drug bust where we don't know whether Elroy was convicted of doing anything or not, because of graffiti, and we don't know whether Elroy graffitized, if that's a word, anything or not, and because of his association with some young men who played basketball and hung out in the classrooms, and that's why we're going to evict the Johnsons.
Played basketball, hung out in the classrooms with Elroy.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Ms. Longley, Mr. O'Neill just asked you some questions about other tenants at NITA Gardens who've been convicted for the sale or use of drugs. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
Did any of the activity that was the subject of those convictions actually take place at NITA Gardens on the property?
No. They did
Does it
not.
make a difference to you whether drug activity takes place at NITA Gardens or someplace else?
Yes, it does. Again, we're in a rough part of the neighborhood, and we pride ourselves on being able to be in the neighborhood but not have any of that activity happening on our campus. And that's why residents feel safe and happy living there. That drug bust pretty much put that into question for all the households.
And finally, Mr. O'Neill just suggested that it might be unfair to remove Ladonna Johnson and her family from the NITA Gardens community. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
Would it be unfair to the other residents, the hundreds of other residents of NITA Gardens, to allow Elroy and his friends to create an unsafe environment with drug activity going on?
I truly believe it would be unfair.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. All right, let's take a brief 10 or 15 minute recess. Call your next witness, please.
Good morning. Would you tell us your name, please?
My name is Ernest Comstock. I'm referred to by some people as the deacon because of my religious beliefs.
And do you have a job?
Yes, I do.
Where do you work?
I work at NITA Gardens.
What is your job at NITA Gardens?
My job is head of maintenance. I have 10 workers under me, and I report directly to Rachel Longley.
How long have you worked at NITA Gardens?
I've worked at NITA Gardens for approximately 15 years overall. I've held my job as head maintenance for 10 years. I'm proud of that, of NITA Gardens and what we've done, and Rachel has been really a stickler to make sure that we have a clean and safe building for all the tenants.
As part of your work at NITA Gardens, have you come into contact with most of the residents?
Oh, yes, I have. Part of my job is I do 4 12-hour days. I'm sorry, 4 days of 12-hour shifts. And when I'm not working, I actually am on call with my beeper as well as phone calls and standby. So I spend a lot of time at the building at the NITA Gardens. So I get to run into a lot of the tenants there, so I get to know lots of them.
Mr. Comstock, could you just sort of tell us about your various areas of responsibility?
Well, our crew, and as myself, what we do is we take care of the entire facility. The building, I have four members that work strictly on the cleaning, painting. I have 2 others that look at only at painting. I have some others that work on the hallways and the common areas. So our job is to make sure we have a clean and tidy ship.
Is graffiti a problem at NITA Gardens?
Yes, it is. Unfortunately, it is.
Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, some time ago, we've had graffiti because of the rough area that we are in. And graffiti is something that has made its way to NITA Gardens. But our policy is to, within 24 hours, to be able to remove that graffiti from the buildings. And we have a crew of 4 that is dedicated to make sure that we do the paintings and get that taken care of.
Do you generally manage to get it done within 24 hours?
It's a hard work, but we do.
Do you know Elroy Johnson?
Yes, I do.
How long have you known Elroy?
For approximately 5 years.
Have you ever seen Elroy defacing a building?
Well, our building, I've never seen him do our building. However, when he first moved in, I did catch him with one of those markers at one of the buildings next door. And I said to him, if I ever catch him doing this again, I would report him to his gram. That's Mrs. Johnson, his grandmother. And since then, I have not seen any such thing with Elroy.
Let me ask you to take a look. With the court's permission, Your Honor, I have a couple of blow-ups that I think have been agreed to.
Okay.
Let me show you what's been marked as Exhibit 9, Mr. Comstock. Have you seen this type of graffiti around NITA Gardens?
Your Honor, if we're going to have testimony about the exhibit, we ought to just admit the exhibits.
I agree. Before it's published to the jury, we should have it admitted. Are you offering it for admission at this moment?
I intended to use it as a chalk, Your Honor, but if counsel wants it admitted, I'm happy to have it admitted.
Let's admit it.
I think it's appropriate to admit it. We'll admit plaintiff's not.
Mr. Comstock, let me ask you, if you would, to take a look at the 2 images on Exhibit 9. Are they similar to the type of graffiti that you see around NITA Gardens?
Yes, ma'am.
And what's involved in removing that type of graffiti from the walls or the buildings?
Well, it requires our crew to leave whatever they're doing to make sure that we take these off as soon as possible within 24 hours. So it's a lot of work.
Let me show you another blow-up that's been pre-marked as Exhibit 10. Would counsel like to offer this one as well?
Sure.
Okay. Have you seen this type of graffiti at NITA Gardens?
Yes, quite a bit.
Do you consider this to be art?
No, I don't. Although it might seem art to others, but no, it does not belong here in our building. And it's those are, in fact, one of the hardest to really come down.
Why do you have to take down something that's pretty and colorful?
Well, the policy for NITA Gardens is to make sure that we have a safe and environment and a healthy environment. And we, from Ms. Longley, we do not commission out work for our building. It's defaced.
Does anybody have permission to put up even pretty color pictures on the walls?
Not at all.
And as compared to the black writing graffiti, what's involved in removing this kind of thing?
Wow, that's a lot of cleaning. The colors tend to stay, so you have to make sure we go through a couple of times with new paint.
And even if it's something this big with all those colors and all that surface area covered, are you still required to remove it within 24 hours?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that sometimes require you and your crew to work overtime?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you told us about Elroy, at least on an occasion when he was younger, engaging in some graffiti. Have you had other problems with Elroy?
Unfortunately, yes. He has, since he's been hanging around these other group of kids, he's been doing a lot of skateboarding inside the buildings with the other kids. And of course, that's a problem because it damages our floors. They jump their skateboards on the railings. And eventually that can lead to additional problems because it makes it unsafe. There we have a lot of elderlies at that at our facility. And that could definitely be an unsafe situation.
Have you also seen Elroy hanging around in parking lots or common areas with people who aren't residents of the building?
That's correct.
Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, it's been, it seems that there's one other resident that I've noticed with him, and that's Jimmy Vasquez. Other than that, none of the other kids that he's around are resident here at NITA Gardens. In fact, I believe that they are some of the kids that are not a good for our facility.
What do they do when they're at NITA Gardens?
They create quite a bit of problems. They seem to be a threat to the other tenants, and I find that it is also a bit threatening because of their activities and the way they behave. So it's not a good thing.
Do you feel threatened?
I do.
As an adult man?
Yes.
Now, do you know Ladonna Johnson?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us a little bit about your relationship with her?
My relationship with her has been good. She's, I think we see eye to eye when it comes to our kids. We disagree on some certain things, but she's been really good at helping some of the tenants, especially the younger ones, with help them with their kids and how to grow up and about life. We've had some disagreements, specifically when she had a protest not too long ago.
When other kids are acting up, does Ladonna or Graham try to straighten them out?
Yes, Graham does a good job of that.
Are you aware that Ms. Johnson was trying to get a sprinkler system installed at NITA Gardens?
Yes.
How did you become aware of that?
She cornered me one day, and she told me about a meeting that she had been to, and she wanted to have fire sprinklers installed in the building. I understand where she's coming from because I understand her daughter died in a fire, and I feel for her. I did mention to her that a sprinkler system in this building, as old as it is, would be cost prohibitive, as well as just would put everyone out for a period of time, and that just could not happen.
As head of the maintenance department, do you have a pretty good understanding of what would actually happen in terms of work if a sprinkler system were to be installed?
Yes.
Tell us what would be involved.
That would require us to remove the tenants for a certain period of time. It would require us to do a lot of defacing of the building and repairing of the building, and that could take time. That's money that and that we just do not have.
Would you have to rip out walls and ceilings?
We'd have to rip out walls and ceilings, yes.
The building as it exists today, does it meet all of the building codes and regulations?
Oh yes, we pride ourselves on meeting the codes, and we do a good job. Thank you.
Now, were you present at any protests where Ladonna Johnson was asking for sprinkler systems?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Back in December, I believe there were 2 protests, and I did see Ladonna there, and she appeared to be the leader of the protests. And there were 2 actually that happened. The second one was even more. There were a couple of hundred people there, and it was getting out of hand.
Did you see at one point a confrontation between Ms. Longley and Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I know Ms. Longley got upset and lost her temper, and she asked for the security team to come and disperse.
How many people were involved at that point?
Oh, a couple of hundred people.
Was it a difficult situation?
Very difficult.
Now, do you understand that NITA Gardens has the right to evict tenants if they or their family members or guests are creating a dangerous or an unsafe condition?
Yes, part of our policy.
Have you seen that used in your time there?
Yes, I have.
Is it used every time somebody creates a danger?
No, it is not. Ms. Longley has been really good at making sure we uphold to that. However, we've had disagreements that it hasn't carried out in every single situation. But I do believe that, and I agree that any conviction a tenant should be, or according to our policy, be removed from the facility.
Have you had disagreements in the past with Ms. Longley's enforcement of that policy?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Well, since it hasn't been across the board, and when she to enforce that policy, we've had some disagreement because I believe it should be at every single opportunity.
You'd use it more?
Use it more.
And based on what you've seen of Elroy's activities and his associations at NITA Gardens, has he created a condition that endangers the health and the safety of the other residents?
Definitely.
Why do you say that?
Well, he was on the premise when the police, with the rest of the other kids, and he was arrested in handcuffs. So at that point, it created an unsafe environment for the rest of our tenants. And we pride ourselves in making sure that we have a safe, healthy environment for all of our tenants.
Thank you, Mr. Comstock. I have nothing else.
Cross.
Mr. Comstock, let's focus the reason we're here regarding the Johnson's eviction. First of all, you talked with counsel about skateboarding. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Let me show you what has been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit number 4. That is the statutory notice that Mrs. Johnson received on the allegations that are being brought against her. Am I correct, sir?
Okay.
That there's no mention in that notice to my client of anything to do with skateboarding?
Correct.
Okay, so the whole discussion of skateboarding has never been given to her as a basis for her eviction, correct?
Correct.
And certainly, Elroy is not the only young man that skateboarded at his residence. There's other residents of NITA Gardens that have been skateboarding, correct?
Outside of the building.
Skateboarding in ways that you think may be danger to others, correct?
Well, my focus is the building. If they do it outside, it's okay.
But even as it relates to inside the building, that is not one of the reasons we're here today. Am I correct?
Correct.
Now, we talked about 5 years ago, you saw Elroy with some markers in his hand, you think to participate in some graffiti of a building outside of NITA Gardens, correct?
Correct.
Now, that has nothing to do why we're here with this eviction process, am I correct?
Correct.
And the graffiti that you were shown by counsel, and you were asked, have you seen this type of graffiti at NITA Gardens? This graffiti is not graffiti at NITA Gardens, is it?
Well,
this is graffiti at the parking lot wall of a Quick Mart down on Continental Avenue.
This is the type of graffiti that we have on our walls.
Okay.
It's not the exact.
Oh, okay. And the graffiti here that she showed you in Exhibit 9, that's graffiti, again, that's not on the premises of NITA Gardens. This is at an outside location. Am I correct?
Well, I have seen those stars at our. I have seen the star at our building. We have painted over that.
With regard to Elroy, from the time 5 years ago that you told him that if you caught him with graffiti again, you would report him to his grandmother. Am I correct that you've never seen Elroy involved in graffiti again?
I have not seen him.
Okay. And that's what's important, because you recognize the importance of this issue for the Johnson family, right?
Sure.
This is their home.
But I've seen him with
That's
other.
not my question. This is their home, correct?
Correct.
And you recognize that when you're looking to evict someone from their home, we shouldn't be dealing with speculation, right?
Correct.
We need to deal with the facts. Facts that you can state under oath you're sure of, correct?
Correct.
And as it relates to the whole issue of graffiti that we've been hearing about from the plaintiffs, you as the head of maintenance cannot state under oath that you have ever seen Elroy, Mrs. Johnson's grandson, participate in graffiti or urban art on NITA Gardens premises. Am I correct, sir?
You're correct.
And as it relates to your warning of this young man, it appears he heeded your warning and has not been involved in any further graffiti as far as you know on the premises, correct?
Yes, okay. But he has been with other.
And with regard.
Wait a minute. Now, did you finish your answer, sir?
He has been with some of the other kids.
We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about association, guilt by association. I'm going to come back to that. I appreciate that's a part of your testimony. But I'm on the graffiti right now. And just so the answer is clear, you, Mr. Comstock, head of maintenance of this facility, have never seen this young man involved in graffiti at these premises. Am I correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
I'm correct, right?
Yes.
And now it's not just you. You also have 4 other individuals that spend a good part of their time taking down graffiti. And given the time that you said they're associated with graffiti, I assume they're keeping a watchful eye to see who's possibly doing this. Correct?
Yes.
And they've never come to you and said, we caught Elroy doing this, have they?
Correct.
And beyond your crew, the cleaning crew, the maintenance crew, that's you plus 4, you have a whole nother team at NITA Gardens that deal with the security. And they too keep a watchful eye on the premises, right?
Correct.
That's their job. And you have never heard, as the man who's in charge of the cleaning crew, from the security team that we've heard about, that we saw Elroy defacing this premises. Not your team, not the security team, not you have any information to link my client's grandson to graffiti on these premises. Am I correct, sir?
That's correct.
Now let's talk a little bit about Mrs. Johnson's seriousness about safety. You know that she takes safety seriously and fire safety in particular seriously, correct?
Correct.
She had the unfortunate experience of losing her daughter to fire, and she's let it be known to you and the management that she's going to do everything she can to make sure those premises at NITA Gardens are safe, not just for her family, but for the other 400 odd residents at NITA Gardens, correct?
That's correct.
Now, in her efforts to make sure the premises are safe, she developed the Tenant Action Committee. And we know about the 2 protests that occurred in December of last year, December 13th and December 20th of last year, correct?
Correct.
Now, you noted that the first one was a couple of hundred residents, and the second one was even more residents, right?
Correct.
And these are residents that you recognize have the right to congregate, to have their voices heard so that they can speak out to management about what they believe are some injustices, right?
Correct.
You recognize that is the policy of NITA Gardens, that they have a right to be there, and it's a policy of our Constitution.
That's right.
Freedom of speech.
That's right.
And so the fact that they gathered on the first floor in and of itself is perfectly acceptable, right?
Yes.
And the first floor, just to remind our jury, the first floor is not filled with residents. In fact, it's common areas, gymnasium, areas that you don't have folks, residents, being disturbed by the activities on that floor, correct?
Correct.
And so the place where they were having their protests were just common areas and areas intended for public gatherings, right?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned a little earlier, sir, that there came a point during that second protest that Mrs. Longley got a little temper. That's your word, right?
Yes.
And she got a temper toward my client, Mrs. Johnson, didn't she?
Yes.
And she, when you say temper, she showed a sign of some anger toward my client and the activity of these people exercising what you've recognized to be their right of gathering and protesting, correct?
Yes, but there's a fine line when it becomes, it brings in danger to the rest of the clients or the tenants.
And we've used the word in danger. You know, it sounds dangerous, but they were not doing anything that was causing harm to anybody else, was they? They were letting their voice be heard. They were not endangering anybody else.
They were getting a little unruly.
Okay, so you agree with me they were not endangering, right?
Okay.
Okay, so you say unruly, they were speaking out a loud voice with their various chants trying to bring attention to their cause, right?
Yes.
Okay, and when Mrs. Longley lost her temper, she as the manager didn't go to Mrs. Johnson to address this. She called you into it, didn't she?
Well, she called me to assist with the security team.
And she asked you, the head maintenance guy, to go and tell Mrs. Johnson to disband her protest. And she said, if not, I'm gonna call the police on them, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
And she was so angry until she was willing to call the police on residents doing what you've indicated is a recognized right under their lease there. Sir, in addition to Mrs. Longley losing her temper and directing you to go send the message that we just talked about, do you recall the day after the protest, a conversation with my client, Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
And am I correct that in addition to the message that was sent by Mrs. Longley on the 20th of December, you spoke to my client and you told her, and I want to quote, she had made a big mistake by organizing that protest. Those are your words.
Correct.
That you thought, given the anger that you had seen with Mrs. Longley the day before, you wanted to forewarn my client that her involvement in organizing that protest had been a big mistake. Am I correct? Those are your words.
Those are my words, but the reason is because I think it's to everybody's right to protest and do that, but I think she crossed the line when it disrupts other people's lives.
But the other people's lives didn't come to you. It was the manager who didn't like the fact that they were protesting that came to you, didn't they? Not one single resident came to you and complained, did they?
No, but the residents did lose interest after Christmas and did not.
That wasn't my question. My question is, with the interest of the residents, it's fact. You'll tell the ladies and the gentlemen of the jury that most of the residents were down there protesting. Am I right?
Yes.
And the only person that had some problem with that was Mrs. Longley. And she came to you with that, right?
Yes.
All right. Now, you told my client she made a big mistake. And as we look at the facts, the knowledge that you have, sir, regarding Elroy, let's see if we can agree on some points. You have no knowledge of the fact that Elroy has ever been involved in any drug activity. Am I correct?
Correct.
We've already talked about you have no knowledge of Elroy being involved in graffiti on NITA Gardens premises. We agreed with that earlier, right? And now I want to talk to you about the policy. You mentioned, sir, several times with counsel, the importance of the residents' obligations, Section 8C. Let me ask you some questions about that. You would agree with me, am I correct, Mr. Comstock, that if you're going to utilize a policy and a provision in the lease of every single resident, fairness dictates it be applied even-handedly with all residents?
I agree.
Okay. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair to pick out the Johnsons and evict them for something in which the people next door are not being challenged on, right?
Agree.
Now, let's talk about the fact, however, how this provision, that's the foundation of these charges against Mrs. Johnson, have been used in the past. With regard to the provisions, in addition to Elroy, we've heard the name of Jimmy Vasquez. He's a young man who's a resident in NITA Gardens, right?
Correct.
And you yourself have information that he was among the boys playing basketball with the people that you say are gang related, right?
Yes.
Now, Jimmy Vasquez has been playing basketball the same as Elroy has played, but there is no action to evict Jimmy Vasquez under this provision, is there?
Elroy was arrested.
That's not my question. Right now we're talking about basketball. And I know you want to talk about the arrest, and I'm going to get there. But right now we're talking about basketball.
Statements of counsel.
Well, it's cross-examination, and there's a lot of latitude here, but it is beginning to get a bit argumentative.
That's certainly not my intent. But I do ask you to hear my question, and we'll get to the we'll get to the other activities, okay?
Your Honor, could we have questions and answers, please?
I agree. That's my job, Mr. Pettis, is to tell the witness how to proceed. If you have a problem, just address it to me, please.
Your Honor, I would ask that you have the witness to follow my questions, and we could probably speed this up as opposed to talking about what he wants to talk about.
Mr. Comstock, listen to the question. Do your best to answer the question. Thank you.
Mr. Comstock, additionally, sir, that you've seen Jimmy Vasquez play basketball. Some of the boys that you're concerned may be gang members are amongst the boys that Jimmy Vasquez plays with, correct?
Correct.
So Elroy is not the only boy playing basketball with this group of boys that you all believe to be gang. You have another resident doing the same thing, right?
Correct.
And his family is not being evicted for his role of interacting, congregating with those individuals of concern.
Correct.
Now, you stated a little earlier to counsel that you had some disagreement with Mrs. Longley's enforcement of the drug and criminal acts provision of the residence obligation provision. There have been times, sir, that people have gotten arrested for doing drugs and not been evicted, correct?
Correct.
There's been times where residents of NITA Gardens have been arrested that had this provision in their lease for doing or dealing with drugs, and Mrs. Longley did not advance an eviction process like she's doing here today, correct?
Correct.
In addition, sir, there have been times when the police have made arrests of somebody beating their spouse who was a resident of this facility, and they too didn't get evicted. Am I correct?
Correct.
There have been times where people that are residents of NITA Gardens have beat their children to the point where the police have been called and arrested them. They didn't get evicted from these premises either, have they?
I agree.
And you would certainly agree with me, Mr. Comstock, that those three actions which you have noticed that Mrs. Longley has not evicted individuals, drug arrests, beating your spouse, and beating your child to the point where the police have gotten involved, are certainly matters that threaten the health, safety, or peaceful environment of other residents in NITA Gardens, correct? And that, sir, you recognize to be selective enforcement by Mrs.
I object, Your Honor.
Overruled. Let's move on, Mr. Pettit.
That you recognize to be selective enforcement by Mrs. Longley. Am I correct?
Correct.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Mr. Comstock, you were just asked a number of questions about other people who've either been arrested or committed crimes and not been evicted. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
In your entire 15 years at NITA Gardens, Mr. Comstock, other than Elroy Johnson, are you aware of anyone else who was arrested for a drug offense on the property at NITA Gardens?
No, only Elroy.
I have nothing else, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Call your next witness, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Officer, why don't we just start off by letting the jury know your name and what do you do for a living?
James Thomas Warner. I'm a lieutenant with the NITA City Police Department.
And how long have you been with the NITA City Police Department?
15 years.
Can you give the jury a little bit of background on how you got to be a police officer?
I've been a police officer my entire professional career, starting in the Army. I was a military policeman. And after the Army, I joined the NITA City Police Department. I'm now a lieutenant, and I'm the commanding officer of the Gang Task Force.
When you first got out of the academy, what was your initial assignment?
I was a patrol officer, had a regular beat, which was patrolling the area around NITA City.
Does that basically mean that you got your feet on the ground, met the people, walked down the beat?
Precisely what it means.
Okay. Following your initial experience as a police officer, did you continue in the street patrol area, or did you move into other areas of law enforcement?
Well, a little bit of both. I actually continue to have boots on the ground, so to speak, as you said, and continue to patrol. But I have moved into primarily, as I said, being the commanding officer of the Gang Task Force, which is we're tasked with preventing gang activity in and around the area.
Was there a particular reason that you got either interested or involved in the Gang Task Force?
Yes, there was. I think it was about 2 or 3 years into my service with the NITA City Police Department. I was involved in stopping a robbery in NITA City that involved 2 youths. They happened to be youths that I knew. The young men resisted. One of them brandished a weapon, and I was forced to shoot one of the young men. And it was, as you can imagine, a very difficult time to kill a young man like that. And it later turned out that that was part of a gang initiation process. And so that was sort of the impetus for me getting interested in trying to keep young men from joining gangs.
All right. In addition to your formal training as a police officer, did you pursue the academic side of education and training to assist you in your police enforcement as a police officer?
Yes, sir. I have a AA degree in criminal justice. My undergraduate degree is in criminology, and I have a master's degree in anthropology. My master's thesis was on graffiti and its relation to gang activity.
Have you had opportunities throughout your police career to use both that education and your experience in learning about gangs and graffiti itself?
Yes, I continue to do so.
The jury has heard a little bit about graffiti and other types or different types of graffiti. Can you explain to the jury why it's important to understand graffiti and the use of graffiti by gangs?
It's important to understand because, for a variety of reasons, primarily because gang graffiti is certainly used to threaten and is used to set up a variety of illegal acts and communicate illegal acts, set up assaults, communicate territory, etc. It also is part of a more insidious problem overall with all of graffiti, which is that it sends a signal that this is an area that is not patrolled and that people can vandalize property and commit criminal acts, and no one's going to do anything about it.
In addition to seeing the effects that graffiti has on property, does graffiti also have effects on people and residents of the community where the graffiti is used?
Clearly it does, and this is not my opinion here, but I've actually spoken to residents throughout my career, and the vast majority of them are unequivocal in their belief that graffiti is unwelcome, it's uninvited. Almost everybody realizes that it is criminal activity, and they don't appreciate it in their neighborhood.
You said criminal activity. Specifically, does the use of graffiti violate the law?
It does.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury specifically what acts of the law or provisions of the law are violated by the use of graffiti.
It's vandalism. I mean, it's just straight, plain and simple vandalism.
Okay. Something that everybody understands.
That's right.
The fact that graffiti is used in different areas and neighborhoods, does that affect both the value of the property in that neighborhood?
Yes, it does.
How does that
negatively?
Occur? Okay. Tell the jury why it affects it negatively.
Well, there's a theory out there that you study in anthropology or sociology called broken window theory. And the theory is just that an ordered and clean environment is preferred to one that is not. And
is it simply just a clean environment, or are there other factors involved?
Well, there's other factors, but when I say clean, I mean clean and orderly, as opposed to graffiti laden. There's no question that that's one of the reasons why everyone covers it up within 24 hours, because they know that if they leave it up, it sends a signal to other people. We look around the environment for cues on how to behave, and when you look around and see an orderly, clean environment where there's no graffiti, there's no trash, you realize this is a place that's probably monitored. And if you come to a place that has graffiti, regardless of what type of graffiti it is, it sends a message that this is an area that's not monitored, which to a criminal mind means this is a place I can do business.
In your experience and training, have you had an opportunity to form an opinion whether graffiti improperly used on property without permission offends people's sense of safety and health?
Clearly it does. It's similar.
I'm going to object. The question was, does he have an opinion? And I think the answer to that is either yes or no.
Do you have an opinion?
I do.
Why don't you tell us what that opinion is?
I object to foundation.
Do you wish to wide ear on his qualifications to express that opinion?
I do.
All right, you may.
Briefly, sir, have you done any kind of rigorous survey of people with regard to your opinion on graffiti?
I don't know what you mean by rigorous, but I have surveyed people, yes, and as I said, my master's thesis was on graffiti, so I've done a lot of research in that area, yes.
But have you sent out attitudinal surveys to people and gotten paperback and analyzed those, or is this anecdotal from walking the beat?
It's anecdotal from walking the beat primarily.
And
There is
no
published
way,
research on it, though.
there is no way for us to test this survey of yours because it's what happened over the last 15 years.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
If you had done a survey, we could talk to you about the survey and the
Sure.
methods of survey. We can't do that here because it's quite simply your view of what's happened to you over the last 15 years.
It's correct.
Then we would object to the testimony.
Your Honor, the fact that no survey was done is not sufficient to deny this witness an opportunity to testify. He clearly has both the educational background, he has the experience in the police department working with gangs and graffiti, he has the specific education in obtaining his master's degree in graffiti and its understandings, and all of those go to his qualifications to speak as an expert in this area.
Well, in light of the fact that Lieutenant Werder is not here as a pure expert witness, but instead as the officer in charge of the gang task force, he is here in his capacity as such, and I believe a sufficient foundation has been laid for his opinion in this regard, so the objection is overruled.
Officer, I believe prior to the objection, I was asking you whether you had formed an opinion as to whether graffiti violates a person's sense of safety and their health and well-being.
In my opinion, based on speaking to the people affected by it, I said yes, it does.
Specifically, have you had an opportunity to speak to people who reside at the NITA housing? Have you spoken to them?
I have.
And did they have the same fears and concerns that you've expressed here to the jury?
Objection, hearsay?
Overruled.
Go ahead.
They do. We hear from them frequently. They're making sort of the analogy to it being similar to having your house broken into.
What do you mean by that?
The sense of being violated, of your personal space, of someone being there uninvited. It's a violation. Simple as that.
Now, the jury has been shown at least a couple of exhibits where there's an attempt to distinguish graffiti by showing a picture of a graffiti that's, quote, gang-related and graffiti that's considered urban art. Are you aware that there are some people who claim that some graffiti is considered urban art?
I am aware of that.
Under the law, does that make a difference?
No.
What do you mean by that?
What I mean by that is that there are certainly distinctions between types of graffiti. We know there are 4 types of graffiti. There's tagging graffiti. There is what we call satanic or hate graffiti, which would be pentagrams or just random curse words lashing out at society. There is gang graffiti, which is the coded messages type graffiti. And then there's this sort of more generic graffiti. Steve was here, Joe loves Sally. From our perspective, in terms of enforcing the law, those are distinctions without a difference. Graffiti is graffiti. It is uninvited. It's on private or public property, and it's against the law. It's criminal behavior.
Let me focus a little bit more on the tagging type of graffiti, since that's apparently going to be one of the defenses asserted in this case. Is tagging graffiti any less violative of the law than any other type of graffiti?
No.
Okay. Is it still considered defacing property?
It is. It's still criminal.
Does tagging type of graffiti still make people feel threatened and unsafe in their own environment?
It does. The average person, and through my interviews and talking with members of the community, do not make the distinction between different types of graffiti. It's uninvited. Graffiti is graffiti. And even when they see graffiti that obviously requires more skill to execute, it doesn't change the fact that it's uninvited and it's vandalism.
Do you find in your experience that residents can always tell the difference between, quote, tagging or urban art versus gang-related graffiti?
I find out actually the opposite, that they fail to distinguish between them. And even though you can tell by looking at the distinct differences between them, it is the intent that I think when I talk to members in the community, the intent seems to be the same, and it is to deface, and it is to make some sort of a statement on that property.
Whether an individual is tagging or putting up, in his opinion, artistic work versus gang graffiti, is he still violating the law?
Yes.
Whether graffiti is considered an art by some people, at least in their opinion, or whether it's considered gang-related graffiti, tagging or gang-related graffiti, is that still a violation of the law?
It's a violation of the law, and it has the same effect on the community.
A person tagging is still engaging in criminal activity?
Yes.
Do gangs in particular use graffiti and tagging?
Sure, they use both.
What happens when a gang in particular uses graffiti?
I'm not sure I understand the question. What do you mean, what happens?
Do gangs specifically use graffiti for a purpose?
Sure, to communicate.
Okay, in what way?
They communicate territory. They communicate membership, strength, aggression, threats, plan attacks. There's very little, not much limit to what you can communicate.
Does this use of communication, the graffiti by gangs, does it result in residents being fearful and threatened?
Absolutely.
In the safety of their homes?
Yes.
Let me change directions a little bit with you. Are you familiar with the Vice Lords?
I am.
Who are the Vice Lords?
The Vice Lords are one of the more notorious gangs in NITA City.
Why are they notorious?
They're notorious because there are the gang is made up almost exclusively of criminals. We have connected members of that gang to everything from prostitution to rape to murder, robberies, and drug dealing.
These are bad people.
They're bad people.
Do you have an opinion whether the Vice Lords in particular have used graffiti in and around the NITA Housing Authority?
I do, and they have.
Okay. How has that affected the residents of NITA Housing?
As I said, it's affected them the same way as any other type of graffiti affects them. It's demoralizing, it's depressing, it's offensive, and it's unasked for, and it's encroaching on people's privacy, on their homes.
The fact that the Vice Lords have used graffiti to intimidate, as you've indicated, and deface property, are understanding that. Are you aware, well, first of all, are you familiar with Elroy Johnson?
I am.
How did you become aware or acquainted with Mr. Johnson?
Originally just through my beat, just through walking around, as part of my objective of reducing and hopefully eliminating gang activity. A lot of that is community outreach. So I go out and I talk to the parents, I talk to the kids. I know most of the people in and around that area. That's my beat.
Now I want to ask you a general question first, and then I'm going to get a little bit more specific with you. But generally speaking, are you familiar with the fact that Mr. Johnson is in fact a tagger or writes graffiti on buildings?
Yes.
How did you become aware of that knowledge?
I think the first I heard of it, again, was through my intelligence on the street, being out and about in the community. That word gets around. I believe that the first person who had actual knowledge was Ernest Comstock, caught Elroy actually in the act.
Objection, foundation. He's testifying about what Ernest Comstock did.
Let me ask you, are you familiar with Elroy Johnson on a personal level?
I am.
And how do you personally know him?
I've interacted with him a number of times.
Both professionally and have you met with him in any kind of police programs?
I have in the GRASS program.
What is the GRASS program?
It is a program that we instituted to create an alternative for young men to have an alternative to the gangs. And it's a multi-phase program that involves basically giving them an outlet for their energy via sports. There's some mentoring, and then also giving them an opportunity to express themselves artistically in a way that's legal. That's where I met him, is through that program.
Okay, and through that program, did you also learn that he was a former tagger?
I did.
Okay. Now, I want you to understand that, or I want you to assume that as a former tagger, that Mr. Johnson has never been arrested. Okay? Well, first of all, do you have any information that he's ever been arrested?
I do have information he's been arrested.
Okay. Okay, well, let's get to that. What information do you have?
He was arrested as a part of a sort of a mass arrest at NITA City, and I believe was arrested for conspiracy.
Okay, that's a conspiracy for drugs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Setting that aside for the moment, as a tagger or a person who writes graffiti across town, had he ever been arrested for that?
No.
Is the fact that he's never been arrested for tagging diminish in any way the fact that he does conduct tagging throughout the city?
Objection, speculation.
The objection is sustained.
Are you familiar with the, is it modern neighborhood art?
I am.
What is that?
That is a tagging gang that Elroy Johnson is a member of.
Okay. And is it one of the leading tagging gangs in NITA City?
I would say it is the leading tag.
Have they in fact developed a reputation for doing a substantial amount of tagging throughout the city?
Yes.
Okay, officer. You had mentioned a little earlier that Mr. Johnson had in fact been arrested. Let's go ahead and turn to that topic.
Okay.
What is your understanding of the circumstances surrounding that arrest?
In a nutshell, my understanding is that Elroy invited several members of the Vice Lords onto the property, and they were...
Objection, foundation. My understanding is.
Sustained. I think you need to lay a better foundation for the source of his knowledge.
As a police officer, do you have access to the police reports that have been on file?
I do.
Is one of those police reports concerning the arrest surrounding Elroy Johnson?
Yes.
In addition, do you have access to the grand jury transcripts?
I do.
And are you familiar that Mr. Johnson had in fact arranged a plea agreement with the police department?
I am.
To, in exchange for his dismissal, that he would testify against the other defendants in this case, in that case?
Yes.
And based on all of that information, did you become aware of the facts surrounding the circumstances of his arrest?
I did.
Your Honor, at this time, we would like to proceed.
You may.
Thank you. I think we were talking about how you came to learn of his arrest. Why don't you continue?
Well, it's a small community, and when a mass arrest goes on in an area that's my territory and my beat, I know about it, and I was aware of the people that were arrested, and I'm aware of why. There was drug dealing going on the premises, and Elroy was arrested and charged with conspiracy.
The drugs that were being dealt with, specifically cocaine?
Crack cocaine, yes.
Okay. Is that a dangerous drug?
Very so.
Does it affect the health and welfare of the people both using it and the people who are involved in the area of its distribution and dealing?
Sure.
Okay. Is it your understanding that the charges were ultimately dismissed?
Yes, they were.
And
in exchange for turning state's evidence.
Okay. The fact that Mr. Johnson turned state's evidence, does that diminish at all the fact that he was arrested for the activity that he was charged with?
No.
Objection sustained. Well, that's the third time you've asked that question.
All right, sure, I'll move on.
The fourth time is going to be a problem.
I won't create a problem for you. As a result of, officer, as a result of your review of Mr. Johnson's activities, both with the drug-related arrest and the history of his actions, activities with graffiti, have you formed an opinion as to whether Mr. Johnson's presence at NITA housing creates an unsafe environment for the residents of NITA?
I have. Objection, relevance, foundation, speculation.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
My opinion is that it does. There's no question in my mind that the atmosphere that's been created causes people to not be able to peacefully enjoy their homes.
Thank you.
Cross.
Officer, there's a difference between street gangs and tagging crews, isn't there?
Yes.
And at least in your opinion, the difference is that street gangs make use of graffiti to mark territory, threaten individuals and other gangs, communicate with each other, show worthiness. But tagging crews have different motivations for what they do.
That's sometimes true.
And at least in the NITA City Police Department, tagging is not a priority offense, is it?
It is not.
And most tagging crews, at least in your opinion, avoid violence, don't they?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you know of any proof that Elroy Johnson has done any tagging, graffiti, or anything at all at NITA Gardens?
No.
And it's kind of interesting. You've looked at graffiti at NITA Gardens. You've looked at it in the neighborhood. You're familiar with graffiti in the general area. And you're familiar with graffiti overall. Do taggers sign their names to their works of art?
Yes.
That's an important thing. It's like Picasso putting his name on a Picasso.
That's what a tag is.
And what's Elroy Johnson's tag?
I don't know.
Because you've never seen a tag of Elroy Johnson's that you know of.
Well, I've never seen him actually put a tag on a wall. Graffiti
No.
is done by necessarily when no one's around. It's not like a robbery where there's a victim there who's a witness.
But you can't go out and show me a piece of graffiti anywhere in the general neighborhood of NITA Gardens and say, there's Elroy Johnson's tag.
I can show you M&A art that they have claimed that is a part of his gang.
None of that's at NITA Gardens, is it?
No.
And it's part of his gang, you don't know whether Elroy did it or not.
Correct.
In fact, you testified that you know that he's a tagger, but my question to you is, can you prove he's a tagger?
His testimony is that he's a tagger. He's working with us in GRASP and showing as
We'll get to that, but my question is, can you prove he's a tagger?
No, I cannot prove it with hard physical evidence.
Okay. Now, can you prove that Elroy is a vice lord?
No.
A member of a street gang?
Well, I can prove that in the sense that a gang, the definition of a gang is a group of people who associate together. And my studies and experience on gangs is that gangs see the world split into two people, allies and enemies. And you are either a part of the gang or you are not a part of the gang. They don't hang out with people who are not part of their gang. That's why they're a gang. And when you hang out with them and associate with them, you are signaling to people. I guess if you're asking me, is there a roster that has his name on it? No, that's not the way gangs work.
Now, we know he isn't a vice lord. That's correct.
No, I didn't say that.
You don't
I said
know
I couldn't
whether or
prove
not
that
he's
he
a vice
is.
lord. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the drug incident that happened in the parking lot. And I'm going to show you an exhibit that's been marked for identification as Defense Exhibit 3 for identification. Your Honor, I'm going to approach. All right. And officer, do you recognize that as a certified copy of the disposition of the charges against Elroy Johnson?
It is.
Offer the exhibit.
Any objection to being admitted out of order?
We made an objection to this hearsay, Your Honor.
Well, that objection is overruled.
And would you tell the jury what the record shows with regard to the disposition of the drug charges against, what you call conspiracy charges against Mr. Johnson?
Dismissed. Agreed to testify in case number YR01025.
And in fact, Elroy Johnson did testify in the case against certain of the vice lords. That's a correct statement.
I'm not sure it is.
You testified that you had access to the
I didn't think he had to
record.
testify. I don't think it came to that.
He testified before grand jury.
Okay, that's right.
He did testify before grand jury. And as a result of his grand jury testimony, a number of the vice lords pled guilty. 5 of the vice lords pled guilty as a result of Elroy Johnson's testimony.
Okay.
So, as we stand here today, addressing the question of vice lords and NITA Gardens, Elroy Johnson was instrumental in taking at least 5 of the vice lords out of Commerce. He testified against them, didn't he?
He did testify against him, yes.
And these are bad men.
Admittedly.
And it takes some courage to testify about bad men and then go back into the community, doesn't it?
Sure.
Now, we've heard at some length,
Or at least courage that outweighs the fear of going to jail
well,
for conspiracy to sell cocaine.
the case against, as I understand it, the police records reflect that the case against Elroy Johnson at best was weak.
Okay.
Any reason to disagree with that statement?
No, sir.
Now, you testified for a while about the evils of graffiti. And this GRASP program that you founded has one of its elements, the painting of huge graffiti-like murals, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
100 feet, square feet or more. And they're in neighborhoods around NITA Gardens.
Yes, sir.
And Elroy Johnson is a major contributor.
Yes, sir.
And would it be fair to say that he does have some talent for art?
There's no question he's done it before.
And you sponsor this kind of graffiti in the neighborhood on behalf of the police department.
Well, we don't call it graffiti. It becomes art. It's all about time and place. And you know, when you're in a place where it is welcomed and it is authorized, it ceases to be graffiti.
Now, as we sit here, we know that Elroy Johnson wasn't convicted of a crime. That's a correct statement.
Yes, sir.
And we know that you can't with any authority say that he's a member of the Vice Lords. That's a correct statement.
Correct.
He likes basketball. We know that's true.
Okay.
He's a talented artist.
Yes, sir.
You know that's true. And you have no proof of any kind that he tagged in NITA Gardens.
Yes, sir.
That's a correct statement.
It is.
I have nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, we're going to take our recess now. Remember my admonition about not discussing the case with one another or with anyone else. Please also avoid the use of any social media or doing any independent research concerning this matter. because your verdict must be based solely on the evidence presented during this trial and the law as I instruct you at the conclusion thereof. So thank you very much. The court is adjourned. Ladies and gentlemen, you have now heard the plaintiff's case, and it's now the opportunity of the defendant to present evidence in her behalf. Is counsel ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, please proceed, counsel.
May I please the court?
Yes.
Ma'am, would you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Ladonna Johnson.
And Mrs. Johnson, where do you live?
I live at NITA Apartments.
And how long have you lived in NITA Apartments?
For 5 years.
And who do you live in NITA Gardens with?
I live there with my 2 grandchildren and my grandchild. My great-grandchild.
And tell me about your grandchildren.
Well, I have my granddaughter, whose name is Sarah. She's 18 years old. She was a little wild there for a while. She got with a bad group and she became pregnant and had our little Anna. And right now she's in school. She's trying to finish the school to get her diploma. And therefore I'm trying to, at that time I'm helping her with the baby and everything so she can get up a diploma and get a job where she can support her kid.
Okay. And
I also have my grandson who lives with me. He's a good kid, but he likes basketball and art.
Okay,
Those are about his 2 favorite subjects as far as school is concerned. When it comes to the rest, I just pray for him. And he's 16 years old, and 16 years old, when kids get that age, you can only say they got their own opinion about everything. And right now, I think his straying point is basketball.
Okay, let me talk to you about Sarah is your granddaughter's name?
Yes, Sarah's my granddaughter.
Anna is your grandchild, your great-grandchild's
name.
Yes. And Anna is what, about 5 years of age?
Yes, she's about 5 years old.
And
cute as a button.
Sarah and Elroy, those are the children of whom?
Those are the children of my daughter who died in a fire a few years ago, and that's where I got the children now.
From their mother's death, you've been the guardian of those 2
children since their mother death in the fire.
Other than those 2 grandchildren and your great-grandchild, anyone else lives with you in NITA Gardens?
No one else.
Tell me about your employment. Where do you work?
I work at Tender Years Daycare as a cook. I've been a cook for most of my life, but about 9 years ago, I had an accident with fire on my leg, and I couldn't work full-time anymore. So right now, I am working part-time at Tender Years Daycare. I like working there because I like being with the kids.
Do you also like being and helping out with the kids around NITA Garden?
Yeah, they're all grandchildren to me, even the grown-ups sometimes.
And over your 5 years that you've resided in NITA Gardens, beyond your grand and great-grandchildren, beyond the children you interact with at Tender Years Daycare, have you also taken up the task of trying to be a mother, a guide to the children of NITA Gardens?
Yes, I keep a lookout on all the kids, and I try to keep them on the right track. When I see something wrong going, I try to speak my piece and let them know this is not the way things should be.
How did you select NITA Gardens for your point of residence?
As a state right now, I can only work part-time, so I get assistance from the state as far as to live with my rent and my utilities and food stamps for working in for living at NITA Gardens. And I really can't afford to live anyplace else.
You mentioned your grandson, Elroy, 16 years of age. You were alluding to his points of interest. What would you say is his greatest point of interest?
Unfortunately, it's basketball.
Why do you say unfortunately?
Well, he think he's going to be one of them Michael Jordans or something one day, but, how often do that happen?
and because of the odds of making it to the NBA, which you've pointed out are pretty tough, have you told him the importance of education?
I try to tell him the importance of education and getting that diploma.
And has he listened to that guidance and is in school?
He's in school, he's getting his diploma, but still, you know, he hasn't lost his dream, so basketball is still number one as far as he's concerned.
What points of interest, if any, does he have beyond basketball?
Well, he is good in art.
And has he gotten involved over the recent time with any activities with the police association or anything like that dealing with the
Well, since his
art?
troubles, he has joined the volunteer work with a university group that's doing art around the community.
And is this urban art for beautification of the community?
Correct, it is.
And is he one of many people working on that type of art in our community?
Yes, it's a group of them.
Was there a time, ma'am, back last year in November that you learned of some information regarding NITA City's education and efforts regarding sprinkler systems?
Yes, around November, the fire department was having a little meeting and they invited us to it, in which they spoke about the importance of sprinkler system as far as fire safety.
And in a nutshell, what did you learn from that seminar with the fire department?
Well, I learned that, now that fire sprinklers come in handy as far as the safety of its tenants as far as fire is concerned, how preventive it could be, and they handed out some pamphlets and everything about it.
And when you got that information on fire safety, what did you do with that information?
Well, as soon as I got it, I figured, that would be something good for NITA Apartments. So I took it to the manager to tell her what had happened at the meeting and everything, and we asked if the apartment complex could do something about NITA Gardens.
And the manager is Mrs. Longley?
Right.
And when you spoke with Mrs. Longley regarding the fire safety initiatives that you had learned about, and the fire sprinklers has been a preventative measure to fires and property damage, how was that information received by Mrs. Longley?
Well, she was kind of abrupt. The first, the only thing I got out of it that they couldn't afford it. It would cost too much money, which to me seems like that should not have been the point when we're thinking about keeping people safe.
We've heard the number of 350 different units at NITA Gardens, correct? And each of those dwellings encompass a number of family members in each of them.
Right.
And we've also heard that the city is thinking about keeping this building for another 10 years with those residents or someone else filling those units, correct?
Right.
And when the city when Mrs. Longley said, we don't have the money, how did you receive that?
Well, like I said, when she said the reason was they didn't have the money, and it came to me that, they thought about money more than the tenants in the apartment.
Did you tell her that?
I did.
And when you told her that you think that she and NITA Gardens are putting money ahead of the well-being of the tenants, how did she receive that response?
Well, she kind of abruptly ushered me out of the office.
Prior to this point in time, had you known Mrs. Longley over the 5 years that you resided at NITA Gardens?
Oh, yes. We got along pretty good around the apartment as far as we're concerned.
Was she cordial to you and your family when you saw her on the premises?
There was a smile, and a hello, As far as we're concerned, she was a nice, person.
Nice lady?
Person, we just...
When she ushered you out of the office after you made your statement about her priorities.
Right.
And did there come a point where you and some of the residents returned to talk to her again about this issue?
Well, after she kind of abruptly ended the conversation, I called from some of my friends to let them know what was going on and tell them about the sprinkler system and how much safer it would make the apartment. And we kind of got a group together.
And in leading up to developing the group, did you post any information around the premises to let other residents know what the issue was?
Right, we did. We got the group together, we got the pamphlets together to go and let all the attendants know so we can get a kind of meeting together.
And the flyers, if you will,
Right.
that were posted, How did you develop those flyers?
Oh, my grandson. He's pretty good on the arts. They were nice.
Elroy designed them for you? Yes?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. I'm sorry about shaking my
No,
head.
I'm fine. Just want to make sure the court reporter gets down your intended response.
Yes, he did.
And with regard to your effort to get other residents informed,
Right.
You posted those, and then there come a time where you developed a group of residents.
Right.
You organized the group, and what was it? Was it the tenant?
Well, our effort was to let the owners and the city know in the apartment plan just how we felt about the water restrictions, how we felt it was necessary.
And this,
We figured that the more people we had behind us, just not me going down there, because like I said, a group did go down there with me and a couple more, and again, the only point she wanted to point out to us about the money, so we figured that if we got a group behind us, they would be more considerate with the people than the money cost of it. So we got the group together.
and we've heard, ma'am, that you organized a tenant action committee. That was your doing.
Yes, it was. Sorry about that again.
and developing a tenant action committee, is that something that you knew you had the right to do under your lease?
Right. I did. That was never a question of whether I had the right to do it or not, because I figured that was something, everybody had the right as far as the tenant. I think that it was even mentioned in our lease that we could have such committees.
Ma'am, we've noted from the record, the first protest was on December 13th, and the second protest that was even larger was on December 20th. And I think that's
Correct.
the one that you were getting ready to say was abruptly ended
Right.
before you finish your activities. Am I
Right.
correct?
Right.
And was the purpose of both of those to let the management know the position of you
the
and the
tenant.
residents?
Yes, it was.
And tell me what happened on the 20th when you said it was abruptly ended.
Well, the maintenance man, of course, he came to us, told us that, to end it because if we didn't stop at that time, she was going to call the police. So the people started. So in that case, they started ushering us out of the lobby.
This is Mr. Comstock came to you and indicated Mrs. Longley said end it. If not, she's calling the police on you.
Right.
Did she ever come and speak with you and talk to you about that?
No.
He's the maintenance guy. Did the security guy ever come and talk to you about that?
Well, they started, they started coming and they really didn't say anything. They just started ushering us out of the lobby.
And once you had that second protest, I asked you earlier about your prior relationship with Mrs. Longley, and you stated it was on very good terms and very friendly. Did there ever come a point in time in which her relationship changed?
Well, after that second, those two protest meetings, she would just pass us, no kind of conversation, no hello, no look, no what, so it was kind of cold-shouldered then, as far as it was concerned.
And was that change of behavior by Mrs. Longley different toward you as well as your family?
Yes, it was.
In your experience, was there noticeable differences how she was receiving you all as residents?
Right, it was.
Now, there came a point, ma'am, where you received an eviction notice in the mail regarding their efforts to get you out of NITA Gardens, correct?
Yes.
And what did you understand was the basis of their eviction efforts?
Well, the first thing I thought of was, of course, by a little protest action that I did in December because of the sprinkler system was the main reason, even though she did mention something about Elroy and his gang leader. But like I said, there's other tenants in there that has that problem. But all of a sudden now she's trying to put us out.
Did she mention to you that Elroy had been arrested in January of this year?
That was mentioned on the notice.
In the
right?
notice. So they mentioned the arrest. They mentioned some belief that he's involved in gang activity. And did you understand those were the two bases
right.
of their efforts to evict you?
Right, but Elroy's a good boy. He has no kind of contact as far as being a gang member.
Mrs. Johnson, was Elroy ever convicted of anything to do with drugs?
No, he was not.
Did the district attorney drop all the charges against him?
Yes, he did.
There's been some discussion in this courtroom regarding whether Elroy was a part of some gang. Let me ask you, is your grandson a part of any gang?
No, my grandson is not a part of any gang.
We've heard about how you take note of everybody's children. Do you pay attention to your own grandchildren?
I do. I really do.
If Elroy was a part of a gang, is that something you think you would have observed some behavior?
Right. I think I would have.
And you've not seen anything as such?
No, I have not.
You mentioned, ma'am, we were talking a little earlier about Elroy playing basketball with some people who may be associated with gangs, the Vice Lords or some other gang. Why does Elroy participate in basketball pickup games with guys who may be associated with some gang?
Because he don't see it that way. He wants to play basketball.
There's an objection.
Oh, I didn't even hear that over there, sorry.
Yes, Ms. Walker.
She can't testify to what's in Elroy's head.
Well, I think she's already answered it as well, so let's move on.
With regard to this eviction, why do you think Mrs. Longley is trying to evict you from these?
Well, really, I think that what's got her wanting to evict me is due to those couple of protest meetings I had about the water sprinkler system in the department.
And we have, do you know Mr. Comstock?
Yes, I do.
He's the head maintenance guy, correct?
Correct.
And the day after your last protest, did he come up to you and make any statements to you?
Yes, he said. Yes, he did. After the that last protest, he said, "You made a big mistake." He came to me and said that.
And how did you take that comment?
Well, after he said that, it kind of took me as a threat. It took me as a threat, and because really, I figured that now I think I better be on my P's and Q's as far as the department is concerned. The apartment complex is concerned.
Does Elroy have any friends?
Yes, he does.
Are his friends in the Vice Lords?
No, his friends are in his school.
And with regard to the issue of the policy we've heard a lot about, the policy that is from your lease provision, ma'am, paragraph 8C. Couple of quick questions. Has Elroy ever controlled, first of all, have the Vice Lords ever been guests of your home?
No, they have not.
Have the Vice Lords ever been guests of Elroy onto the property of NITA Gardens?
Not to my knowledge, no, they have not.
Have you or your grandson controlled the behavior of the Vice Lords?
No, we do not.
There are 4 areas that they've talked about, and in wrapping up 3, excuse me. 1, dealing with the gangs. And that's one of the bases they told you they were going to evict you, right?
Right.
And do you know of any gang participation?
No, I do not.
They've told you about graffiti. Have you known Elroy to ever draw graffiti on the premises of NITA Gardens?
No, I do not.
And lastly, drug use. Is there any evidence that your grandson has ever been involved in drug use, whether it's on NITA Gardens premises or off NITA Gardens premises?
No, not to my knowledge.
Thank you.
Cross.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Johnson. How are you today?
Just fine.
When you became a tenant at NITA Gardens, you signed a written lease, didn't you?
I did.
And did you read that lease before you signed it?
Yes, I did.
So you wanted to make sure you understood what you were signing?
Right.
And one of the things you signed, Ms. Johnson, was that you and your members of your household and your guests would refrain from any criminal activity, right?
True.
Any illegal activity?
True.
Or any activity that threatens the health, safety, or right to peaceful enjoyment of NITA Gardens?
Right.
And you understood that that was a very important obligation, wasn't it? Because everybody needs to follow the rules or everybody's miserable.
True.
And it doesn't take more than 1 or 2 bad apples to make life pretty tough for the rest of the 350 apartments, does it?
Right.
And so you took your promise to NITA Gardens very seriously. didn't
Right.
you? And you hoped that the other tenants would take it seriously.
Right.
And you hoped that NITA Gardens would take it seriously.
Right.
Because if one of your neighbor's sons was hanging around with gang members, you wouldn't like that, would you?
Well, I tell you the truth. As far as what you mean by hanging around.
Well,
now, in this case, like, if they, like you say, it's a friendly game of basketball, I see no problem in that. Now, if they hanging out there on the corner with the gang members participating in the gang activities, no, I would not like it. But I could not see that if a kid was out there playing a game of basketball, looking at you say, oh, you can't play, you're a gang member, you can't play. Like he was my son, my grandson, how can he tell these kids what not to do, especially if they're a gang member?
Well,
I don't see how he could have controlled them.
Is it okay with you if gang members come to your home, come to your apartment complex?
Well, like I say.
Can you answer that for me? Is that okay with you if the management lets gang members hang around NITA Gardens?
Well, like I say, on that case, what I say to that?
Could you just answer that? Is that
I
okay?
think she's trying to answer.
I really don't know. I can't say.
Whoa, wait a
There's an
minute.
objection.
Wait a minute, Emma. We're not going to get into this back and forth argument, okay?
Okay.
Take a deep breath, okay? Now, she's going to ask another question. I want you to listen to the question, all right? And try to answer her question. Well, let's try it again. Hold on. She's going to re-ask it.
Ms. Johnson, could you just tell us if the management of NITA Gardens permitted gang members to hang around the apartment complex, would that be okay with you?
Okay, now you can.
Well, what I'm saying, that question there. See, I cannot just say no or yes to that question.
Well, answer it the best you can.
Well, see, it depends.
All right.
If the NITA Gardens, I'm just going to tell you the situation.
I'll be happy to ask her another question, Your Honor.
No, she's allowed to say how it depends. Let's try to get an answer to this.
It depends. You live in a neighborhood where gangs are. If you are an apartment complex and you want to improve the community, you got to go also help those. If you can offer a safe environment for a gang member that might let him see the way things should be, maybe that can eliminate some of the gangs. But it depends on the environment and the reason why. Now, I don't say that I would like it if my manager invited a gang member over in order to antagonate me or in order to tag a building, no. But for a friendly game or baseball or basketball or something like that, I don't see where the problems. You're trying to get these kids off the street. And the main people who need to be off the street are those gang members. So if you're willing to offer them an outlet, I say yes, but it should be supervised.
All right.
Have you finished your answer, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
Now, so just so we're clear, you think that under some circumstances, it's a good idea to invite gang members over to your property. Is that what you just told us?
I'm just saying, yes. I think
All
we
right.
need to.
And you said, you qualified it, you said they should be supervised.
Right.
Now, whose responsibility would it be to supervise?
Well, in this case, I think in that case, the apartment complex. Because I'm not saying, y'all, they keep saying.
If your son invites people.
Well, who said my
May I
friend?
ask a question?
Wait a minute now. You got to wait for her to ask
I'm
the question.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Before you start arguing with her.
If you invite somebody to your home, do you feel responsible for them?
If I invited someone to my home, I feel responsible.
And in fact, under the terms of the lease, you're responsible
Right.
for people when you invite them.
Right.
And your grandson Elroy is responsible for people when he invites them.
He is so.
And so if Elroy invites people to play basketball, he's responsible for them, isn't he?
If he does.
And if he invites gang members to play basketball, he's responsible for them, isn't
He does. He is.
Do you think your 16-year-old son Elroy is capable and qualified of supervising gang members?
But, you know what?
Can you answer that for me?
No.
All right. And so, since Elroy's only 16, would you say you should be supervising his guests?
If they were his guests.
All right. And do you know that Elroy has testified that he's invited members of the gang, the Vice Lords, to your property?
No, I did not know he had testified for that.
Well, you told us on direct, I think, that it was your job and something that you thought was important to keep tabs on Elroy, right?
You know,
Is that true?
that's true.
And that includes keeping track of who he's hanging out with?
You know, under
is
what
that
condition
true?
did my grandson make that statement?
Let me come back to that.
But I just like to know, you know, because I'm figuring that, you know, if an adult, excuse me, I'm sorry.
You don't get to ask questions.
I don't get to ask the question, I'm
If you don't
sorry.
understand the questions, you can repeat it. but
Okay.
Your job is to answer the
Okay.
questions you hear as best you can, okay?
Okay, I'm sorry about
And
that.
if there's something else that needs to be brought out, I'm sure your lawyer can take care of that.
Okay, sorry about that.
I promise you I'll read you Elroy's words in a minute. Will you trust me on that?
Yeah, but,
Okay. Then can I just ask you a couple questions before I do it?
okay,
All right. You told us on direct, appropriately so, that as Elroy's grandmother and guardian, you try to keep track of him.
right,
And that's important to show him the right way
right,
and to keep him out of trouble. Right?
right,
And you told us that if Elroy was hanging out with gang members, you'd know that.
right.
And you knew that he wasn't.
I knew that he was playing basketball. But as
you-
far as what I call hanging out, no, he was
All
not.
right. And so as far as you knew, Elroy wasn't doing any hanging out with the vice lords.
Right,
And as far as you know, Elroy wasn't involved in any selling of drugs.
correct,
And he wasn't involved with any people who sell drugs.
correct.
And what does that exactly mean to you, to be involved with somebody who's selling drugs?
Well, what that involved with me means, now outside of the, like I said, in a space, sport environment, like that, that's something that's giving your kids and something like that. But like I say, if he was hanging out there on the street corners, whistling at girls and and bad-mouthing people and stuff like that, yeah, I figure that would be hanging out with God.
How about
But in an environment, a safe environment like that, I don't figure that's hanging.
hanging out in the parking lot?
Parking lot?
Yeah.
No, it depends.
How about hanging out in the parking lot with people who are selling drugs? Is that appropriate
No.
activity? May I finish the question? Is hanging out in the parking lot selling drugs appropriate activity for your grandson?
It's not appropriate activity.
And if your neighbor's grandson were hanging out in the parking lot with people who were selling drugs, you'd be pretty upset, wouldn't you?
Yes, I would.
You'd want that to stop, wouldn't you? And you'd expect your neighbor to put a stop to it, right?
Right.
And you'd expect the management to put a stop to it. Because one of the things that the management promises in your lease is that they'll evict people if they're involved with drugs. And certainly hanging out in the parking lot with someone who's selling drugs, that qualifies as being involved with drugs, doesn't it?
Especially if you're aware of the situation. Right.
But whether you're aware of it or not, that's being involved with drugs. Isn't it?
Well, that's true. But I'm just
Right.
saying,
And-
if you are not aware of what's going on in the parking lot and you hang in the parking lot, okay. But like I say, soon as my grandson didn't really get the active of what was going on until all this happened. But I'm sure if he was aware of what was going on, he would not have been there. That's all I got to say about the statement.
And if he was aware and was there anyhow, you'd agree that would be wrong, wouldn't it?
That would be wrong.
And that would be a violation of your lease, wouldn't it? And if your son hung out with people knowing they were selling drugs, I'm sorry, your grandson, Elroy. If
I
your
get mixed up
grandson,
too.
I know.
And I'm being with me, so he's just like a son.
If your grandson hung out with people that he knew were selling drugs, that would be a breach of the lease, right?
True.
And even though you didn't know about it and hadn't done anything wrong, you'd understand that that would be grounds for eviction, wouldn't it?
Right.
And certainly if your neighbor's grandson was doing that, you'd expect the management to do their job and evict that family, wouldn't you? Even if somebody completely innocent got hurt by it. Right?
Right.
Now, I'm going to keep my promise to you. I told you, you asked me what Elroy had said, right? Do you remember that? And I promised you I'd read it to you? Okay. I'm going to do that now. This is the transcript of the grand jury testimony of
I'm
Elroy
objecting
Johnson.
to counsel's effort to read in to the record grand jury testimony? There's no basis for that.
Your Honor, I'd ask the court to take it de bene. This is going to come in on the cross-examination of Elroy Johnson, who's not testified yet.
I don't know if it's coming in or not. I don't think Your Honor has made a ruling on it. And to just stand up and read it is inappropriate.
Well, subject to being tied in later, I will allow it, but I take counsel at her word that this will be introduced appropriately.
Now, Ms. Johnson, I'd like you to assume that on January 20th of this year, your grandson, Elroy Johnson, testified to the grand jury as follows. I do hang out with people who are members of the Vice Lords. And you know the Vice Lords are a gang, right?
Well, like I say, still.
That's a gang, isn't it?
Well, like I say, still, basketball.
I know that some of them are on drugs. I also know that some members of the Vice Lords sell drugs to others. I've seen both Jerry and Albert sell drugs in the parking lot outside NITA Gardens more than once. Now let me assume that those were your grandson's words, under oath in a courtroom just like that. Wouldn't you agree that Elroy hanging out with members of the Vice Lords, including Jerry and Albert, having seen them sell drugs more than once in a parking lot outside NITA Gardens, is a violation of the lease?
No.
Hold on, please.
Could I ask counsel to point out where she just read that Elroy said, I know they've sold them in the parking lot more than once? Good. Thank you.
All right, you can answer that.
No, like I said, as far as Elroy, that was a basketball place and persons he could play basketball with, he could talk basketball with. And as far as the drugs concerned, he has nothing to do with drugs. And wait a minute, just let me finish and I'll get through. Since you want to know how I feel about it.
Go ahead, please.
And since if he did see them play drugs and he told them, that was a game. And ain't too much he could have did as far as gang in order to keep himself at a safe distance for him. So, that's where that come in. But again, if he did see them, again, that's a point. I'm not too pleased with the fact that he didn't tell me about it. But like I say, Elroy is a good boy. He has nothing to do with himself as far as selling drugs up.
Didn't we already agree that you understood that somebody hanging out with...
But I'm just saying...
May I finish my question, please?
Please don't interrupt her.
I'm
She's
sorry.
trying to ask a question.
Didn't we already agree that somebody at NITA Gardens hanging out with people who were selling drugs would be a violation of the lease? Didn't we agree with that about 5 minutes ago?
I agreed also that even though the only reason he was hanging out there was for the sport of it, and that was basketball. It was not for the drug dealing.
Let me intervene here. I think this is getting a bit tedious, and I think both of you all have made your points, so let's try to move on.
Yeah.
Ms. Johnson, if a neighbor's grandson was bringing gang members into the complex, you wouldn't like that, would you?
Judge, this is asked and answered.
The same.
Elroy, you knew, was hanging out with a bad group of friends. Isn't that true?
I wouldn't say they were his friends. I would only say they were people he played basketball with. They were not listed as friends.
You gave a statement in this case, is that right?
Did I?
And you talked about your grandson, Elroy.
Mm-hmm.
And you said that Elroy, starting last fall, was hanging out with a bad group of friends, didn't you?
I didn't say friends. Did I say friends? I don't remember using that term friends.
Well, generally, if you hang out with somebody, would that be a friend?
Not always. I hang wild with a lot of people, not my friends. And I'm sure a lot of you do too.
You were worried that Elroy was spending too much time with a group of bad boys and girls.
Right, but I did not mention that they were his friend, right?
And that they were kids who acted real tough and didn't have any respect for people or property.
Right.
And in January, Elroy was in the parking lot with those boys and girls, wasn't he?
Correct.
And he was arrested
Correct.
for conspiracy to sell drugs,
Correct.
as were 19 other people who were with him at the time.
Oh, correct.
And 5 of those group were convicted on drug offenses. True?
True.
And Elroy's charges were dropped.
True.
And the reason they were dropped was that Elroy agreed to testify against these other boys and girls.
Well, now that I don't agree with. That's the reason they were dropped.
It says in the record that we introduced, dropped, agreed to testify.
Right, he agreed, but that's not why they grossed the charges on
And
him.
he gave the testimony that he had seen 2 of these people selling drugs on more than one occasion.
Right.
Now, your claim is that you're being evicted because you asked NITA Gardens to put sprinklers in.
Right.
You understand, don't you, that that would cost more than $1 million?
What's money when you're thinking about a person's life?
Well, where's the money to come from, Ms. Johnson?
Where do all money come from? When somebody wants something done, the money is there. I'm sure the city of NITA got it.
And
they just don't want to use it to save people's life.
Well, if NITA spent $1 million putting sprinklers in, would your rent go up?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure that the rent is kind of, as far as that apartment complex is concerned, is what I can't think of the term that they use.
It's fixed.
Right. That's a good one.
And you pay $169 a month.
That will be fixed.
And so if NITA spent $1 million, it would have to come from somebody, right?
The city.
And where does the city get the money?
Well,
I object to this. I think it's called for speculation.
And like I said, I wouldn't know.
Wait a minute. I agree. I think this is becoming awfully speculative argument at this point. So let's move on.
You also understand that you would need to move out, true?
Well, I understand that now. Yes, I do.
And that was one of the things Ms. Longley explained to you, right?
To move out and for the safety, just think, the life, I might have to move out, but as a project going, I know they can take so many apartments out at a time. Everybody don't have to move out at the same time. But what I'm thinking of, preventing a death by fire. I'm not, that little consequence of me having to move out, I'm sure where there's a will, there's a way.
Do you have another place to go?
Well, like I say, right now, I don't have to. But like I say, if I had to, I'm sure there would be some way for me. Even if we, as apartment complex, since we're getting it, even if we kind of double up, tenants double up while this part was being fixed, or whatever the case may be, that if we had went into it, we would have to find a way, and I'm sure there would have been a way. I'm just saying, I just think there would have been a way.
All right. And if you're evicted, there'll be a way, won't there, for you to live someplace?
I'm hoping, but I'm hoping that's not the case, since this is not true. They have no proof to back this up.
Wait a minute. We're just getting.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. We're getting out. You're right.
Ms. Johnson, as part of this same lease, you have the right to bring a grievance when the management tries to evict you, true? And you did that in this case, true? Is that true?
True.
And you went to a panel of other residents of NITA Gardens, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you told them your story, that you thought that this was a case of retaliation for your protest.
Right.
And that panel of your fellow residents didn't agree, did they?
Well, you know how I look at that.
Did they agree?
They did not agree.
I have nothing else, thank you.
Redirect.
Briefly, Mrs. Johnson, you've been asked a lot of questions by council regarding Elroy's observations of other people's behavior on NITA Gardens premises. Do you all have a security team there?
Yes, we do.
Is it the security team's job in order to keep those premises safe?
I would think so.
Is it fair in your mind to put it on your grandson to make the area safe?
Right. I do not think so.
You, as a tenant there, participate in hiring a full team of professionals whose job it is to make sure that this type of activity doesn't go on.
Right.
And have they ever come to you over the 5 years you've been there and told you anything they've observed of Elroy doing something wrong, whether it's graffiti, whether it's drugs, whether it's doing anything disrespectful? Has anybody ever said anything to you before you got this notice after your protest that we're going to evict you from the premises?
No.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Elroy Johnson.
Elroy, we've heard a lot about you today, so some of the information on your background is already known. You live with your grandmother, Mrs. Johnson?
Yes, sir.
With your sister and your niece?
Yes, sir.
And I think you're 16 years old, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, tell us what school you attend.
I attend NITA Vocational School.
And at NITA Vocational School, are you participating in any particular type of program?
A mechanic program that I'm in.
And what's your point of interest there when you graduate?
When I graduate, I tend to get a job in mechanics.
And what led you to this area of endeavor? What led you to look at shop at school and being a mechanic when you graduate?
The money, I guess, to help my grandma out, paying the rent, stepping up to the plate.
Now you're getting your education to be a mechanic. Let's talk about what you really love to do. What are your real interests?
I love art. That's one thing I love.
Okay. Any other interests you have?
Basketball.
With regard to your interest in art, are you participating in any type of program with any adults or professionals with your area of art?
Yes, sir. I'm working with Miss Stockbridge at University of NITA College.
And what are you doing with Mrs. Stockbridge, Professor Stockbridge?
We're working on projects on urban art.
Okay. And we've heard the term graffiti, we've heard the term urban art. What is your understanding of what urban art is?
My understanding of urban art is beautifying the community and sending out a message of hope.
Now, we saw some exhibits a little earlier. Exhibit 9, this type of graffiti. Is this what we're talking about, Exhibit 9, when we're talking about urban art?
No, sir.
Is this anything to do with what your point of interest is?
No, sir.
Have you ever participated and painted this on or off NITA Gardens premises?
No, sir.
So when we're talking urban art, we're talking something different than this type of stuff.
Yes, sir.
And you said it's to beautify your community.
Yes, sir.
Are you working on any particular murals or anything on buildings with Professor Stockbridge?
Yes, sir.
In addition to the work that you are doing with that professor associated with the NITA College, are you working with any members of the police force?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
We go around in the city and do murals on buildings concerning the community and actually just putting out a message for the community.
And these messages, are they social messages? Positive messages?
Positive.
Now, so the work that you've been involved in with the professor as well as with the police force has been putting out a positive message through your artwork.
Yes, sir.
Has that been the point of interest that you've had with art since you've begun this vocation?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever participated in gang graffiti?
No, sir.
You mentioned your secondary interest being that of basketball.
Yes, sir.
You like playing basketball?
Yes, sir.
You think you can hoop?
Yes, sir.
All right. With regard to your game of basketball, has it taken you on occasions in association with some guys that may not be the best guys in the community?
Yes, sir. That's like with everybody. Everybody's not, a good person, you know.
You go to school. Is everybody at school a good guy?
No, sir.
In your classroom, is everybody in the classroom a good guy?
No, sir.
You're 16 years old. You got whatever life's experiences you've had over that 16-year period. Are you able to be amongst people that may not be good guys and stay out of trouble?
Yes, sir.
As it relates to your involvement with some people that may be in the gang, have you played basketball with some of them before?
Yes, sir.
You know, some people may say that's wrong. Why do you play basketball with them?
It's just to have fun. You know, basketball is a fun sport, and I think, you know, that you just play. It's nothing towards of who you are. It doesn't make you who you are. You are who you are. You know, basketball just determines fun.
And have you participated this gang against that gang?
No, sir.
Is it just pickup ball guys?
Just pickup ball.
And have you done some of that on NITA Gardens at their gym?
Yes, sir.
When you interact with people that may be from the gangs in the game of basketball, have you ever felt the stress or the pressure of participating in their wrongful activities?
No, sir.
Have you ever participated in whatever drug activity they've been involved in?
No, sir.
With regard to the day of this particular incident, in January of this year, you got arrested.
Yes, sir.
You and 19 other people got arrested.
Yes, sir.
What happened to the charges that were brought against you?
They were dropped.
Now, there's been some suggestion in the courtroom that you cut a deal. I think that's the term. You cut a deal, and because of the deal you cut, they dropped the charges. What happened?
Basically, I just told the truth. I told what happened.
And in return for you telling what happened, did the DA say we're not pursuing any charges against you?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever been convicted of any drug activity?
No, sir.
Have you ever been convicted of any conspiracy to sell drugs?
No, sir.
Whether you've been convicted or not convicted, have you ever in your life been involved with the sale, the use, anything to do with drugs?
No, sir.
On the date in question, when this arrest took place, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened. Was it a day you had just played basketball?
Yes, sir.
And what happened after that?
I was headed home, and a couple of the guys asked me to stay because Jerry was going to handle some business. And I stayed, and I saw him handing off a package, and a guy handed him money, and I believe it was crack. So, and next thing you know, cops jumped out of everywhere and arrested 20 of us.
When you were asked, you were going to head home, were you heading home to do homework?
Yes, sir.
And you were asked to stay. Did you know why you were being asked to stay?
No, sir.
Did you stay there in order to be a cover for somebody's drug activity?
I don't know.
Did you know what Jerry was going to do?
No, sir.
But you saw with your own eyes something that appeared to be a drug transaction.
Yes, sir.
And from the second you saw that drug activity, how long was it before, boom, the police officers were in there?
Instantly.
And they came in and arrested Jerry, the other guy, and everybody else around the group. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you happen to be one of the guys around the group.
Yes, sir.
Did you do anything to hold the drugs for Jerry?
No, sir.
Did you do anything to pass the money on?
No, sir.
Your guilt was you happened to be there.
I had wrong place at wrong time, sir.
Did you learn anything from that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you understand that how you associate with people may sometimes get you in trouble, even if you're not guilty?
Yes, sir.
Is that a lesson you're going to take forward?
Yes, sir.
Now, with regard to your grandmother, I understand that back in December, she was involved with developing a tenant action committee, and they held a couple of protests.
Yes, sir.
Did you have any participation in that?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what you did.
Well, I did the flyers. I actually did a little bit of my artwork inside the flowers to show how the sprinkler system can actually help NITA Gardens.
And you did the flyers, and is that what you all passed out to the residents to get attendance?
Yes, sir.
After the last protest on December 20th, there come a point when Mrs. Longley, the manager of the complex, confronted you.
Oh, yes, sir.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what Mrs. Longley said to you on that date?
Miss Longley came up to me and was like, that whatever you do can come back and bite you.
Okay. Did she ask you, had you participated in developing the flyers?
Yes, sir, she did ask me.
And when she asked you, did you have anything to do with the development of those flyers, what did you tell her?
I told her yes.
You were proud of it?
Yes, sir.
And were you proud of what your grandmother was doing and stepping up for the residents?
Yes, sir. I thought it was the right thing.
And after you told her yes, do I understand that she told you what you do may come back to bite you?
Yes, sir.
Did you take that as a threat?
Yes, sir.
Now, we've heard the term tagging, or being a tagger. We've heard the group named Modern Neighborhood Art. Is that a group that you're associated with?
Yes, sir.
Is that a criminal gang?
No, sir.
I've heard it referenced as a gang. Is that a gang?
Well, if you put it as a group of people hanging out together doing the same activity, and yes, sir, it is a gang.
Okay. Other than a group of people hanging out to do the same activity, is it a positive activity in your mind?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything criminal to your knowledge about it?
No, sir.
Are there some of those members participating in some of the other programs you're involved with?
Yes, sir.
And these are programs with the professor at the college,
yes,
as
sir.
well as the police officer.
Yes, sir.
They have you doing some of the activities under their supervision.
Yes, sir.
That some people are saying is criminal.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Pettis, this is awfully leading. I know there's
I know, Your
no
Honor.
pressure, but it's getting late in the day.
Yeah.
So let's try some direct questions.
Certainly. With regard, sir, to your use of tagging, have you ever participated and painted anything on NITA Gardens apartments?
No, sir. Actually, we don't do residence.
Okay. And the reason you don't do residence is what?
It's because when you put it on NITA Gardens, they actually take it down in less than 24 hours. So that'll be a waste of our time putting up our special art and sending our message out to the community.
Is it important to you as a tagger and a participant with Modern Neighborhood Art to have some identification for the piece that you're
Yes,
painting?
sir.
We've heard some testimony this morning of various things that have been painted over at NITA Gardens. Have you ever had anything to do with any of that?
No, sir.
Without going into all the provisions of your grandmother's lease, let me ask you a few questions, Elroy. Did you ever cause or allow anyone to participate in any criminal activity?
No, sir.
Whether something took place amongst the group, did you have any knowledge that it was going to take place?
No, sir.
Now, there is some testimony in the court that you testified at the grand jury that you had seen some boys do some drug activities before. Why didn't you tell somebody about that?
Well, to actually protect my family, actually, you know.
Does NITA Gardens have security people that are supposed to be keeping the premises safe?
Yes, sir.
If there are people on there doing drugs, are there security people around the grounds?
Yes, sir.
So even though you had seen it in the past, you're telling us the reason you didn't tell anybody about it was family safety.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, he is leading.
I've just summarized what I understood him just to say, Judge.
All right, let's move on.
Have you ever been involved in any violent or drug-related criminal activity on or off NITA Gardens?
No, sir.
Have you ever been a member of any street gang?
No, sir.
What do you believe is the real reason behind them trying to evict you and your family?
Well, actually, because of my grand's protest of the sprinklers.
And before that time, in the end of last year, had everything been fine with you and your family at NITA Gardens?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Cross.
Mr. Johnson, so you do admit to being a tagger?
Yes, sir.
You were in the courtroom earlier when several of the other witnesses were asking whether they had any evidence of you ever being a tagger. There's no question. You are, in fact, a tagger, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
You've been a tagger a long time, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
A number of years, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
You got your own You don't call it a gang, you call it a crew. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're the leader of that gang or crew. It's okay to say yes if it's true.
I guess you can say it, sir.
I'm sorry?
Yes, sir.
And how long have you been the leader of that crew or gang?
About 5 years now.
And throughout that time period, you've tagged a number of public and private places, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
You tell the jury the type of public property and the private property that your gang has tagged.
But objection, Your Honor. Characterization as a gang, I think contrary to what his testimony was.
You know, let's don't refer to it as a gang. Call it a group or a crew or whatever, but not a gang.
What term do you want to use? Crew? Is that what you call your group?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your crew has gone around tagging public buildings, haven't they?
Yes, sir.
Private buildings, haven't they?
Yes, sir.
Homes, cars, haven't they?
Cars, I wouldn't suggest, but homes, yes, sir.
All right. Tell the jury. Matter of fact, you even have a book that you're kind of pretty proud of all the stuff you've been tagging around town, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
What's in that book? How many tags would you say your crew has done over the years?
Infinite many.
Infinite many? What does that mean?
A lot, sir.
Quite a bit, isn't it? Matter of fact, you're one of the leading crews in NITA City, going around and developing quite a bit of reputation as being the leading crew, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
And during the entire 5 years that you've been tagging all over town, have you ever once gotten permission to do that?
No, sir.
When you go and you know that tagging is defacing people's property, don't you?
Yes, sir.
You know it's vandalism, don't you?
Yes, sir.
You know that is criminal, don't you?
Yes, sir.
It may not be a big criminal act in your mind, but it is in fact a criminal activity, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
You know it's criminal and you continue to do it, don't you?
It's to beautify our community, sir.
In your opinion.
In my opinion.
Well, but whether your art is beautiful or not as beautiful as you think, it nevertheless is criminal, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And you continue to do it.
Yes, sir.
And you've been warned to stop doing it, haven't you?
Well,
Mr. Comstock, early on when he first met you, said, "Don't do it. I'll tell Grams on you." You remember that?
Yes, sir.
And you continued to do it anyway, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
You continued for years and years and years, 5 years, over a 5-year period, to just spread your criminal activities throughout town, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
Now, matter of fact, they even call you Dr. Draw, don't they?
Yes, sir.
That's a name that you're pretty proud of, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
You're kind of proud of the things you've done going around town and vandalizing people's property, aren't you?
I wouldn't call it vandalizing, but yes,
But
sir.
it is vandalizing, isn't it?
In a sense, yes, sir.
Not in a sense, it is vandalizing, isn't it? You know it is.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
You know, I sat here and listened to you, and my sense is that you love your grandma.
Yes, sir, I do.
She's a nice lady, isn't she?
Yes, sir.
And you realize that the acts that you've been committing affect whether or not your grandma can live in the housing, needed housing, correct?
Yes, sir.
You do just about anything to make sure she didn't get kicked out.
Yes, sir.
And I heard you say that, well, first of all, I heard her say that you're a good boy.
I am, sir.
Okay. I heard you say, testify under oath, you never used drugs.
No, sir.
Well, that's not true, is it? That's a lie. Matter of fact, let me be more specific. No, there wasn't, Your Honor. He's a parent. Do you want to think about it a little bit more?
Carry on, sir.
Excuse me?
Carry on.
Carry on. All right. Well, let me help your memory a little bit. Isn't it true in your statement you've admitted to smoking marijuana?
Yes, sir.
Doing that weed?
Yes, sir.
Remember that now?
Yes, sir. I do now.
That's illegal drugs, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
So a moment ago, when you told your lawyer that you told this jury you didn't use drugs, that was a lie, wasn't it?
Well, yes, sir. I didn't think it was mandatory to say because it was long ago.
I'm sorry?
I didn't think it was mandatory to say because it was long ago.
Long ago. Well, the lawyer didn't ask you whether it was long ago. He just said, do you use drugs? You said you never have. Have you? Matter of fact, the question was, have you ever used drugs? And you said no. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
But the truth is, you do use illegal drugs, don't you?
Yes, sir.
I heard you talk a little bit about the vice lords, and I want to talk about that too. It's my understanding that you were the person who invited the vice lords onto NITA housing. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, to play basketball.
To play basketball. But you learned and you found out that as a result of your invitation, the vice lords began selling drugs on NITA property, didn't they?
Yes, sir.
That's something that you learned and you did nothing about. You didn't tell anybody about it, did you?
No, sir.
You just continued inviting them to be on that property, correct?
Yes, sir.
Even though you knew they were selling drugs, they were dealing in cocaine, they were selling them to people not only out in the parking lot, but people in the building too, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Vice lords are bad people, aren't they?
Yes, sir.
You've known that your association with those people that you, quote, play basketball with, those are people who commit thefts, assaults on people. There's even a few gay members who've been convicted of murder and rape, haven't they?
Yes, sir, but that has nothing to do with playing basketball.
But it has everything to do with your knowledge about the type of people you're inviting onto your property, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you knew about these people, you knew about their behavior, you knew about the things they did, and you nevertheless invited them and continued to invite them on the property, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And is it my understanding that even though you continued to invite them in, even though you knew they were dealing with drugs, that you didn't do anything because you were scared of them?
Yes, sir.
Do you think other people in NITA were scared of them?
Yes, sir.
That was something that put a lot of fear in the residents of the housing where you lived, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Having the vice lords there is not a good idea, was it?
No, sir.
You're inviting them to be there was not a good idea, was it?
No, sir.
Do you have any problems with Miss Longley trying to get rid of the vice lords?
No, sir.
Okay, that's something it would be for the betterment of the community if they weren't there.
Yes.
It'd be better if you didn't keep inviting them, wouldn't it be?
Yes, sir.
Because people are scared of their health, they're scared of their safety, and they certainly can't enjoy the property where their homes where they live, can they?
No, sir.
Matter of fact, you did nothing about it until you got arrested, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
It finally fell into your lap. The police took you in, and you're right, you cut a deal, didn't you?
No, sir. I simply...
Didn't you agree to testify?
Excuse
Excuse me, counsel. I'll be happy to. Go ahead.
No, sir. I simply told the truth.
You told the truth. But wasn't part of telling the truth was that if you testified against them, against the gang members, that they would dismiss the charges against you?
Yes, sir, but this had nothing to do with the deal. It was simply telling the truth.
Oh, you would have done it anyway?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that you said that you wouldn't do it if anybody found out, and that they could, because you'd be afraid that they might harm your mother, your grams, and if they threatened to harm your grams, that you wouldn't testify?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the reason that you agreed to testify was to get rid of those charges, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Johnson, do you believe that a person ought to feel safe in their home?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you believe that a person ought to enjoy their home?
Yes, sir.
Do you think the residents of NITA housing are enjoying their home and feeling safe in their home with the people that you've invited to be on that property?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Go ahead, sir.
No, sir. I don't think y'all finna say.
You would certainly want the management to do something about it, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have.
Redirect?
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Next witness.
Dr. Stockbridge, Your Honor. Doctor, would you tell us who you are?
Yes, my name is Dr. Ann Worthington Stockbridge.
And where do you work?
I work at the University of NITA. I'm a professor there as well as the director of the Department of Art History and the School of Art.
Were you formally trained in art history and art?
Yes, sir. I have 2 master's degrees and a PhD, all in art history and anthropology of urban art.
And have you taught art?
Yes, I teach a full load at the University of NITA.
What jobs have you had at the University of NITA?
I started as an assistant professor, and I've been an assistant professor at other universities as well, and I worked my way up to director of the department. I've been there for over 21 years.
Do you research in the area?
Absolutely, sir.
And have you published papers in the area?
Yes, I've published over 12 papers on urban art as well as art history.
Urban art includes the general topic of graffiti?
Yes, sir.
And have you put on any exhibits with regard to urban art?
Yes, we're in the process right now of doing an exhibit that recreates the graffiti that was in New York City between around 1970. And at that time, urban art actually changed how people felt about the subways because people were afraid to ride the subways. And then all of a sudden this beautiful artwork started to appear, and it made people feel safer about riding the subways. So it actually transformed people's lives. And we've done a lot of interviews with citizens. Now, if you ask citizens who didn't live in New York City, they just wouldn't understand it. They wouldn't understand how unsafe it was prior to that time due to the gang graffiti that was going on.
Now, have you studied urban art in the general NITA area?
Yes, sir, I have.
I'd offer the doctor, Your Honor, as an expert on urban art and graffiti generally and specifically in the NITA area.
Objection, Waiter.
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, she'll be so recognized.
Thank you, Your Honor. What were you asked to do in this case?
Specifically, I've been asked to offer my opinion on a group called the Modern Neighborhood Art. And they show their work in the NITA City area. And I've asked to comment on whether their work is actually gang graffiti or urban art.
Were you asked to comment on whether their art had a negative effect on health, safety, or the right of peaceful enjoyment?
Yes, sir, I was.
And with regard to this charge, what did you do?
I went out in the field a couple times. The first time on my own, I interviewed residents and non-residents of the area. I actually took some pictures of various things that I saw. I must say the public has been very well versed by the city of NITA's police department on gang graffiti because that was taken down immediately. You did not see that, generally speaking. People who own building and public buildings, it's removed. which it should be.
How many visits do you take to the neighborhood?
2 different visits. Once I went by myself, and the other time I actually went with Elroy.
And you spoke to people
I did.
and looked at various pieces of urban art?
I did.
Do you have an opinion on whether the urban artwork of Elroy Johnson is or is not threatening or suggestive of violence?
Absolutely.
And what is that opinion?
It is not.
I'm going to talk a little bit now about urban art. And I'm going to put up what has been marked and admitted into evidence as Exhibit 9. And what is Exhibit 9?
It is definitely gang-related graffiti.
And why do you say that?
Typically, gang graffiti has specific symbols on it. It's written in red or black. The lines are very straight. It's very forceful and angry, and usually telling some type of message that is not a positive message.
Now, I want to compare Exhibit 9, if you would. I'd like you to compare Exhibit 9 to the next exhibit, 10. What is Exhibit 10 an example of?
This is definitely urban art. You'll notice that they have done artistic techniques such as shading, such as three-dimensional outlook. Actually, the paint accents the building. They use colors that are in the building to try and make it attractive. And so people are uplifted. It's something positive when people go by. Many of the residents that I interviewed actually said that the urban art made them feel good.
Now, the purpose of gang-related graffiti is to send messages?
Bad messages, yes, sir.
Okay, what's the purpose of urban art?
Urban artist is a culture all of its own. They strive to be the best artists, so they are trying to improve their art skills. They tend to be risk takers who want to paint on surfaces that are more challenging, oftentimes overpasses, and yet they have a specific code of ethics where there are certain things that they will not paint on, and all of the urban artists know what those rules are, and they know that the true art world will shun them should they break those rules.
Okay, let's sort of parse that out a little bit. What is a group of urban artists called?
An individual artist is called a tagger, but a group is called a tagging crew. So oftentimes they might divide the wall up, and each person would take the bottom section in this case, which would be light green, and somebody else might take the top, which is the blue.
What are the subjects of these pieces of urban art?
Oftentimes it's humorous, political artwork. They're trying to send a message to someone, but it's often a positive message. So the colors are vibrant colors, very wide letters, not just one stroke. Oftentimes they use multimedia, meaning they use markers as well as paints, as well as the aerosol paint cans that the gang graffitis use. So they're using many different medias to get the effect. Oftentimes they have people in the image, whereas you would not see that in gang graffiti.
What, you mentioned a couple minutes ago the venues in which they created this art. What kinds of places do urban artists like to create their art?
Very challenging places to get to. Road overpasses, the side of a building, often neighborhoods that are very depressed and ugly. So it actually enhances the building. Places that would not be painted over right away.
You mentioned that urban artists follow a set of rules.
Absolutely.
Tell me about it. Tell the jury about it.
Absolutely. They are not going to paint on someone's residence. They are not going to paint on the ground. They will not paint on a car unless it's something between two artists where they both agree that you can paint my car. Those are absolute no-nos. Where they will paint on a train, a subway, Department of Transportation overpass, walkways that cross over interstates, other venues that are public, very public venues.
Has urban art matured to the point to where people would put it in books or have shows?
Absolutely. Just after this big transition in New York City, the very first picture book came out of urban art, which was incredible. Now, urban art is even being sold online. Photographs of this work are being taken, made into posters and sold, not even more in Miami as well as New York. And it's become a very common type of art, one that is, we are actually doing a gallery of urban art at the university at this time. So it's very well respected.
Are you familiar with Leroy Johnson?
Yes, sir, I am.
And are you familiar with the Tagging Crew Modern Neighborhood Art?
Yes, I am.
Tell me about him.
Elroy's very talented. I believe that he should be in a formal art program. He is so talented. The Tagging Crew, Modern Neighborhood Art, is very prestigious group, not known on a national level as many of the larger groups in Miami and New York, but certainly the quality of the work they do is equal to those national groups.
And you've seen a lot of modern neighborhood art.
Absolutely, sir.
And what message does it convey?
Always an uplifting, positive message, a political statement of some time. They're trying to move people into change this neighborhood, make this neighborhood better. A political commentary on what direction they think change should be.
Is their work in any way threatening or suggestive of violence?
Absolutely not. In fact, usually taggers themselves are not violent people. They are ones that want to make a positive change in their neighborhood and the culture.
Thank you, Doctor. I have no further questions.
Cross?
Is it Dr. Stockbridge?
Yes, it is.
Doctor, I suspect that you and I may not agree on quite a few things today, but perhaps we can start off by talking about some of the things that we can agree upon. Is that correct? Is that okay with you?
We will try, sir.
Okay. As I understand it, you're testifying here today without charge to the defendant in this case because you read about her on the internet. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in reading some of your material, you've been characterized as being on a mission to convince people that graffiti should be considered urban art as opposed to gang-related graffiti. Is that correct?
I think there's three types of graffiti. There's the type that Joe Blow says, "Hi, I'm Susie," the kind that's on the bathroom walls. There's gang graffiti, which is very violent, and then there's urban art. All three of them are against the law because they are defacing personal property. However, urban art is become much more respected, and in certain communities they are actually passing laws to allow urban art and decriminalize it.
But today it is still criminal.
Yes, sir, it is.
What Elroy Johnson did in his tagging activities for the past 5 years have been criminal.
I actually believe it's illegal. I'm not sure if it's criminal. There might be a fine line between those two.
If it's illegal, it's not. That means it's not legal. Is that correct?
It is not legal. That is correct.
And I believe Officer Werder testified that it was in fact classified as vandalism. You've heard that before, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
And is it vandalism in your state, tagging along with gang graffiti and other writings?
The city of NITA does not allow tagging.
Okay. I guess to compress it, there's no question in your mind that even though you have a different opinion that tagging may be considered beautiful art, it nevertheless is vandalism.
It is, and it is against the law at this time.
And it shouldn't be done unless you get permission from the property owner.
If you get permission from the property owner, it is then called a mural.
That's correct. It's not tagging
That
any
is
longer,
correct.
is it? Is it?
It's no longer tagging
So
if
by
you have
def-
permission.
Thank you. So by definition, tagging is illegal.
That is correct.
You stated, I think another thing we can agree upon is that gang graffiti can in fact encourage more serious crime.
I think what I said was gang graffiti is very different than urban art in that it communicates violence, and urban art does not.
Well, let me turn to your report that you prepared a report in this case, did you
I
not?
did.
And in your report under paragraph 2, did you not state that the presence of gang graffiti can cause people to feel unsafe?
Absolutely, that's true.
Do you stand by that?
I do.
It creates a perception that nobody cares about the area. Is that true?
If it's gang graffiti, that is true.
It may even encourage more serious crimes.
If it's gang graffiti, that is true.
All right. And you've seen where gangs have used graffiti to mark their territory.
Absolutely.
And that in turn causes fear in the neighborhoods and people who live in those communities, doesn't it?
Yes, sir, it does.
And you're aware that gang graffiti is not only illegal, but can and does place fear in the safety of people's, fear in their hearts to live a enjoyable place at home in safety and in good health, doesn't it?
Absolutely. That's why the urban art movement started in New York City, because they were trying to get rid of the gang graffiti.
Matter of fact, in New York, the graffiti led to a number of violent clashes out of people being
Yes,
afraid.
sir, that's true.
You're aware, of course, that different people have different views on what beauty is, don't they?
I think that that's accurate. I think that I've been sitting hearing the testimony, and what is so disturbing from my point of view is the number of people who use words interchangeably that don't accurately depict things. Using the word gang meaning just we're hanging. Yeah, that's a totally different connotation. And so with graffiti, it needs to be very clear that all three types, gang graffiti, urban art graffiti, and just general graffiti, are all called graffiti, but there is a tremendous difference in the violent nature of gang graffiti.
But the point I was asking, clearly all three are graffiti.
That is correct.
Clearly, I don't want to be repetitive, but my question really was that some people may consider the exhibit that we've been talking about as modern art, and others may consider it graffiti.
It is truly graffiti. There are not very many people who confuse gang graffiti with urban art graffiti. Both are graffiti.
Didn't you indicate in your report, and isn't it true, that there are senior citizens, or matter of fact, there's citizens, residents at NITA housing that couldn't tell the difference, and that they were in fear even with urban art, as you've indicated?
There are some older citizens who are confused by this. Yes, I do agree with that statement.
And certainly the fact that it leads not whether it's a few or a number of individuals, it's a fact that whether it's urban art or gang graffiti, people are in fear of that sort of paintings, aren't they?
I would not generalize that. They are truly in fear of gang graffiti. I totally agree with that. I would not agree to the general statement of graffiti in general.
By the way, do you consider yourself a tagger?
No, I get permission.
That's what people should do, shouldn't they?
That is what people should do, and that is what we try and encourage. I even write grants so that youth have an opportunity to express themselves.
When you're dealing with people who are taggers, who are breaking the law, do you advise them that you should get permission and that you should, because otherwise you are conducting a criminal activity by breaking the law and vandalizing property?
We are really trying to redirect our youth into positive actions, and they truly know what is right and wrong. However, when you live in
Well, excuse me, and I am interrupting you, and I know, but you said they know when it's right and
She
wrong.
should be able to answer the entire question, Judge.
Your Honor, I'm gonna, if I may be allowed, I'm breaking my question, but I was taking her at a breaking point. I'll be happy to let her answer if the court wants her to.
I think she should be allowed to complete her answer.
Go ahead. We'll come back to it.
certainly these young men and women do know the difference between right and wrong, but they, in their heart, believe that they are beautifying their neighborhoods. Now, you have to live in their neighborhood, sir, to understand this. I am sure that you do not live anywhere close to this housing complex.
Neither do you.
Oh, but I have visited this complex over and over again in these neighborhoods, so I truly understand when they say that this is an improvement.
But you indicated that they know right from wrong.
They do.
Even though in their hearts they think it's beautiful, other people may disagree with them.
I think people all agree that it's illegal, okay?
That's not right,
I'm
is
not
it?
convinced that everybody feels the same way that you do.
Dr. Stockbridge, you were talking a moment ago about what's in the heart of the taggers. Let me ask you this question. Does a homeowner whose home is tagged have the right not to have that tag on his property?
Absolutely, but you'll remember that taggers don't tag residential properties.
Oh, they do.
Oh, it's against the code of ethics.
Didn't you indicate in your own reports that you found out that even some taggers would tag property if they had an issue?
I have not noticed that. Now,
Let me read it to you. I was curious because in your testimony,
oh, are
you
we
indicated
talking taggers to taggers?
in your
Yes.
in your testimony you said as long as they had permission, but in your statement you said if they had an issue with the other person they could tag them.
Then it's tagger to tagger, which is totally different than residential.
Let's take whether it's a house, a property, a building. Do people who own their own property have a right not to have it defaced?
Yes.
Do people who own their own property have the right not to have that painted on their property?
Yes, they do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Redirect?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, doctor. You can step down. All right, do you have another witness?
The defense rests, Your Honor.
All right, is there any rebuttal on behalf of the plaintiff?
No, Your Honor. Plaintiff closes at this time.
All right, so does that conclude the evidence, counsel?
Yes, sir, it does.
It does, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, you've now heard the evidence presented in this case. And the next order of business will be for the lawyers to have an opportunity to give you their closing arguments. I have allowed each side 15 minutes, and we'll begin with the plaintiff, and then the defendant will have its opportunity, and then the plaintiff may have a brief period of time for rebuttal. Who's closing for the plaintiff?
I will be, Your Honor.
Thank you.
The court has just indicated that I have about 15 minutes to make my closing argument to you. And I think I would be somewhat remiss if I didn't start out by giving you my thanks for the attention that you've given to not only the lawyers, but to the witnesses and everyone involved in this case. You know, it's not fun to be here today. I don't believe that a single lawyer nor the parties wish that they were here. And moving to have someone evicted from their home is not fun either. But it's a responsibility that my client has assumed. It's a responsibility that my client has towards not only Ladonna Johnson, but all the residents of NITA. See, we accepted a responsibility early on when we invited over 350 families to live on our property. We promised them a place where they could live in a safe environment, enjoy the property, enjoy the people that they live with. We have people from all walks of life, all religions, all ages, young and old. And one of the basic fundamental tenets that we made a commitment to was to provide a safe place for them to live. And unfortunately, Ms. Johnson's grandson has committed a number of acts which has prevented that family from being allowed to continue to live with us today. I'm going to have my job right now is to just set out briefly what the facts are in this case. In a moment, opposing counsel is going to make his closing argument, and I'll have an opportunity to come back. But I want to set out, and I want you to listen very carefully to all of the evidence in this case. And I would like to start off by telling you what this case is not about. This case is not about Elroy Johnson's artistic talents. It's not about the First Amendment speech that you heard Mr. Pettis say early on in his opening statement. This is a case whether the conduct of Elroy Johnson ultimately led to the citizens and residents of NITA housing feeling unsafe and unable to continue to live and enjoy the property they live in. And the facts are irrefutable. Irrefutable. Elroy Johnson, whether you like it or not, whether you like him as a young man or not, did drugs. He admitted it. It may not have been, for his opinion, it wasn't the hardcore drugs of cocaine, because in his mind, it's not really drugs unless it's cocaine. That's the type of friendships that he's developed. That's the type of attitude that he has gained throughout the years, and that's a type of belief system he has. But the truth and fact is that he used drugs over a number of times, while living at NITA. But more importantly, his activities in defacing property throughout the city was a crime. It was a crime that he knew about. It was a crime that he continued to do with other people. It was a crime even when he was told to stop and given an opportunity to cease. He continued that sort of criminal activity. And that's the very sort of activity that the lease which Ms. Johnson signed was prohibited. That was a sort of conduct that the law under the lease allowed NITA housing to ask Ms. Johnson no longer to live here. But the facts make it even worse, because Elroy Johnson began to associate with a group of folks. Now their version is it was just a bunch of boys playing basketball. And they want you to believe that, don't kick somebody out because they're playing basketball. But truth and fact was, he had invited a group of thugs into the housing where these people lived. He had invited the vice lords. The vice lords were involved in prostitution, theft, selling drugs, selling particularly cocaine to the residents of NITA. The residents of NITA became scared, fearful for their lives, fearful to live in the very place that they called home. It is because of that conduct, because of the conduct that he associated and brought in people who were detrimental to the well-being of the people at NITA, that we have asked them to leave. Now, I'm going to have an opportunity, as I indicated to you a moment ago, to come back and conclude my arguments, but at this time I'm going to turn it over to opposing counsel.
Is the defendant ready with its closing?
Yes, sir, we are.
Thank you, counsel.
Why are they trying to kick the Johnsons out of their community? That's the reason that we're here. And I would suggest to you that there are 4 badges of truth that we can look at to see who's doing what to who. And the badges of truth are: 1, was there an attempt to silence Ms. Johnson? Did they make up reasons to kick her out? Is she being treated the same as everyone else? And were there threats of retaliation? And let's take those one by one and see if we can ascribe a motive to NITA, the housing authority, for what they're doing. The first one is, as I said, was there an attempt to silence her? And there was an attempt to silence her. If you recall, there were a couple of meetings, tenant meetings, in which hundreds of people were at. And in the second meeting, she sent the security folks in to break up the meeting and to target Ms. Johnson. And why would you do that? And the reason you do it is you were angry about what was being said. So there was an attempt to silence her. Now, the attempt to silence her and to break up the meeting was contrary to 7B of NITA Gardens rules, which state that NITA Gardens shall not interfere with residents' constitutional rights to organize or join a tenant organization. That's in the lease, and that right was interfered with. And that right is important because it represents the American way of life, but it's also important because it's evidence of what's really going on. It's evidence, by breaking up the meeting, by threatening with the police, that you are so angry about what's being said that you're going to do something about it. First badge of truth. Second badge of truth, making up reasons to kick her out. Now, we get a million reasons why we're kicking her out. Drugs. Sometime in the last 5 years, the kid smoked dope. Now, that wasn't a stated reason early on why we were kicking him out, and he didn't smoke dope in NITA Gardens, but that's a reason we're trying to kick him out. Another reason that we're trying to kick him out is the drug bust. But he was never convicted of anything, and in our country, we prove things when we do things to people in a court, and we convict them, or we leave them alone. So the drug bust, which wasn't his deal, is another reason. The vice lords, and we trot out the vice lords as a scary boogeyman. There's no proof he was a member of the vice lords. In fact, we seem now to agree that he wasn't a member of the vice lords, but he led him onto the property to play basketball. Now, it's pretty interesting that you point at Elroy and you say, you brought him onto the property. Now, Elroy's a 16-year-old boy, relatively young man. They have a security force. Elroy has a grandma. Why don't you go to grandma and say, don't bring the vice lords here? Why don't you go to Elroy and say, don't bring the vice lords here? Why don't you use your own security force and kick the vice lords off? The reason for that is, until the drug bust, there was no problem with the vice lords, and it is a made-up reason. In a fair world, with regard to Elroy, you would have counseled him, you would have talked to him, you would have used the security force, and that would have been the end of it. But if you're making up reasons, that's a good reason to make up. Tagging. We heard a lot of testimony about tagging. The most interesting testimony about tagging is, despite how many witnesses there are, Elroy's never tagged in NITA Gardens. He's never tagged at NITA Gardens. So why are you kicking him out for tagging? And the reason that you're kicking him out for tagging is because it's a reason to kick him out. We asked every witness who could conceivably have had any information about Elroy and tagging at NITA Gardens, and the answer was always no, I don't know. One of the lamer ones, and it wasn't a stated reason at the beginning for kicking him out, was skateboarding. Now we're going to kick him out for skateboarding in the halls. And again, the fact that he smoked dope on occasion, not at NITA Gardens, is another attempt to smear. It's another attempt to come up with a reason for kicking him out, but not the true reason for kicking him out. Now, the third badge of truth is unequal treatment. And we know that there have been people convicted of using drugs and not kicked out. We know that there are people who have been accused of being drug dealers and they weren't kicked out. And we know that people beat their wives and beat their kids and they're not kicked out. But the Johnsons are kicked out because of skateboarding or because of tagging that has nothing to do with NITA Gardens, or because of the fact that Elroy played basketball with the Vice Lords and at some point in time it got out of control, but NITA Gardens didn't do anything about it with their 8-person security force. So, unequal treatment. And you hear they come in and they talk about, well, we have a responsibility to the other tenants. Well, where was the responsibility with regard to other drug dealers, wife beaters, child beaters, and drug dealers? It occurs here, and it occurs here, and we know why it occurs here. It occurs here because of tenant activism and the rage of Mrs. Longley over the sprinkler issue. Now, there is law in this. And at the end of the trial, the judge is going to instruct you as to who has to prove what. Now, because of the lease and because of the law, he's going to instruct you as follows. The defendant's participation in a tenants union within 6 months of commencement of this action creates a rebuttable presumption that the action is a reprisal against the tenant. Because the Johnsons are being kicked out within 6 months of the organizing activity, the law presumes that that's why they're being kicked out. The law presumes that because that is a value of our society. We protect that kind of activity so landlords can't make up reasons to kick people out of their homes. And the instruction is going to further say, it is the responsibility of the plaintiff to rebut this presumption by clear and convincing evidence that such action was not a reprisal against the tenant. So they have to prove by clear and convincing evidence that the Johnsons are getting kicked out for one of these trumped up reasons. Now, clear and convincing evidence is an awful lot of proof, but they have to prove it. And the law presumes that the reason that the Johnsons are being kicked out is quite simply because of the organizing activity. Now, in the end, what makes sense? And then in a minute, I'm going to ask the question, what's the right result? But if you're going to kick somebody out of their home, you come in with a real reason why you're going to kick them out. And you don't bring in things like tagging or skateboarding or the vice lords. And you don't change the reasons as you go along. So what makes sense is, why is she being kicked out? And we know that Ms. Longley was furious. She was furious about the organizing activity, and she calls the shots. Now, whether it's because of NITA Gardens as an institution, or whether it's her just because she can't stand to have anybody talk back to her, I don't know. But what makes sense is it is a reprisal, pure and simple, and they cannot show it's not a reprisal with clear and convincing evidence. Now, what's right? And let's take a look at the whole context of this thing in the terms of Mrs. Johnson, who is a community leader, who makes NITA Gardens what it is, Graham, being kicked out of her home and her community, and it's a community that she helped build. And why is she getting kicked out? Well, the reason they say she's getting kicked out is Elroy, but what has Elroy done that's affected NITA Gardens? Fell in with some bad company and nobody did anything about it, including NITA Gardens. Is that enough to kick a family out of their home? It doesn't strike me that it's enough to kick a family out of their home, and I trust it doesn't strike you as enough to kick a family out of their home. So listen carefully to the instructions. Put all this in context, and put in context, they silenced her. They came up with a variety of different reasons to kick her out, and the reasons changed, and the verbiage for the reasons changed, and the certainty for the reasons changed, and many of the reasons have nothing to do with NITA Gardens. How did they treat other people in worse situations? Drug dealers. How did they treat drug dealers, wife beaters, child beaters? They let them stay. And last, were there threats of retaliation? And there were 2 threats of retaliation. And when people make threats of retaliation, it's a serious, serious thing to do. And they do it, for the most part, with forethought. And they follow through, and in this case, they did follow through. So thank you for your attention, and do the right thing and follow the logic of the evidence. Thank you.
Ladonna Johnson was not prevented from exercising her rights. As a matter of fact, Ms. Longley has always encouraged everyone in need of housing to exercise her rights. It's a fundamental right that she believes in. You heard her herself testify that she would never do anything that would prevent Ladonna Johnson from expressing her views, whether they're good or bad. And in fact, Ladonna Johnson did exactly that. She did express her views. She came and told Ms. Longley about her concerns regarding the lack of a sprinkler system. She organized a meeting of the residents. They had a protest. Ms. Longley didn't do anything to stop it. She tried to explain the budgetary constraints. She tried to explain the impracticability of adopting what Ladonna Johnson wanted. And what she wanted was to spend millions of dollars to install a sprinkler system on, unfortunately, what's an old building that's scheduled to be demolished. Ms. Longley, as an administrator, told Mrs. Johnson that it simply was not feasible and would not be feasible to do such an act. However, she reached out to Ladonna Johnson and said, look, there's other things we can do. We can have smoke alarms, we can have fire drills, we can do a number of other things to meet your concerns. But the mere fact that we cannot install a sprinkler system does not mean that we don't care. But Ladonna Johnson wouldn't listen to that. She continued to organize, and that was her right to do so. She brought in another group of protesters. And it was when they began to get loud, unruly, and as Mr. Comstock started to say, it was a little bit different. There was a lot of tension in the air. That Ms. Longley took the position of saying, hey, we got to close this down. Now, you guys disperse, otherwise I'm going to have to call the police because it's going to erupt into further trouble. Now, opposing counsel has taken that statement and somehow made it into a prohibition of her First Amendment rights, when nothing is the furthest from the truth. The simple fact is, Mrs. Johnson has been able to say whatever she wants, whenever she wants, in whatever method that she wants. What Mrs. Johnson's lawyers have failed to comprehend is that there was a basis for asking Mrs. Johnson to no longer live here. And it had nothing to do with her free speech, which she always had the right and continued to exercise. In fact, the basis were that her grandson, who she admitted on the stand she had an obligation to control because her grandson lived in her household. And because of her grandson's activities, ultimately the decision was made to ask her to leave, to terminate the lease. Now, the judge is giving you some instructions. Nowhere in the instructions does it ask you whether Elroy Johnson was a beautiful tagger, whether he was a gifted artist. Nowhere does it ask you whether he was convicted of a crime. Nowhere does it ask you whether he was a member of the gang. And the reason the court does not ask you whether he was a member of the gang, or whether we proved that he was a member of the gang, or whether we proved that he was convicted of anything, or whether we proved that he was a tagger or graffiti artist, is because that is not required under the lease. What is required is for us to bring facts before a jury and let the jury see the facts that establish that her grandson was engaged in activities, drug-related activities, on or off the premises. Now, I paid particular attention to opposing counsel because he kept repeatedly saying to you, nowhere was there any evidence that he tagged on the property. Nowhere is there any evidence that he did the marijuana on the property. That's not what the question asked. The question asked was, ultimately, was Elroy Johnson engaged in criminal activity on or off the property? Or did he use drugs on or off the property? That's what the question asks. And what are the facts? Fortunately, Mr. Johnson was pretty honest about it. At least, well, he wasn't at first. At first he said he never did drugs. He wanted you to believe never used drugs at all. And then when I started crossing the line, I said, well, okay, I do use marijuana. Well, isn't that an illegal drug? Yes, it is. He finally had to admit it. So right there, irrefutable evidence that Mr. Johnson did in fact use drugs, illegal drugs, on the property. And even if it wasn't on the property, he admitted to using it off the property also. We brought you facts. Not only was he a drug user, we brought you facts that he did do tagging. Now, why is that important? It's important because tagging is a crime. It's vandalism. It defaces property. It destroys property. It intimidates people. It puts fear into people. It is graffiti. It may not be gang-related graffiti, but it's graffiti nevertheless. It's illegal. It's not allowed. It's criminal activity that he has said he has done for years. Matter of fact, he admitted he was kind of proud of it. He was the leading tagger, meaning vandal, in town for 5 years. He is so proud of it, he brought a book. He made a book of all of the tagging that he had done. And he admitted that he knew it was a criminal act that he continued to do and engaged in that criminal activity. That's exactly what the lease says he cannot do. It doesn't have to be limited to NITA Gardens, NITA Housing. He is an admitted tagger. He is an admitted drug user, but he didn't stop there. We brought you evidence that the worst offense, not the only, but the worst offense that Mr. Johnson did was he invited people who he knew were seriously, in his own words, bad people. People who dealt in drugs, people who sold cocaine, people who, a gang, specifically the vice lords, who assaulted people, people that he knew would create fear. He knew that the very people that he was inviting onto NITA housing grounds were intimidating, instilling fear in all the residents. And he ultimately admitted that he should not have been allowed to do that. And the fact that he did do that is a further basis for asking Mrs. Johnson to vacate her property. He was arrested ultimately for committing a crime. He cut a deal. He can say whatever he wants about how brave Mr. Johnson was to come and testify against those vice lords, but ultimately he cut a deal to save himself. And that deal was, I'll testify against them if you dismiss the charges against me, which the DA ultimately did. And what did he testify to? That it was because of him. It was because of his invite that the vice lords, the drug, the gang, the thugs came into the property to disrupt the lives, to deal in cocaine, to intimidate, to instill fear, and prevent the safety, the health, and the enjoyment of the residents of NITA to in fact enjoy their property. It was because of those actions that Ms. Longley said, we've had enough. Enough is enough. Now, we're not here today to try a child beating case. I don't know what the facts were in that case. You don't know what the facts were in that case. And honestly, that doesn't have anything to do with this case other than opposing counsel wants you to get your mind off of this thing. What we do know and what cannot be refuted is that Elroy Johnson brought bad people and brought bad times to NITA housing. Ladies and gentlemen, go back into your room, go over all the evidence. I want you to take your time. See if this is a case that we're trying to silence Johnson. It's not. There's a lot of other residents that joined her. We didn't kick them out. This is not a case that there's any hatred for Mrs. Johnson. Matter of fact, Ms. Longley not only likes her, but admired her and continues to admire her today. This is a case where the facts demand that you protect the other residents of NITA housing. I told you at the very beginning that it was not fun for me to be here. And I'm sure that it will not be any fun to make a decision in this case. But just like Ms. Longley had to assume the responsibility because it was her obligation, the court gave you an obligation to follow the law, follow the facts, and not be swayed by arguments that have nothing to do with this case. I thank you for your attention and time, and I just want you to call it the way you see it. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've now heard the evidence in this case. You've heard my legal instructions to you on the principles of law that you must apply, and you've heard the arguments from counsel. It will now be your obligation to retire to the jury room and begin your deliberations. Your verdict must be unanimous. When you have a verdict, the foreperson should sign the verdict and return it to the courtroom here, and then we'll proceed. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jim Vertel. I'm the chairman of the Teaching of Trial and Appellate Advocacy Committee of the American College of Trial Lawyers. We have just finished watching a voir dire examination by two members of the college, Doug Chavez of Corpus Christi, Texas, and Brian O'Neill of Minneapolis, Minnesota. We thought it would be helpful if we could just simply sit and have a chat with the two of them as to their approach to the examination and to and what motivated them in developing the questions that they put to our veneer panel. So with that, let me turn first to Doug. And Doug, can you tell us your particular approach to the voir dire or voir dire examination, at least as you demonstrated it here this morning?
Well, I think most lawyers, when they approach voir dire, are faced with two basic competing issues. One is they want to present to the jury or the potential jury their version of the case in the most favorable light. But that is a competing value that comes up with the second competing value of really having to listen to what the jurors are saying. The real goal in voir dire is to be able to exercise your peremptory challenges. And the voir dire is that opportunity and vessel where you get to learn about the jurors. And most lawyers try to sell their case in voir dire when they really ought to be listening to what the jurors are saying, so that when they do make their strikes, it has a more meaningful effect and reason as to why they're making those strikes.
Brian?
My biggest interest is understanding each of the jurors to make sure that there isn't somebody on the panel that is dead set against my client's position and there isn't anything I can do about it. And in a panel of 14, there are sitting there 2 or 3 people that just aren't good for you. So you have to ask questions that aren't necessarily persuasive to get somebody to say that they're concerned about crime or 16-year-old boys or violence or whatever it is such that they're a problem for you. Now, ideally, if you can get somebody to say, well, I'm leaning one way or I would have trouble being fair on these particular issues, then you get a free strike for cause. But then you also want to know enough about them so you can figure out which ones to strike as one of your peremptory challenges. So I want to know the truth about the individuals.
Let's, Doug, take a look at some specifics. When you began your examination, you started to inquire regarding employment. Why?
I was looking for jurors who primarily were going to be not only in managerial positions, but also jurors who had made some tough decisions, such as firing, similar to what my client was faced with, having to evict and enforce policies and provisions in a contract. Obviously, I was looking to identify those jurors with my side of the case, and hopefully at the same time in asking those questions, somewhat prepare the other jurors that tough decisions sometimes need to be made, and there's nothing wrong with making those decisions, even though they may be distasteful or not fun to execute.
Okay. Brian, I noticed your first inquiry was, or at least an early inquiry, had to do with what people did on weekends. Why that subject?
Well, what people do on weekends, first of all, tells you what religion they are. And a religious demographic and what kind of religion it is tells you about their decision making. So a lot of judges won't let you say what religion are you, But lo and behold, if you say, what do you do on weekends, you find out that they go to church all weekend, or they go to church on Sunday, or they play golf on Sunday. And if they're telling you about how they go to church more often than not, they'll tell you what church and why they go. And that is one of the big 3 or 4 deciders for me, depending on the issues of whether I want to keep them or not.
Now, I want to ask a follow-up question. What is the specific decider that you look at? Let's say someone says they go to church on Sundays.
And, well, if they go to church on Sundays, more often than not, they'll tell you where they go to church. If you're looking for jurors on black and white issues, and you want the issues to be black and white, you would prefer an Orthodox Jew, strict Baptist, maybe a Roman Catholic, or maybe not. If you want a gray area person, you want an Episcopalian, you want a Unitarian, so it depends on whether you want people black and white or you want people gray. But that's a data point for you.
Okay, thank you. Then, Doug, if we can go back to you, one of the other topics you covered was homeownership. Why that topic?
Well, of course, in this case, the defendant was being evicted from her home. But also involved in this case was graffiti and the defacing of property. Homeowners, as a general rule, are going to be jurors who are more protective of property and are going to be more against individuals who vandalize property. So they're going to be identifying more with the plaintiff in this case, who was trying to protect the property at NITA Gardens, versus the defense's argument that they were urban artists. Also, in home ownership, I asked about whether they lived in apartments or multi-dwellings versus single dwellings. And that becomes important because of the interaction. You want to find out what jurors have had the experience of living with next door neighbors versus someone who might live out in a farm area or in a single home that's just not bothered by what the neighbors do.
Okay. And Brian, I noticed that was also a topic you were interested in, home ownership. Why for the defendant?
Well, I am always interested in home ownership. There have been a number of studies done, and we've actually done attitudinal surveys about home ownership and decision making. And people who own homes are more likely than people who don't own homes to side with institutions against individual people. So that's always a demographic or a data point that I'm looking for.
Doug, you also covered the subject of victims of crime. I think it's fairly obvious why, but please discuss that for us.
Well, I think you noticed, or I hope you noticed, that when I asked the question, I wanted them to express their feelings. You want jurors to talk to you. And one of the things I would tell younger lawyers is that don't do the talking, let the jurors do the talking. And I wanted them to express how crime had affected them. I wanted the rest of the jury to feel their frustration, perhaps their fears, again, so that it would permeate the pool to learn that crime does affect people, and that in fact graffiti in this particular case was a crime. And I wanted to see if there was anyone that would think it was okay. Obviously, if they did, they were going to be struck for cause. But really, the more important reason was just to get them to talk about it and to learn that not only do the criminals have rights, but so do the victims.
And then, Brian, switching subjects, you also made inquiry regarding what their bucket list vacation would be, and what was the purpose behind that?
I ask about vacations, I ask about books, I ask about leisure time activities to get to know the person, to get to know whether the person is a positive person, a negative person, a hopeful person, attitudinally, are they excited about life or not excited about life? And that, again, provides me another data point. I'm searching for a variety of data points that will tell me how they react to situations.
In this case, what kind of person would you want on your jury, using that data point?
Somebody that was excited about life and positive about life, and not a fearful person.
Doug, Brian, thank you very much for, one, the voir dire examination demonstration, and also for sharing your thoughts with us.